So, and anyway, and Alpha Conde, yeah, he was one of the most Pan-African guy, that was going on in the talk and all that. So he came to Guinea because he was vulnerable. When the former military guy that was in Guinea, Alpha Conde will not come there because he will give him trouble. But as soon as that guy died, another military guy took over, and then obviously there was a power wrestle, and they took the power from him. Yeah, another military guy took the power from that guy that took the power from the dead man, and then Alpha Conde came in as an election, which is the first election they had ever in Guinea. For since independent, I think. And then this military guy was the bodyguard of Alpha Conde. Yeah, because
Mm.
they belong to the same tribe. Yeah, and then this military guy, was there at the second term, but he's monitoring the Alpha Constitution to sit down on a third term, and he's like, nah, man, this is not happening. So that's
So that
when he went in and took him out. You know,
that means he did the right thing.
he did the right thing. That's what I said. I like my military leader in Guinea. That military coup, that was legitimate military coup, and he
What
done it the
about
right way. And I
what
tell you
about
what. He is
what
less
about
he is less
what about
Brazzavilian
Equatorial
president.
Guinea?
What about the what?
Equatorial Guinea, the leader there, I think he has been a president for
Yeah,
the past 30 something, I mean 40 years now.
yes, and he is protected by who? By Russia. And who is taking everything out of the country? Russia.
You sure?
Equatorial Guinea is still poor.
Equatorial
It's
Guinea, they
not.
are protected by the
Yeah.
Russia. I don't think
No,
so.
no, no, no. I'm talking about Central African Republic. Pardon me, Central African
Okay,
Republic.
you are
I
talking
got
about Central African Republic. I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about Equatorial
Central
Guinea.
He has been in power for God knows as well. People like that need to be toppled because they want to create a monarchy in Africa.
Oh, wait, the father
But
it's a father and son activity. The father is the president, the
yeah,
son is the vice.
yeah. So that's why it's very complicated. I think some military coups are needed. I think they are. Some of them are needed. Some military coups are not
See,
necessary.
how to show that
Yeah.
African leaders they have no vision. For instance, Equatorial Guinea, the
Yeah.
capital is an island, Malabo.
Ireland.
Yes, island.
Yeah.
If the leader is a visionary leader, he would have just turned that island to a mini Dubai. You
Yes.
understand me? With the money they are making from
Yeah.
oil. But you see, these people have no vision.
Eh, Um, UFC super fan. I don't know if you've been to Sierra Leone to Freetown. Freetown got one of the most beautiful coastlines in the world. It's one of the
Okay.
most, yes, Freetown is one of the most beautiful coastline in the world. Maybe someone can pull it up. We have Sussex Beach, we have Lumley Beach, we have Aberdeen, we have Godrich, all the way down to Black. Another guy, there's a black guy that
That
they
that
named a
means
beach after.
that place should have been a tourism destination for
Most
Africans.
of the
But you see,
is the war that changed it. Before the war, there's a place called Africana Turkey. It's where all the French models used to go, for photograph because it's actually amazing, and the water, the colors of the water, along the Atlantic on that part is
Freetown.
just amazing. Uh, yeah, and also some of these areas, like Leicester Peak, you have even the British monarchy during the Second World War, that's where they went and seek refuge, the Queen Elizabeth and Philip. That's where they went and seek refuge during the Second World War. That's how beautiful it is. And but it's the problem is when the war happened in Sierra Leone, most of the tourist industry went, but then most of it just went all over the world, and people stopped coming. So yeah, the tourist industry in Africa is actually never been tapped on. Never.
Hmm.
When you see Dynasty, I don't know if you follow Dynasty, the reason why he goes there is to expose some of the amazing beaches that we got, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah, we're coming to Sierra Leone, for tourism.
Hmm. But like
Yeah.
I'm just checking out Freetown right now. Imagine, like, oh man, look at the landscape.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Huh?
The beaches are one
UFC
of the
is super
best
fan.
in the
You hear?
world.
You said what?
Yeah, he's
Abby,
UFC. Why are you letting this
yeah,
man
go
call
ahead.
a lie about Liberia, bro?
Because I don't want to argue with him because what's the need when you know the truth. You don't need to just you
bro. I
allow
swear the
sometimes you
Blue
just allow
Americans, I swear the Black Americans cut the Africans, man. It's so bad.
some-
They
sometimes you
actually
just
say it's
allow them to blab.
UFC, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. You said what's wrong with your network today? Like the thing is breaking. Okay. Congolese government deny coup attempt
So,
against the long-term leader.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to actually make a comment about, right? So right now, there's
okay.
obviously reports talking about the Congolese coup, but according to the government themselves, they're denying it. I think. Okay, here's the thing, right? There was a slight mutiny that was going on in Congo, right? A couple soldiers were plotting something, but nothing actually ever happened. So obviously, in the world, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, there's a coup going on," but yeah, I can just read a little bit of this, right? So Congolese government denies coup attempt against long-time nigger, nigger, so man, it sounds like nigger, but
Yeah, I
the
thought
government
so.
denies this is fake news. We reassure public opinion about the calm, about the calm that what that the rains. What, I can't. This is not English, man. Anyways, the Congolese government has denied reports about coup attempts against President Denis, that guy who has been in power for 38 years. This is according to Congo's Minister of Information, Thierry. Oh, he even has a French name, Thierry Mongala, who tweeted on his ex handler, aka tweet, right? Urgent, this information is a fantasy equivalent the okay, basically it's just saying it's fake news, right? It's fantasy. Urgent, fanciful information suggests serious event that are underway at Brazzaville, he wrote on the social media platform with a statement also posted on the government website. The government denies this fake news. We assure public opinion about the calm that reigns and invites people to calmly go. And this is one thing which I have to say for all the African media. I think, Abby, you know that new girl, the Habesha girl, man. Shout out to her. She's growing really fast. I don't know why YouTube is pushing her videos, but these people are pushing in so many fake news, right? There is no coup attempt. This is from the official government, foreign affairs minister, as well, Terry, etc. on the Twitter. I've seen the Twitter handle that he posted himself. There is no coup. So how come everyone is so excited and reporting this news as if it's true? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. If we Africans build our own network, it can't be built on lies, right?
We
No,
love
it
fake
can't.
news.
Yep. This is crazy. Like I was saying earlier, it just doesn't make sense. So let's see. Yeah, that's the main news. Let me see about the second piece of information from the other website, but it's more or less just saying the same stuff. I think we ran off too much, and even the Gabonese coup, I doubt that one is for peace. And as the Gabonese brother came here and talked to us, right? I think that's more of an internal issue, more than like an anti-French issue. So updated: Congo Republic denies coup attempt. Isn't it Brazzaville? Anyways, in 2015, the constitution was changed to allow the president to run for a third time. Many observers believe the election process was unfair. 2021, uh, Sasso or Denis, whatever his name is, was elected for another 5-year term. That's the president there. The Republic of Congo has denied reports, of course. The 79-year-old president, they're always ancient. Denis Sasso is said to be in New York, United States, to attend United Nations General Assembly. Initial reports about coup had pointed to the commander of the Presidential Guard. This would have been the third coup in Africa in less than a year. The first was Niger and then Gabon. Government on Sunday issued a statement denying the alleged coup, etc. That's it. Yeah, that's a statement by Thierry Mongala, right? You guys can, do the research and deep dive, figure out who exactly he is. The information is there. That's where the Republic of Congo is, aka Brazzaville, right? It's there. It's got a nice little coastline as well. Yeah, it is in the heart of Africa, you know. So shout out to them. But yeah, so no coup, man. So are you guys? I don't know, a little bit disappointed. Were you guys happy that Africa was being destabilized? Because that's
UFC,
why.
you go first, bro.
Yeah, UFC, are you there? He's probably eating eba and gari soup.
Yeah, I would love some of them Niger food right now. But yeah, I mean, maybe this school here is a bad news. If he's been there for 37 years, he need to go, bro. Simple as that,
Yeah.
you know. He need to cool. This are the only time I agree to cool. Anyone that want to be there for
Mhm.
long, you want to keep it as a policy, then you need to go.
Yeah, but it's just like I said, you know, look, the coup's happening. So the
Hello?
Gabon one, yeah, go ahead.
Abby wanted to say something. He can speak now.
Abby is looking after his his dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this coup attempt. Why do you think there's fake news going on like around right now about coup attempts when there's none?
Okay, so how much is it to put down a dog, a neighbor's dog?
Oh
Dog is
man.
fucking annoying, bro. I'm on my balcony and you can hear it barking the whole night.
Oh, don't do that. That
Don't
can
do it,
put
bro.
you in jail.
Yeah, anyway, Keizo, look, as long as Nigeria doesn't have like its shit together and can influence that region is going to be destabilized forever.
I
I
know,
think
right?
That's
you're
why like
right.
these bigger nations across in every region need to be controlling the smaller nations. Similar to
Yeah.
what you Kenyans are trying to do with the East African Federation.
Yeah. No,
However,
that's a good point.
there have to be some form of
Nigeria need
discipline.
to
You said?
Yo, but you man, Keizo, you guys are cucked, bro. You let this Kala guy come here and lie to your faces about Liberia doing all these great things. Bro, when has Liberia not been the poorest country, one of the
I
poorest countries
thought
in Africa?
no, it's like you didn't hear me out. I called him out. I told him this was fake news. I said, okay,
no, but
if you
what
guys,
Carla don't understand is what
I
Carla
said,
don't understand is
because if you
Liberia
look at
is
it,
not the
they,
same
hold
after
on,
the
hold
war.
on, hold on.
You know, since the war,
Hold on.
Liberia is no longer the same.
They always say they build America. If you build America, just look at Liberia, just a small country. Okay, go ahead and build it now. Let's see. Go and replicate
Bro,
it.
it's
What
the
you did in
audacity of this guy to say Liberia struck the biggest deal in Africa, building whatever plaza. Bro,
it's just
Liberia's GDP at the time was like 1 billion. How the fuck are you making the biggest deal in Africa with $1 billion, bro? What is this guy talking about? This
they
guy
like to
Keizo, you know what this guy does? He shows you one square kilometer of Liberia that's developed, where all the rich people live, and he tells you, look at how developed Liberia was. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. They pretty much just implemented the same slave labor that they had back in America, just to create a plantation for tire factories in America. What is that, bro? That's not development. What is this guy waffling about?
Yeah.
I
Look,
think
look. Yeah, go ahead.
when it come to helping the sub-region contributing to the other African regions in terms of helping governance and educating and stuff, Sierra Leone probably done more for the region than Liberia. However, before the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, there was creating enough jobs for people in the region to come in to work and earn enough to send back to their country, and people inspire, to come in and get residency, to live in those countries to acquire their citizenship because it was a visa-free passport those days, travel to the West, stuff like that, that can add value to their people back home. Uh, However, I would ignore some of the stuff that Carla was saying because I don't think um, he really understand, the depth of Liberia. People that visit a country and someone that is actually from there is not the same. You can just come and see what you want to see, the nice bit, horrible bit, but the reality is someone that's living there or from there, they know all the details. We should just move on from that conversation because he's no longer here. to actually counter some of the stuff that we might be saying against him. That's my take on that.
Yeah, the thing is that they just like to come here and lie. It's always the past. If you look at it, it's what we did in the past, what we did in the past. Okay, what are you doing currently? Nothing. In the 60s, you were not rich. Nothing was going on there. It's just still poverty
Yeah.
and
Do you
debt.
know what? Do you know what? Years ago, I argued with some African American brothers because I do want to help. Anything we could do as people, as collective, to work together as a black people, as black race, that should be the good as a Pan-African mindset. I know some people might not agree with being Pan-African. I don't trust everybody, but we should work together with African Americans, all our brothers in the Caribbean together for one good for our race. However, I was having an argument with some African Americans. I forgot what shirt it was. One of them was really insulting me and my tribe, because I said, we are all right for you guys to come over and mingle back in your tribe and land your call twin, but to say that we owe you, reparation, we should give you a land in Africa for you to come and build on and settle in, you know, aside with us, but you don't want to be part of it. I'm not going to agree with it. And this guy was like, he was kicking off, and he was all good. He was all Pan African. He was all nice. But when I said that, whoa, I just seen a different side and the things that he was saying. Like, God, do I really want this type of people to come and settle next to me? Knowing the kind of hatred. But it's a funny one. But at the end of the day, you can understand people that live through trauma. Their ancestors were sold, as slaves, and in where they found themselves, they've not been treated well. They also want to connect back to their ancestral home. There's no way any human being can deny them that right because but it's about doing it the right way, not coming back to our ancestral land and treating us like this, because
Oh,
that did happen in
let me
Liberia.
say something
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Al, listen, the problem, one thing I observe, black people, it's just only few. Black people don't know how to do business. Many of us, if you look, the problem the black Americans are facing also, they don't know how to do business. Because if I ask you now, name me one black industrialist in America, you cannot find one. They are
And
not there.
do you know what? I tell you what, African Americans did contribute a lot in America's development,
Where
even
are
in the
the
engineering
industrialists?
sector.
Like what,
They are,
bro?
After
Like what? Like, no, you
um,
see, this is where the delusion starts. You guys keep
uh,
going with this. Oh, they
do you
built
know
America. They contributed.
do you know Ford? Ford was actually
where
invented
are
by
the
a black guy.
where are
He
the
managed to sell,
commercial
he
farmers?
managed to sell,
Oh my
he
goodness.
managed,
Now Ford
yeah,
was
no,
invented by a black guy. Okay.
no, so the reality is, we need the bright African Americans, to come to the continent, but we don't want, people's trouble. But at the end of the day, it's the ancestral land, so we cannot refuse them that. That's one fact. However, they need to build an alliance, and I think as I said in one show, the African Union need to work with the Black Caucus in America in the Senate, yeah, to work together so there could be more, there could be one voice to represent us, and we have it so we can have a lobby group. We can African
Don't
American
like it.
and Black
Hold
African
on. Why I
working
don't like
together,
it? Hold
can
on.
be more
Why I
advantage
don't like
than none
why I don't
than the
like it,
negative.
yeah, we should work with
Yeah,
these people.
yeah,
It will also be a kind of a movement of whereby we will go on TV
yeah.
and cry and beg for things. I don't want that. We should be
No,
competing with
that's
our
true.
other race of people. This
Yes, no, that's
constantly
true.
we beg and beg the world for help is shameful.
Yes, we need to stop begging. Absolutely.
See,
We need to
see,
stop
you
being
know what?
beggars.
See,
Yeah.
Nilotic, I respect Morocco. I give Morocco. I don't know. I raised my car for Morocco. Currently they are going through a lot of flood issue. European, America, and the West, Chinese, they all offer them help. They said no, we don't need it. We can take care of ourselves. So those people they understand self-respect for
Look,
themselves.
Al, brother, mate, just to answer Al, bro, if you're going to want to work with them, at least start on a basis of like realism, not delusion. The Black
Thank you.
Caucus is nothing more than a wing for the white Democratic Party, bro. They don't have any autonomy or power of their own. So if you're
Thank
going to
you.
go work with the Black Caucus, just you might as well just go to Pelosi and Biden and work with them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why are you working with the middleman?
right.
So
Yeah,
just
I mean, but the thing
it
is,
just for some
when it
time.
comes to when it comes, there was a time where the African Americans, had a lot of power in terms of voting numbers, and things like that,
Wait, what year was that,
kind
bro?
of. Well, years ago, before the Latino population became big, like,
See.
they needed a
Bro.
vote
Oh,
from, from certain
voting
minority
power.
groups, and
See.
election. No, but I know, but election time, politicians, when they want to get to power, they will actually do a lot than, when they got to power. So
Some
Bro,
there's
when was
you
this
need to
mythical time
have
that they had
okay.
power, bro? Let's be realistic. You see, first of all,
My
you
main point is yeah, my main point is we need to have a strong lobby group, and also we need to have, the right connection
if
in
you want to
different
lobby, then we need to
communities.
spend money to
look,
lobby.
bro. Look. UFC superfan. Let's just be real. Most of these wannabe industrialist Pan Africans, like Color Genesis, they don't give a shit about your Africanness or anything. They just use that to get what they want out of you. If they don't get what they want, they're going to be insulting you just like the white man. Look at Color. As soon as you tell him
Right,
Liberia is a
right,
failure,
right.
what does he
I
do?
I sus
He starts calling you a monkey
I
again. So what's the
sus
difference, bro?
I suspected that in different shows. Actually, what you said there kind of ring the bell a little bit based on some
Bro, look,
conversation we had.
what they see their white American daddy doing, what they see the Europeans doing, or what they think the Chinese are doing, or what the Chinese are doing, is what they want to be doing.
Yeah,
But they can't use force and come to you, and they can't use overwhelming capital because they don't have it. So they have to come to you with this, oh, we're all black, my black brother, my African brother, all that bullshit to come and try and get you to fool you into signing away deals and stuff. They can't offer you shit, bro. Offer yourself.
You
What
are
is it
right.
that they can even offer you if you're being realistic?
They got nothing. They cannot even finalize. Can they finalize any deal in Nigeria? Do they have money to even seek for license? So they
as a
don't.
group,
So
as a
Bro,
group, they as a
Nigerian
group they
diasporans are on average, if you want Nigeria to develop, just go and start a fund for Nigerian diasporans. That would be, or Nigerian capitalists out there, even
uh,
in Europe and so
Nanotic,
on. That is far more
Nanotic,
useful than going to.
Nanotic, like the current debt Nigeria own, 60% of that debt is owned internally. Okay, let's say Nigeria is owing what they call it, $100 billion. 60 of that amount is owned by Nigerians. It's owned to Nigerians. Then the other 40 is to that is external debt. You understand me? So see, I will say this: if we want to fix our continent or our country, it must be done by us. Individuals
yeah.
contribute a lot in building America. For instance, just look at this guy, Elon Musk. Look at the company he single-handedly manage as we speak. Look at Amazon. These are individual control $2 trillion company. Look at Apple. You understand
No,
me?
but
These people
UFC
are making
where
millions.
UFC where I agree with you, where I agree with you is that private sector initiative, and this is what
Yeah, that's what
brings
I
a lot of
always
big
say.
economies up.
I support private sector a lot because
Yeah,
one thing about them, when they start any project, they follow through with it. There's no abandoned project. You have abandoned as it is in Nigeria. No. They don't waste their time to do that. When they say, okay, this project will cost $2 billion or $3 billion, they put the money forward. They get it done.
yeah.
So
And also they also make sure they get the bargain for the right deal because they got the
of
money to
course,
hand. They're begging, you know what I mean? And also with that money, that profit, a lot of people will buy stocks in their companies and like pensions for their children, And as long as the market is right and the institution are there to protect them, that's
Let me
how we
see.
can
The reason
actually get our
I
people
keep
out of
saying
poverty.
this, that we are the ones to fix our country, not just government alone. If you
Mm,
look at the tech sector in Nigeria, these are young individuals. They create that industry without government. They didn't look for government. They just go ahead and do it. It was in Yaba in Lagos, Yaba Tech. That's why they named them Yaba Tech. Most of
right.
the tech company, they all were set up in that location in Lagos.
Yes.
So things can be done. Even the music industry, the government doesn't. Sometimes when I listen to Ghana, they will say it was the government that's no. The government didn't involve themselves. They didn't do anything
Right.
to
And
support
you
Nigeria
see,
music
um,
entertainment.
yeah, in Nigeria, who is your conscious vibe artist in Nigeria? Because I know you got loads of artists globally, but who is your conscious artist, like the underground artists that sing, that make song about day-to-day living, of the people, the
I will
political
pick.
issues?
I
Because
will pick.
I think that, yeah,
I'll pick a Sheun Kuti.
okay,
Yeah, Sheun
right.
Kuti. Yeah,
Is that part of the
and
Kuti
also
family? Yeah.
yeah. Also, I'm a fan of Burna Boy also.
Is it Burna? It's Burna Boy? It's more like a party
Yes,
associate and
yes.
stuff like that.
Like if I want to listen to
It's not thinking
conscious
about.
music,
They
I
don't.
listen to
Yeah.
Showing Kuti or Femi Kuti. I listen to their music. Yeah.
Right. 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 But what I'm trying to say is, right, if who are the conscious artists, like, artists that enlighten the youth and, and the
Hmm.
people
You
in the
see,
ground and,
let me okay.
about system and stuff like that.
Let me tell you something about Nigeria.
Yeah.
See, people will do something that will generate funds. They are not there to waste time to sweat and not get rewarded. So they are not going to waste time in conscious music. They rather just do things that's currently pop. If you look, I went ahead and picked the old school, which is the Shehu Kuti, I mean the Fela family. That's like from day one. That is their kind of music the whole family have been producing. So they still stick with it. But currently, my brother, I'm not gonna lie. All the music is about vibe and all other shit. That's what they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because in
Just about
Sierra
vibe
Leone we have music. Yeah, we have artists that are they doing the vibe thing. We have artists that are doing the underground thing, and exposing. They all. And these artists are the one that a lot of time with with the authorities. We still
because
got them over there because they're
I'm
exposing
not. If
certain
you want to
factor.
do
Because then,
conscious music,
cause,
you
'cause-
are not going to
yeah,
get 100 streaming.
no, I think you will because that will get put a lot of these people out there, these fake propagandists out there. They will put them out of their out of work. Because this conscious vibe will be more, visible. People listen to it, they relate to it more than people that are trying to divide. You know what I mean, and trying to put their own
No,
narratives. You
let
know,
me tell you something.
and I think
Nigeria man,
that's a big
ah,
gap for the nation at the moment. I think.
okay, let me tell you something. Nigeria market is brutal. For instance, most rapper in
Mm,
Nigeria, they are struggling. They are struggling.
right.
They are feeding
Okay.
from hand to mouth. Like they are going through hell. Nigeria doesn't listen to rap music like that, except when MI went away.
They don't, do you
They
listen
just
to reggae music also?
uh,
Do you listen to reggae music also?
reggae
Reggae.
music,
Yeah.
reggae. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
I'm not. I no longer listen to
Reggae music.
reggae
Okay.
music. Yeah,
But
I
the
don't
people
listen.
in Nigeria listen to it, right? Or no?
No, they don't. They don't.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
let me tell
All
you
right.
something.
Reggae is
Right?
not even
Different
popular in
culture.
Jamaica anymore, bro.
Thank you. It just
No,
everyone
I
is
know. I
listening
know.
to
I'm trying to get to the music that give, people that conscious.
people are not looking for conscious music in Nigeria. If you
Exactly,
want that,
bro. People want to dance, bro. They don't care about political stuff.
they
No,
rather
I'm not
dance
talking
to.
about people in the diaspora. That's where you're not
No,
listening.
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
people in
people
Nigeria.
in
They
Nigeria.
rather see. They rather listen to Amapiano than listen to what they call it conscious music or rap. Come on,
Yeah.
they are not
Yeah,
going
but
to waste their time.
the average poor Nigerian would love to listen to conscious music
Yeah,
and
okay.
learn, educate
I'm just
himself
assuming.
from
Maybe okay. Maybe let me
Exactly.
or
say
not.
maybe people from the north. I
Okay.
guess.
What is
Yeah.
conscious music going to do for a poor person? Because it's going to put
Well,
food on his table.
no, but okay. It's a different. I think it's a cultural differences anyway. So I will just. I was asking
No,
UFC,
no.
different
See,
questions
let me tell
about things
you,
that.
Nigeria. See, let me tell you one thing about Nigeria music scene. Anything that will bring revenue is their focus. It's all about revenue, revenue bag, secure the bag. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay.
That's it. They don't care about if you want to sing about a fella kind of cautious music. They don't. No,
Right.
no, no. They are not into that at
Right.
all because
So so the
it will
music is not. So
Snake man, let's be honest, man.
It's not as
Who
diverse.
in our generation is even listening to Fela Kuti? Be honest, man.
The music sector is not diverse as as I see it from the outside.
Wait, it is this okay? For instance, there's alternative music in Nigeria, but you see those
Okay.
alternative guys, people hardly listen to them. They just have their circle there. Most of them are, as I said, most of them are struggling. And in Nigeria, you need money to survive. You don't just want to be making music and posting it on YouTube or whatever, any platform, and no one is
Yes,
streaming
I
those.
mean it's not. I don't think it's a Nigerian thing. I think it's a global thing. To be honest, even the artists out there today, they're more likely to put commercial things to make them money than put in the real deal. The deal with that tape is more original. But yeah, I understand. So yeah, no, I mean I've got enough answers from it. We can move on. But thank you, FC.
Yeah, because if you want to make, except maybe you have a side hustle and then you decide to be doing the music just for fun. Yes, I get that you can make conscious music, but if you don't have that kind of this thing, that kind of plan, that you just
Right,
dedicate your time to music, man, you have to make the
yeah,
bag. Even your record
right,
label, they will mess you
right.
up if you don't bring return.
Okay. No, I mean, no,
Yeah,
that's true. That makes sense. That makes that because I grew up with a lot of artists, so that makes sense. I was just, I'm just trying to wonder. I was wondering on what the market is like, and also what people are more
no,
into,
see, the
and
market
and
is
also
just all
what are the
about
youth, listening to in the ground, and
no.
what narrative they're buying into, in terms of their mindsets and stuff like
The
that. I was
good
just
thing is
trying to do a
that
bit of yeah.
the good thing is that they're
But
not listening to Dre music and trap and all those things, songs that they sing that you should kill people and murder people. So I'm thankful they don't listen
yeah.
to that. So we don't need violence.
Okay. No, I understand. No, I understand. It's not violent, but when music is diverse, sometimes it's good, just like everything. But
Yes, of course, I agree with you.
I think I got the picture.
Okay, let me tell you something. Another good thing about Nigeria, apart from the
Yeah.
uh, pop culture side of it, there are traditional music, and most
Oh yes. Oh yes.
people
I
listen
know
to the
that.
traditional. Thank you, the traditional
Yeah.
music more
Yeah. Yeah.
because like
Yeah.
people like my parents and all that, they don't listen to the Afro beat of it. They listen to the Fuji,
Yeah.
the the local traditional music. Yeah, that's what they listen
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Okay, like
Just like you said earlier, we listen to more of our music.
there's one musician in Lagos. It's
Yeah.
more wealthier than most of the top five musicians in Nigeria. He's a local artist. He's
Right.
K1. He sings
Right.
Yoruba Fuji music. Very wealthy man.
Right. Right.
That guy, I think that guy every week, that guy can make up to about let me say on 100 to $200,000. Yeah, in that Nigeria there in Lagos because all the wealthy people doing party in Lagos or in the southwest, that's the musician they like to carry. The man is very very good. He's a
Yeah.
local.
No,
Many people who
I can see that.
but extremely wealthy.
Right. Right. No, I mean, I see that. So it's diverse. So it's diverse. It's diverse then, really. So it's diverse.
If you look at it, like in the north, they have their own kind of music. You
Yeah,
understand me? Yeah, you
yeah.
know that. I get. I think you said you have family members in the north, right?
Yes, it's more the north is more the music, right?
Abi, are you not the one who said you have a family member in northern
Yes,
Nigeria?
I got family member in the north. Yes, I got family member
Okay,
in the
good.
north.
So they have the kind
Yeah,
of music. Yeah.
yeah,
So you can
yes,
see
I know.
so the
It's
music.
more of
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, no, I heard. But it's just
So if you
most of the
so
music industry is in the south there.
yeah. So as you see, the music market is diverse. So you have other kind of music. So it's not just one straightforward kind of thing. Even you who have
No,
R&B,
no.
you even have those that are into R&B. You have a musician called Johnny Dre. Johnny Dre does
Okay,
R&B. Yeah,
okay, okay. No, that's good. That's good. You know, because it's the music industry is quite big in Nigeria. But
no, it's
I
big.
know for a fact the north. Yeah.
It's big because
And
currently,
the movie as well. Like Nollywood is actually big right now,
yeah,
right? And a lot of people are
currently,
watching it now.
the Burna Boy charges $1 million, Davido 600, Whiskey 1 million, Rema I think 200,000. So then
Wow,
Asake 100K, $800K. So they are
wow,
making money. Yeah,
wow. It's Burna Boy is from London, isn't it? It's from the UK.
you said
It's Burna Boy living. Is he not from the UK?
no. He was born in Nigeria, but school in the UK.
Ah,
Yeah,
real,
yeah. You know
real.
the family. I think yes, Burna Boy's mother, that is the let me say Burna Boy's grandfather managed Fela Kuti, was Fela Kuti's
Right, right.
manager.
So he's already in his blood. He's already in his bloodline.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's big time, man.
most of the big artists already have a lineage within the music industry. Because even Davido, doesn't he come from like a relatively wealthy family and so on?
Yes, yes, yeah. The
Yeah, he's
the
one of the most
the father
influential
is
artists in
the father
Nigeria.
is part of the 1% in Nigeria. Yeah, very
Yeah,
wealthy.
he's. In fact, I think he's the top dog, isn't it? Davido is the top dog, right?
Yes, 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 yes. I mentioned his name. I said he charges $600,000 for a show. Yeah, he's the
Yeah,
top
he's the
dog.
top dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, top dog. You
Wait,
know what is
which
my
kind?
favorite? Davido is my
Naira,
favorite, still.
Huh?
Mm.
Naira, or which currency?
Six
Here you
hundred
go, stop,
thousand
bro.
dollars.
Obviously,
Come on,
dollars, bro. Come on.
dollars.
Yo, by the way, Burna Boy stole my money, fam. I was supposed to go to a concert. This is like
Yeah,
just before. It was around December. No, no, no.
yeah,
Obviously, I'm joking when I say he stole my money, but he was having a concert in Mauritius at the time when I was there, and this was like
yeah,
2019. So just like when COVID hit, but like
yeah,
when the lockdowns were about to happen. So
Yeah,
we bought the tickets like 2 months ago, and then
yeah.
COVID hit, lockdowns happened, they canceled the concert. They said they were going to do
Oh,
the concert later, like when lockdowns are over. But the lockdowns took 2 years, so they just canceled the event with the
oh,
money.
but listen, he's coming to South Africa. You are in South Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go if it's gonna be
Yes,
around Joburg or something. I'll probably go.
yes, 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 yes. I think what's the name of the popular stadium there? I think it's what's the popular stadium?
The Coca-Cola Stadium. Yeah,
Yes, yes, yes,
that's where
yes. He's going.
everyone does their concert.
Yes, he's going to perform there. Yeah, I think this month ending or so. Yeah,
Yeah, all the artists come there.
yeah. So,
It's like the UK's version of the O2.
yeah. So, those guys are making money. They are making crazy money.
yeah. Yeah. Listen, yeah. You putting them Jamaican artists out of work, bro. UFC.
Even you said
I say UFC. I say the Afrobeat artist is putting the Jamaican pocket, bro. You know. Because they saying
Yeah,
you putting them out of you're taking their market away.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to the younger generation, niggas have never listened to reggae or dancehall or any of that shit in Africa. I don't think I've
yeah,
ever heard
No, no,
anyone
no, no, no,
my age group ever
yeah, I know.
listening to reggae
My
or dancehall or anything.
yeah. They have never.
no,
You are
but
right. Many of
it's
them
the
think just
To be
generational. It's the
honest with you,
generation.
okay, I can't speak for older generations, but for younger generations, it's either they listen to something local, uh, Americans, the rap, American rap, or they listen to Afrobeat. It's one of
yeah,
those three. It's not like any other stuff.
you are right.
Yeah,
Abby.
it's a yeah.
Yeah, reggae was for our parents' generation, man.
Yeah, but some
But
of us also listen to people
dancehall is
like
not
them,
long, you know. Dancehall.
Buju Banton, Benny Man, uh, Sean Paul, uh,
Nah,
what's the other one?
if you wanna talk about
Shaggy.
reggae, you gotta
Uh,
remember
ah,
it's Sizzla and
E-
Capleton are the main guys,
Egypt
yeah.
and is it Vice Cartel? Yeah, some of us listen to this kind of music too.
Now
Sometimes,
if it's conscious vibes, UFC if it's conscious vibes, it's three artists. It's Luciano, Sizzla, and Capleton. These are the
yeah,
three
Sizzla. Yeah,
guys.
Sizzla is good.
Capleton and
Sizzla
Luciano.
is
These
good.
three guys
That's
are the
good.
only
Even
three guys that
is
survive.
it the other one, Moldova?
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
These guys are the only guys that still survive. The rest of them all dead. But yeah,
Then
Afrobeat took over this dancehall.
way back, I also listened to this. May so rest in peace. Lucky Dube. Lucky Dube was good. Also,
Lucky Dip was Africa though, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. It was a mega. It was a mega superstar. It was like his songs.
yeah.
His song was big in Nigeria.
How did he got
When I
shot?
was
How
growing
what
up,
happened to him?
my dad always plays songs.
Yes, even me.
Yeah,
I remember when I was really young. You know, my
my,
family
my dad
playing
my dad was a
them.
fan of Lucky Dube.
Yes, he was. What happened to him?
He did not. I didn't know the guy was from South Africa. I always thought he was from Jamaica. When
No, no,
if not
happened.
when he died, that was when they said the guy. I was like, really? I said I didn't know this. I thought the way he sings, I thought he was in Jamaica. So I just be the guy's from Jamaica. I didn't know he was from South Africa.
Right, right, right.
UFC, do you guys listen to Black Coffee? Or did you
Yeah,
used
yeah.
to listen to it back when you were?
No, I listened to Black Office. Black Office dope.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
yeah,
guys, we've got
FA,
a new
bro, that guy, there
panelist.
was a time where that guy was huge, man.
He's
Like
still
he's still
huge.
big, but
Yeah, guys.
yeah,
He's
I'm
still
Yeah,
just
guys,
saying,
we've
huge.
got a
like
new
around
panelist.
2010 and so on, bro, that guy was untouchable, man.
Guys, are saying something.
Currently, he's very. He might not be too popular in South Africa. I don't know, but internationally, that guy is
No,
popular.
he's still popular, bro.
Yeah, guys. Let's
No, I'm
listen
saying
to the new panelist quickly. He can introduce himself.
Okay,
Go
B.
ahead, B1.
Hello.
Hey,
I
what's
was
good?
hey everybody. I was listening to your conversation about about Black Americans, and some of the stuff you said was not true. Like for example, you said Black Americans don't have wealth. We have about $1 trillion that we have to spend annually,
Oh,
and if we didn't have wealth, white people wouldn't be around us so much,
oh,
trying to get that money from us.
mm. Give me
Another
a
thing you
break.
said that Another thing you said that black didn't build stuff. We built stuff like Black Wall Street that was destroyed.
Okay,
And we do
okay.
build. Sorry.
I said I heard. I know that. So where's the current Black Wall Street? Can you name me? Tell me the location. Let me
You have
find
to
it
let him finish.
and check it
You have to
out.
let him finish.
Good
Let
point.
him
We're
finish.
trying to build one up in our own special way, but we don't have one yet as we had before. But it's very hard to build one when you're being sabotaged by
By
people
who?
by people with trillions of
Wait,
dollars.
Smith, UFC, you let him finish, man.
Yeah, it's
Brother,
kind
where
of
you
hard
from,
to.
by the way?
I'm from America, but I lived in
Are you
Nigeria
from the
for
island?
No. I'm from America.
Oh,
I live
your
in
accent sounds
Nigeria.
Caribbean. Never mind.
No. Sorry, I'm from America, but I lived in Nigeria for a decade. They came back to America,
Mm.
so I've lived in both
Are you
worlds, America and Nigeria.
ethnically? What are you?
I'm Black American and African combined, half African, half Black American.
This guy's in Nigeria.
Half
Guy,
half
what's the brother
Nigerian.
you speak where?
I'm sorry,
What's your
Like,
tribe? You're
what?
Nigerian, basically, right? So you're
Um, um,
Nigerian,
I,
half
I'm 50,
Nigerian.
I'm 50% Nigerian.
Okay.
Yeah, my father's Nigerian, my mother's American.
okay.
Yeah, but that's
Wait,
what you
did you
said.
find this
Uh,
channel from the everyone versus Nigeria debate?
No, I found it from YouTube. It was recommended by YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Are you subscribed to One Man?
I just did.
Oh, okay.
No, he's subscribed to my channel. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So B1, yeah, go ahead, make your full argument, guys. Let's give him, since it's his first time on the panel. Let him express his thoughts out completely. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Thanks so much. It's very difficult to build another Black Wall Street because when we do, it is sabotage by white supremacy. Because if we have another Black Wall Street, that will give us political power, which they don't want. So you can say, hey, why haven't you built one? Because it's very hard to build one when you have people with trillions of dollars trying to hold you down. So yeah, so it's something that Black Americans are trying to do. It's a work in progress, but it's not fair to say, "Hey, you guys have done nothing." When we do stuff, it is sabotaged. I guess say the same thing about Liberia on a different topic. Liberia probably would be great if there was not people over there on white people, white supremacy, trying to keep it down. Now,
but
Okay, but
that's,
brother,
P1,
we had
P1,
no. You see how this conversation?
are
Wait,
you sure
Snake man.
you're not
Let's
trolling?
be no, Snake man.
P1 is
Let's
trolling.
be civilized here.
I'm sorry.
You see, brother, the reason this conversation started is I don't know if you know him. There's a guy called College Innocence. He's an African American. He said that when his people were in charge when over Liberia, Liberia was somehow the most successful African country, so on and so forth. But we have Google. We can just Google Liberia's GDP per capita at the time. We can Google Liberia's GDP. It was still one of the poorest countries in Africa, even back then. It was just a few African American elites who were working on the behest of white corporations in America to,
Mhm.
to churn out raw materials that were doing well. So, this idea that Liberia was this successful African country until the people rebelled and a civil war started, that's not based on any facts. It's just fantasy. So, that's how we started this conversation.
Okay.
Do you have anything to input on that?
Yes, my thing about that is that is probably true. Yes, correct. Liberia probably was never developed, even when the former slaves from America went over there. But my argument for that is that when Africans try to do something on their own, there is a white supremacy people that come over like France, Britain, to exploit the people, to spoil things, and so on. So what you said about Liberia is true, but also there's the other side in which we are not doing a good job in fighting for ourselves and having putting ourselves in a state whereby we can develop stuff. That's
Okay,
the point
brother,
I'm making.
we can accept that on a larger scale. And I'll even give you that when it comes to with what you guys were trying to build within America. But in
Right?
Liberia's case in particular, even the black Americans that came there initially was they were even from the beginning they were being funded by white people. That land was given to them by white people. So they were collaborators. They weren't like people who were being undercut by white people. They were working for white people.
Have you ever known a situation where white supremacy gives black money to develop themselves and not always be over under the foot?
Yes, brother, that's exactly what we're saying. We're saying they were collaborators from the beginning. They had no intention of developing Liberia. They were there to exploit Liberia on the behalf of white Americans or white corporations in America to churn out raw materials for them, cheap raw
Okay.
materials, using the slave labor from the native Liberians.
Okay, then somebody might argue too is that Sambado came into power and he is not from the slave line from America. How was things under Sambado? And what did he do with Reagan?
Sorry.
Somebody might argue then Salvador came into power in Liberia in 1980 or thereabouts, and he was
Yeah.
working with Reagan, and he was doing the same thing that you said the Black Americans were doing.
Yeah, of course. But let's not act like no. We're just talking about. We're not saying the Africans who took over later succeeded. Like we can all see, Liberia is still a poor country, even on African standards. We're just saying this idea that Liberia was thriving before and now it's doing bad because of the Samador and his people taking over is not true. Like it was always poor before and after Samador, and
Okay.
even before him, during his reign, and even after him.
Okay. Yeah, but regardless, a key point I think I should make is that when blacks are excellent people, we are very strong, we're very smart, we are very industrious, we can do stuff. But the problem that we have and all over with blacks is that we let other people spoil it and ruin it for us. And that's something that we should fix. Now, saying that XYZ has never done anything doesn't really help that case. I think it's better to say, hey, let's stop other people from ruining our stuff. We can do stuff. We have did it before. Egypt did a lot of great stuff, and we can recreate the excellence that Egypt did if we focus on being excellent and focus on not letting white supremacy ruin it for us. Would you all agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree with
You
them.
sound
Cool.
you sound a bit Liberian also, bro.
Yes. I'm not Liberian, but I know a lot about history.
You're Liberian, but yeah, I can tell my mate you sound
No,
Liberian because
no, 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 no.
I
I'm
speak
sorry. Oh,
Liberian.
no, I'm
Oh,
not Liberian.
hold on. Landlord,
What?
as men, I
My
wouldn't
mate,
like
you
hold
sound
on.
Libero.
As hold on. When people use this word white supremacy, I cringe. Sorry, they are not supremacy over not over me. It might be you. I don't see them like that. I just see them as a competitor. You understand me? You guys can keep
Yes.
on calling them white supremacy. To me,
Um.
they are not. In
That's
my
fair
view,
enough.
in my worldview, they are not supreme over anything or over me. I just believe they are just the people who know how to fight for their own interests. You understand
Um.
me? So if we
Yes.
don't fight for our interests, that's on us. This constantly white supremacy is the reason why we are failing. Is the reason why we are doing this. It's fake news.
I like how Professor Blackshoe put it. Call it whatever you want. Give it whatever name you want. That is
See,
fine. But the
let,
fact is
you know
that
what
they
you
still have
see. The
power
reason why
and
we
we don't.
always look for someone to blame is to run away from our responsibility. Because when you find someone to blame for anything, you if you observe, look deep down your mind, you have some certain peace of mind. Okay, this is the person. Okay, this is the person bothering me. You understand me? If you can point finger, but if you can face the truth and say the problem I'm going through was caused by me and find solution, lasting solution.
Yeah, that's
Africa
good.
as a black people as a whole, we have created a mess. We need to see our first step is to be always do what is right. When we see people, even if they are our friends, they are doing what is wrong, we stand against it. Encouraging, we need to discourage bad behavior. Then we need to learn how to practice delay. What they call it?
Gratification.
Thank you very much. And invest our money. Other people are doing it. Even Asia now are doing it. They are successful. Even India. The people who control, see, as we speak right now, Bentley, Rolls Royce, guess who are the owner of the company as we speak? India is owned by Tata Motor. We can do the same. Go out there, compete with these people. Don't come online and cry white supremacy. They stop you not to build a whatever Black Wall Street. Come on,
I mean, in terms
let's
of
be straight.
UFC, in terms of Liberia, I already explained it earlier in the beginning of the show. I'm not
No,
going to go
see,
back
I'm not
into
talking
that.
about Liberia
I
here.
know,
I'm
but
speaking
yeah, no,
about
I'm just saying.
Africa
I'm
in
just saying,
general. I'm
my
not
bro.
talking
I'm just
about
saying.
Liberia
I know
here.
you're not. I know you're not. But it's just my response to, to the general conversation, not to
Okay.
you, bro. But
I'm sorry.
in terms, yeah, in terms of what you said earlier about your spending power, absolutely. You have one of the biggest and African American that is, but it's all about opening the tourism industry, like what some guys are already doing, visiting Africa and spending the dollars and visiting your ancestral home. And obviously, those that got the money to invest and invest instead of, you know, having white supremacists coming over. So you actually, if they want to be part of it, they have a role to play. So this is how we say it. It's all about game of interest. That's how the world operates today. It's
Right,
capitalist market.
correct.
You know, so
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
So I'm
sorry.
gonna cut.
I'm sorry. I think you guys misunderstand me. I'm not. I'm not here saying white supremacy is a cause of a problem, all our problems, and that we should not do anything about it. What I'm saying is that we should identify the problem and
Okay, hold on.
fix it.
B1, B1,
Right? Yep.
B1.
Yep.
There's a Nigeria. Hold on. There's a Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco stock market. Did the white supremacy come in and stop those markets for growing, or for people of Africa descent to invest in those stock market? Did they stop it?
What do you
No,
do
they
in
didn't.
Liberia? What do you do in Liberia?
Oh.
Right? Oh, am I wrong about that? What happened in Liberia when Gaddafi did something that was against their interest and will hurt them? The stuff you are saying doesn't hurt them, so they are fine with it. But the point is, I'm not saying that white supremacy should stop us from doing work. No, what I'm
Hold on.
saying is that
The
okay.
reason why they were able to attack Libya, for example, is because of our weakness. Because black people are the only people who will go to bed and just sleep off. There's a reason why these people they have nukes. They spend billions of dollars for security. But what are we doing? Come on, we need to be men. We need to wake up. We cannot continue to blame another race for our problem. Many of Asia countries also were colonized by British and other countries. But look at those people. Look at, okay, even America went to war with Vietnam. Look at Vietnam as we speak currently. Look at their position in the world.
Yeah,
These
UFC.
people,
This is why.
after the war,
This
they
is
dust
where.
themselves up and proceed and move forward.
But this
Can
is
we have, if
where.
the
This
funny
is
thing is
where.
that, brother, Al, these
Yeah.
people are 5'2" in their, if you look at our feet, they are 5'2", 5'3". That's their height. Small men,
No,
they can do all those things. What are we? We produce 7 feet
that is
tall,
true.
8 feet, all the feet. But what are we doing with our brain? It's always cry. I get the reason why the world hates us. Other race hate us. I get it. I don't feel bad about it. Because if I were in their
UFC.
shoe,
UFC.
I would
You need to go on Brandon's show, bruv. You love it because that's exactly what he always talk about: personal responsibility.
Can I say something
Brandon.
too?
Pan African strike back. Things like this. Is what we've been advocating alongside Pan Africanism. For me, anyway, that's my mentality. Pan Africanism, but at the same time, you know, personal responsibility have to come. You know,
this
side by side with it.
yep.
Let me tie into that. Sorry, let me tie into that. Um, in order to solve a problem, like if you're addicted to alcohol, to solve it, you first got to identify the problem. Honestly, once you identify the problem, then you tackle things to solve it. When I talk to Black Americans, I say, look at China. China had the same problem that we have, in which other people were dominating them, like Japan, really messed them up. They identified the problem and they fixed it, and now they are a superpower. So when I say white supremacy, I don't mean I'm blaming them for white supremacy.
Hey, B1.
B1, are you
Uh,
Nigerian? Your connection
okay,
disappeared.
B1. Let me explain to you. Let me tell you what the Chinese did. They sent their people out. A lot of them went into sensitive position abroad. You know what they did with their smart brain? They steal information and send it back to their home country. They didn't invent anything. They just copy. Just like as just like as Nigeria copy what they call it Amapiano and had their own this thing to it. That's what China did. We can do it also. I've asked this question before. How many Nigerian spy or South Africa spy or whatever spy, black spy, have they ever arrested all over the world? None. None.
Um.
I
No,
mean, get me
you
one.
don't.
Let me find one.
Okay.
They arrest.
Let-
Hold on, hold on. I will say they'll say they arrest this person for espionage. Well, name me one. We are not serious people. Don't see. I'm not going to join people that keep on blaming white people for our problem. I'm not part of it. You guys can gather in one group and be crying together. I'm not going to involve myself. Or you
No,
can.
no. Hold on. I'm not saying that I'm blamed them for a problem and I'm stopping at that. No. Now we can disagree on the cause of a problem, but we should agree on a solution. In China case, what they did was that they sent people out to learn technologies, and also they said, hey, American companies, if you want to work in our country, you got to have 50% ownership of local people in companies. That's how the local people learn the technology. And that's in
See, let's stop the simple I said. They don't just learn it. They steal trade secret also. They stole a lot of trade secrets from America and European countries. They did it. Even if you look, there's a reason why Americans government they banned American citizens for buying a Huawei, the phone, the Chinese phone. There's a reason for that.
um the main thing they did was they had foreign companies come to their land, and they learn technology from foreigners, and also they have people go abroad, learn technology, and bring it home. That's how they developed it. And we can, yes, as you said, we also can do the same thing too. But why
Yes,
don't we?
but the thing is, what you you have seen there's a couple of things that developed China is
No, Caesar, you don't need
the
to.
guy
You
the
can
guy.
spy for. I agree with you. You can spy for South Africa. At least South
Oh
Africa is
yes,
part of
yeah.
part of
Let
our.
me
Caesar is killer.
let me let you on open secret. A lot of technology that we use is open source. You can easily find it online. So you don't really have to steal a lot of technology.
No,
Only the extremely powerful stuff.
hold on,
Like
hold on, hold on,
how big
hold on.
computers you can
Hold
find
on, let
online
me
for
explain
free.
to you what I'm saying. Recently, a Chinese woman was arrested. She was a chief executive in Coca-Cola in
Right?
Atlanta. She was arrested with Coca-Cola trade secret. He wanted to
Correct.
sell it to a Chinese company. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not telling you open source technology here.
What I meant that
Do you know
a
do
lot
you
of
know
technology that we have
do you know
available is
the lack of
available.
the lack of patriotism is one of it because people don't love their people and their nation enough to be going out there on a mission to steal for their nation. You know, we don't have that mindset. So we
Correct.
talking about people that actually, you know, have that ingrained in them from generations. You know, so that is what we need to change to, you know, to start with before, you know, we can even imagine in doing that. Sending some coon from Africa as a spy, you know, he as soon as he lands in Europe, he's gonna report himself to the police and say, you know what, the African government, I need asylum. The African government send me to spy on you guys. Can they pay me? You know what I mean? It's like it's
Oh,
Right.
crazy,
let
but
me break
because
this
we're
to
not
you.
patriot, yeah.
B1,
Yep.
the current deputy secretary of treasury, I guess so, is a Nigerian. The current secretary of defense is a black American. So we have people in sensitive position. So I'll keep asking this:
I
what
mean,
are they doing?
the second most powerful
No,
man in the
that's not
UK,
how.
the second most powerful man in the UK is from Sierra Leone. You know, the foreign secretary is from. So, you know, what is he doing for Sierra Leone?
Thank you very much. So
Mm.
let's keep blaming white supremacy. They gave you
No,
chance.
hold on, no. I'm
Keep
no, don't twist my words. I identified a problem, but I'm not going to. But I'm not saying we should just point at them and not do anything about it. No, I'm just saying we should
These people came to Africa to steal. But for you to do the same thing, it's not. It's a big headache to you guys.
What did I steal?
I said they came to Africa. They steal our things. They steal
Who?
our resources.
I
They
I
steal
didn't steal
some
your
of our
resources.
history.
I didn't-
They do a lot of things. It is see you guys that are living in diaspora. It is your turn to do the same thing. Some of you are in a sensitive position. Do something for
no,
your
no, no,
community.
no, no. Okay,
Okay.
but okay, no. You don't understand how it works. Like Camilla. Camilla is in opposition because she does what her masters want. She is not
Uh,
pro-black at all. And he's black. They put people in sensitive position because they know how they are and how they work against the black people. That's how politics in America works. No,
okay.
and also we can have a discussion all day about opinions and feelings, but the fact is, black people globally are messed up. How do we solve it? And what can we individually do to contribute to a solution? That is something that I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out and contribute to. Are you doing the same?
See, okay, let me tell you something. As we speak right now,
Yep.
there are Americans in jail in North Korea, in Iran, in Afghanistan. You know why? Most of those people went there to steal for spying purpose. Even in Saudi Arabia and even in China, they went there to spy, to get information. Why are they doing all those things?
So,
It's for their country.
USC Superfan, so I want to respond to this because I think this is a very interesting topic you're bringing
Okay.
up. I think that if Africa is going to follow that approach, it is going to be completely different. It's going to look different, and let me tell you why. So China and Russia, when it comes to corporate espionage, they're massive. You're right. They come over here, they spy, and they bring it back. Right now, what's the difference? And I'm not saying that we can't do something similar, but we have to acknowledge there's a big difference. China sends people over here, the government. So let's say you pick the top 1,000 smartest kids below a certain age and you turn them into spies and then you send them to America. The same thing happens in Russia. They have a massive program where they're selecting the top talent in the country and preparing them to be spies, sending them to America to get information, right? So this is not just random individuals that are spying and bringing it back. No, these are people that were trained to be a spy, sent abroad to come back. In Africa's
Right.
perspective, here's the difference in Africa, right? The people who
Right.
left in Africa tend to be refugees, people seeking asylum, economic refugees. A lot of these people that leave in Africa, many of them don't want to come back. It's completely different. You're talking about someone who fled a civil war versus someone who was set by their government. So that doesn't mean that someone can't love their country and come back and give information, but you can't compare the two because they're completely different. You see what I'm saying? I was not trained by the Nigerian government to spy for their behalf. I got here on my own merit, right? So it's completely different. I don't have a connection in the government. They do. And also, one more thing.
Yep.
Most of the spying that China does is because Apple will go over to China, build a phone there, and then Chinese factory workers are making the phone so they get the information that way. That's how most of the spying goes.
Correct.
Most of the people
Correct.
think they're coming over here and they're spying. No, all these American companies build their tech over there, and Chinese people are the one building it. That's why they have so many lookalikes. So that's my answer to that. Yeah.
Okay. So cool. So let's stop. So let's sit back and think about it. So Africa, black people, Africa, in Brazil, and so on, everywhere. Our problem is that we don't have people with skills needed. One and two, that we don't have atmospheres whereby people with skills want to work in Africa or black neighborhoods. So the solution would be to create an environment whereby people can go abroad, learn skills, and bring it back home and use them in the homeland. Right? Cool. So let's work towards that. We can
Right.
talk about it all day, but we need work to get results done.
Actually,
And
let me
progress.
uh,
make a
sorry.
quick comment on what Caesar said. Actually, I think Caesar is correct in this one, right? Why I say this is because if you look at the Chinese government, if you look at India government
I,
as well,
I agree with you.
these companies actually this government support these students. I actually used to know a lot of Chinese students when I was in the UK, and what they do actually, first of all, they restrict the travel of the students. So even going to France, which is a country right next to the UK, they have to get special permission from the Chinese government. And here's the thing: when they go back, there's a job waiting for them. So what the governments do is they empower these people, they do fund them, they empower them. When they come back, they look, okay, you've done the studies, you've seen how they set up their businesses, their industry. What can you do right now that you can immediately start start to build? And the government helps them. I think that's really the main difference. We as Africans, I think we're falling under the same problem of believing in these Western ideals, democracy, and as in we believe in these ideals more so than the idealists themselves. Meaning we got to do what works, and I think ultimately that's the difference. So yeah, 100%. African governments need to support people in their businesses, and when they go off abroad. For example, let me give you a really simple example. Right, we know that the cocoa bean industry is a highly lucrative business for the Westerners, Belgians, and all those big companies like Cadbury's, chocolate, and everything. Okay, great. How come? Right now, all we do is just talk about asking for so-called fair trade. No, what we should have done a long time ago is not even make the full chocolate, because there's a brand to it. We don't have the brands yet, right? We can start trading, but the market is abroad. So what do? We add so much value to the chocolate to the point whereby all they're doing is just putting their branded products on it. Then you close the market. But the issue is our governments, I doubt that they'll support us.
So so I'm sorry.
I mean,
Okay.
see, Kaiser, do you know one of the trade deals that the UK did after Brexit was with Ivory Coast, right? This deal that they made with Ivory Coast, I think, I'm not 100% sure, I only read the paper briefly. It actually allows Ivorian to manufacture their own chocolate and actually export it to the UK. So it makes me wonder, how many businesses in Ivory Coast actually try and take advantage of that deal,
Hmm.
you know? And at the same time, yes, in the UK, the Chinese students are one of the biggest spenders. I think they come to the top. Even in the city where I live, there's Chinese students everywhere. Most of these new developments around the cities, like all these new flats and stuff like that to rent, is for these Chinese students. They come in, they study, sponsored by their government, go back, invest. And also, there's another factor, in this. My late dad used to live in Ohio, and he used to work for this, around this, because we know in the north, like Detroit and Ohio and all this part of the world, used to be the factory of the world when it comes to manufacturing, right? And years ago, most of these manufacturing companies were moved to China, and that enabled them to actually gain a lot of knowledge, in this kind of thing. Oh, I mean, the Chinese and in fact Taiwan, they've been manufacturing for years, and obviously move on to China and so on because of the industries that move to China for cheap labor. So there's different things that come to the play come to play. It's just not one solution. However, the government, the only way the government can get involved is basically, in terms of business, is making the roads and transportation, making all the facilities, all the infrastructure there, for businesses to thrive. We can't expect the government to deal with everything, but having a spy or intelligence is definitely necessary for any government, but it should be in the culture, and also it should be in like entrenched in the institution, because that's part of their national security per se. Yeah.
Yep. Also to that point too, let's be honest. Governments in Africa, like Nigeria and so on, they probably won't put a lot of effort into what we are discussing. So it's probably a good idea for business people to step up. There's a lot of money to be made. Like in America, the like Amazon is not owned by the government; it's owned by an individual that started it and shareholders. And even Elon Musk, he started his Tesla, he started his space company and so on. It's businesses that took the effort to develop technologies to make money. So maybe African businesses can step up and have people send abroad, come back home to develop industries. Not government do everything because it can and it won't in some cases.
Yeah, sorry about earlier. My connection went off. I think so. Let me add my point here a little bit. If you notice, all the African billionaires are billionaires, what I call low-hanging fruit billionaires, or $5 billionaires, right? They're all in industries that are very, very necessary. aka they will never make a loss because everybody needs cement to build with a growing population, so they can always export their the materials, especially when they get single government contracts to do so. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is, really, when it comes to African development, either one of one of us does something really big and makes that network ourselves, which I plan to do as best as I can, but we can't rely on that, right? The main thing is government here, actually, and I know UFC doesn't love the government, but the government has to support you because, look, people like Elon Musk and Amazon guy and all these guys started their companies in their basement, right? PayPal, etc., and grew it and then sold it and then opened up all the other stuff. The thing with entrepreneurship,
Hmm?
when you're dealing, say that again.
Oh, no, sorry, no. It's nothing. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. So when you're dealing with these sort of companies like that, one of the issues is there's no African billionaire who actually does risky business, aka tech, something that will take a long time before they start seeing the money come back in. And I think that's where the government has to actually come in and let's do a PPP, right?
Right.
Public partnerships in some big businesses. A simple example is oil, right? There's no way an individual can just build an oil company and wait until 20 years to recuperate the finances. That's just not going to happen. The government has to support them on certain prices of the buildings that they're going to be operating with. Even the government, for example, can actually produce a government can actually provide the land, right? What I'm trying to say is, we have to, as African countries, evolve from just believing in the Western free market capitalism from the 19th century, from Adam Smith or whatever. We need to integrate and start using models that take into account what China did, what India did, and some of these other countries that came from the so-called global South. I say, look, there's no need for me to go have to go buy land myself, then set up a school or a factory. That doesn't make sense when the government has so much land. If the government can easily leasehold me that land, all I have to do now is just develop on that land, and then the job is already half done. So that's my contribution to that area.
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to say on
I mean
that.
that's a good input. I will give you the Dangote that we talk about. It's I think Dangote 20% of it is actually belong to Nigerian people. I mean the government. So same thing. So they obviously give him that guarantee there. So I think some governments are already doing it, but it's not done as you said in a large scale. And also a lot of the business owners in Africa, like those average business owners, some of them probably got like 2 million, 3 million. If they can all come together and have a system and build a franchise that way, and with the guarantee of the government, because that's what business sometimes they need that security or guarantee, have the safe environment, and also they have a bit of insurance, to say, well, if you actually gonna tumble, we can help you a little bit, stuff like that. That's what we need.
Yeah, so let's stop and think about it. Um, if you want government to do something, you got to give it a reason and incentive to do it. Like, let's look at the American beef industry. Meat is very expensive, and a lot of people will not pay a lot of money for beef. So what the meat industry did is that it lobbied the government, it gave some company donations. In exchange for the company donations, the U.S. government subsidizes meat. So meat is cheap.
Yeah, I think your Nigerian internet keeps going off.
People, I mean, the business people can say, "Hey, government, do this for us. Here's campaign donations. The government can take the risk, and that can support industries." Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is that we got to identify problems, identify solutions, and identify people who can work on solutions.
Yeah, so I think what you guys were saying is interesting. The kind of solutions I would like. So
Okay,
even
Caesar, hold on. Let me say this. Caesar, you know the guy that created, that was part of the founder of Andela and Flutterwave. You know the guy?
I
yeah,
don't.
Good. That guy went to school in Canada. I saw one of his tweets. He said the company he wanted to set up while in Canada, it didn't work out. Then he sat down and think. He said, okay, Since because he said Canada is already developed. Let me go back home and try this in Nigeria. What happened? He successfully created two companies that became a unicorn. That's how you get things done. He said he decided to leave all the comfort in Canada. Go back to Nigeria.
So
So
wait,
you see,
here's the thing about the flutter wave solution, because I've thought a lot about the flutter wave approach, right? The
yeah,
problem with the flutter wave approach, and this is the battle that everyone's having, us comfy Africans that live in the West, is the flutter wave approach will not lift up Africa in the long term. I don't think so. The reason why is Flutterwave's headquarters is in San Francisco, right?
I agree
Basically,
with you.
so yeah, the Flutterwave approach is look, like I'm Nigerian American. I go to some white people. I say invest in my company. My company's maybe like, let's say 50% owned by white people. Let's say I own the other 50%. That's a successful win if I can do that actually.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah,
it's headquartered in America. So I mean, this is not really anything that's gonna uplift Africa should be headquartered in Africa owned by Africans, right? So but yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, the funnel approach is interesting and it's useful, but most of the profits aren't going to really help us necessarily.
then
Uh,
what I'm trying to say is okay. If you look, even our people hardly invest in idea. They don't. They hardly part away with their money, but they rather that money they rather spend it in buying liability like Rolls Royce and other useless things. But
so
to
I
invest
actually,
in
I
idea,
actually, I
no.
actually think Nigerians that come, Africans in general that come to abroad, I think they actually do spend a quite bit amount of their income back home. It's just they don't invest it in actual businesses. Tendly, they tend to invest it in building houses, farms for other people. You know,
And
they
thank
don't.
you, fund to other family member. That's all. They don't like.
It's
They
not
are
really
just like
real businesses that we want to see, but that's because you can't really have a business in Nigeria and be in America or be in the UK. It's difficult. But the main thing I wanted to bring in was this:
or you can invest. You don't
you
need
can
to go back to run the business. You can just invest your money while you live in America.
well, maybe
That's hard.
the main point, the main approach I want to see Africa take, right, is so the government, you know, can help push. Can it? So I want things legalized. I want the government to like back off and let states kind of do their own thing, right? The government. I don't really believe in this whole like high IQ government solution. I think if you let every single, we have like like maybe 10, 15, 20 governments all working simultaneously competing. That's what I would like to see, where every single, you know, there's a lot of competition going on. There's freedom to move. If this state doesn't work, I go to this state. This state, that competition, I think that's the only thing for Africa. This idea that, you know, the government's going to come in, start investing in people, that's not going to happen in the next 20 years. Let's be more realistic, right? That's kind of how I look at things.
Yeah, I mean it's a short time and you know right now we need to go through for things to work. We need to use the hard way and just get things moving. And obviously, I think both of you, Kaiser and Caesar, is kind of right. Where I could be persuaded, even though I believe in free market capitalism, to actually edge, to the tiny bit towards the left and say, you know what, let's get government involved in it, just to kickstart things. And when things start, moving forward, then we can get some of that money back by, taxing, these businesses. I think a lot of countries have used that system, and also we do not tax, enough in Africa. A lot of people just want to get nice things from the government, but they're not willing to pay the tax. We need to
Caesar,
start paying taxes, and I don't
Caesar,
think
I,
government
I,
is collecting enough tax.
I'm sorry. I gotta get going
Caesar,
soon. And thanks for the conversation. It's pretty interesting. And take care,
you wel-
guys.
you're welcome, Caesar. Like
Take
Nigeria, for
care.
example, there are a lot of problems to be solved in Nigeria. Some of those problems, if you can solve them, you will become billionaire instantly. A lot of things in Nigeria that you can solve, you will become extremely wealthy. But you see,
You're
the
right.
thing is that many people are not willing to do because it is hard to solve all these problems. Very hard. People are not willing to do the hard work. So that's just the thing. We are too afraid of hard work. Like that's just the fact.
Yeah, and
If you look
also
at
how many
Nigeria,
billionaires?
there's the reason
Yeah.
why there's too much conflict in Nigeria. There are many unresolved issues. We rather just abandon the issue and let it linger for long. We don't. Nigeria hardly resolve any issue. Everything. If you look at even the civil war, for example, Nigerian government have not been able to just resolve the issue fully and put it into rest. Everything is still hanging there. That's why there's so much tension in the country.
I mean, UFC, you're
Yeah.
right. There is a lot of money to be made in Nigeria, in Africa in general. You're right. There's a lot of money to be made.
Yeah,
So everything else is just an excuse. There are massive issues, but in the end, there's a lot of money to be made, and whoever solves it is going to be rich. So you can't
very
cheat
rich.
on that. I agree with you on that. Even though the government's not really helping, it doesn't matter. Uh, there's a lot of money, and the population boom is the biggest thing. The fact that there's going to be, I think, like 1 in 4
Caesar,
or 1 in 3
let me
people are going to be African by
So,
2050.
let me ask you a question,
Caesar,
Caesar.
Caesar,
Let's
the law protecting the tech in the tech sector was passed last year here. Was
How
put into
many
legislation.
how many billionaires do you have in Nigeria that can actually put money together and set up a solar panel, solar, energy, and
That,
say, you know
so
what, the
that's
government is not doing it,
see there are
right?
there are a lot of people with money in Nigeria. There are a lot of people with money.
Yeah,
That's
that
the
will help
fact.
the grid and put that solar energy right into the grid, so that could increase the power supply in the country, and while they actually are making money at the same time. So I don't
Yeah.
know why these things are not happening.
Okay. Let me explain this to you. Okay, a lot of you, all of you know about Davido's dad.
Yeah.
Davido's dad is in
Not
the
really, but I will
educational and
listen.
the power sector. That is the two sector is involved in. You understand me? So it's part of the he owns part of
Is it
the
is it the
distribution
governor? Is that the
company.
governor? Yeah.
No, Davido's dad, not the governor. That's Davido's called uncle.
Uncle.
Right, right. Right.
That's the uncle. I'm
Okay.
talking about Davido's
Okay.
dad. He's
No, I don't know. I don't know.
involved in the energy industry. So he owns part of the distribution company in Nigeria. So there are a lot of people, even Femi Otedola also the same thing. It's part of even Tony Olumelu. So those are the major player in the power sector or energy. Let me
Right,
use the word energy sector. Yeah.
right. So if you have more of these people in the country, to put money together in different regions, and get all their wealth and the
Okay.
talent together.
Okay. Let me say this. There's another
Mm.
sector I believe no one has been able to dominate or even go into is the commercial agriculture.
Yes.
That's it. Not this small farm. We are no. A large scale of
Yeah,
farmland. They
industrialized.
I'm
invest
starting.
in
I'm starting to see them in the southwest and the southeast. I see them. I've been seeing people post pictures of these crazy mechanized farms.
Right.
But you're right.
the
It's
one
not
that
enough. You're right. It's not enough. Yeah.
it's not enough.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We need serious commercial agriculture activity in Nigeria. I think that will employ a lot of people.
Yes, you definitely need that because of the population, and also, I think Nigeria in the future you will need more land for the population because if you look at how the
No,
population is expanding and
see,
the size of
I
the
don't
country.
know. I don't know where most of you are
Maybe
from.
maybe you need
You
maybe,
can
maybe you need
travel.
to start maybe you need to
You
start talking to us from the further west.
Okay, let me tell you something. You can travel for 2 hours or more. All you will see just farmland. I mean, not just bush, both sides of the road. You won't see houses or anything. So
Yeah, that's true. But your
there's
population is
land
bound to
for
is
agriculture in
bound to
Nigeria.
be
There's massive
your
land.
population is bound to catch up with a lot of countries like China and India in the future.
If India and
Because
China can feed themselves, I don't see the reason why we should be complaining for 200 million people.
but your population is gonna be massive, man. Because 200 million is already
But we can, with the land we have and everything we have, we can feed those people if we are serious.
No, yeah, they can definitely feed the people. I mean, look at Bangladesh. I mean, do you know how small that country is? They have like 130 million people. I don't think Bangladesh is even bigger than. It's probably the same size as the southeast. Like it's crazy. So they can
right.
they can solve their issues if they can get it together. Definitely, yeah.
You see,
Yeah, I mean,
Caesar, the problem is that if you observe, there are a lot of people in the country who have this can do mindset. It's always the can do, cannot happen, can do.
do you think
Part of the
because
problem.
positions are given to family members or people are incompetent, and that actually,
You
you end
said
up having, well, do you think because position in Africa are given to family members and,
no, no.
based
See,
on,
if you look
yeah,
at it, since I've been paying attention to the private sector because I know they are the one to save the country, not the politician.
okay,
There is one man, Cosmos Maduka, very wealthy. He's part of the major player in the rice sector. That
right,
guy, when Buhari banned importation of rice, he didn't join Nigeria to be crying online. He involved
right,
himself immediately. He came into that
right.
policy, and he's the second largest producer of rice in Nigeria.
Yes, you know
Serious
what, you're
people,
right,
when,
because I had Buhari talking about that, before,
thank you. When serious people see
yeah, you're right.
opportunity, they embrace it. Many Nigeria were insulting the president. I said, guy, this president just created multi-millionaire, even billionaire. I said Nigeria rice this thing ahead and ahead will normally import $5 billion worth of rice
And also,
every
do
year.
you know what I find shocking? Yeah, that Nigeria is actually manufacturing vehicles in the
Yes, of
country,
course,
but
yeah, yeah.
but but people are, and politicians are going outside the country and buying foreign-made vehicles and leaving their
Okay,
own productive native
let me tell
goods
you
in
what
their own
that guy
country.
needs.
That's the begin. That's really fucked up, bro. Honestly, because
It's
you need
fucked
to
up.
support
The
your
funny
local
thing is
people. Yeah.
that the guy have all the machine, all the robotic machine that he used to put. I have seen what Amaya did a interview with the guy. I saw all the
Yeah.
machines there. The guy is doing a great job. Even sometimes he do make a truck for the Nigerian military.
No, but it's struck. Our government in Sierra Leone actually have purchased some of his vehicles, and they seem to be more better in our roads than
Thank,
this foreign vehicle that we're bringing
thank
home
you very much.
because they're made for the continent. We need to promote stuff like that. Rest in peace, Sankara, bro. What is wrong with our leaders, man? Where we actually, we're so dumb and doomed. We just hate our. What's wrong with black people with self-hate, man?
See, the thing is that we hate, like for instance, Nigerians. We love imported goods. See, I don't know who used that to. It's like they did something like this. Should I use the swear with foreign goods to Nigerians? Nigerians love foreign goods.
And those foreign goods were made by foreigners, employed, putting food on their tables and stuff like that. Likewise, you got your local, brother setting up his own business, trying to employ your own people,
If
trying to pay
if
tax
you
into
look
your
at
government,
if you
and
look at
then you ignore him and he goes somewhere else and go and buy, some other goods and bring it in, and
yep,
then trying to strangle his own market. Basically, that's how. I mean, we need to change our mindset. It's our mindset that need to change.
yeah, we need to. I agree with you. We need to change it as soon
Mm.
as possible. We need to because this we cannot do it. We cannot. It's the major problem. Those who are serious, they sit down and see all kinds of opportunity all over the place. The good thing is that some of them have the money to carry out some of those to finance those projects, but some of us don't have the.
Even those corrupt politicians that stealing money. If you're gonna steal the money, you're gonna be so corrupt. You're stealing the money. Just invest it back in your country and give it back to the people. Give them jobs. Give them something to look up
No,
to.
no, there's this thing. Before I always believe the politicians are the richest in Nigeria. They are not. I'm telling you, see, the Nigeria private sector, that's where you find
Of
the
course,
people with the real
the
money.
private sector is.
Yes, that's where the
Yeah.
money is, not
I,
the
you'll see. So
politicians.
I kind of do agree with you. I do think there is a race between. I mean, the U.S. the private sector beats the government every time, right? And it's the same in Africa. As the private sector speeds up, the private sector will beat the Because I'm just looking at look at all these lists of the things that the government has banned. For example, there are fields that the government isn't even aware of that they haven't even thought about banning or regulating yet. So if you're a smart businessman, you get into it, you dominate it. It's kind of like Bill Gates
Yep.
and Microsoft, right? Microsoft,
Yeah.
the government never regulated anything in tech because they couldn't even spell tech until Microsoft was already a big, massive country, company, international. Now they're scared. They want to regulate it. Same thing happened with art is going on artificial intelligence in the U.S. The government or Facebook, they didn't even know. The government didn't even know what Facebook was until Facebook was already so big, and now they're just. So you're right. Even in Nigeria, there's tons of fields the government cannot really. So it's like a competition in a way, and you are right. If you are innovative and you work hard, you can make money and outsmart any stupid government policies. If you truly
Yeah.
love your people, yeah, of course, I agree. Sure.
Okay. Caesar, you see, uh, I watch UFC. That's MMA a lot. You know, MMA was started in the 90s, late 90s. Dana White and one what do you call it, Las Vegas billionaire family. They went ahead to bought UFC. They bought UFC for $2 million. Then they sold UFC in 2000, I think 2015 or 16 or so. They sold UFC for $4 billion. As we speak, the value now is about 12 billion. And UFC and WWE just merged together. Together now they are about $20 billion company. This, you see, they started small and they built that company to a larger scale. That's how you do things. The government didn't involve. Even it took time. Did you know who legalized the sport in America? It was John McCain, late John McCain, Senator John McCain. He was the one, they lobbied John McCain to pass all the necessary things that they need to protect this thing, the organization. They were already doing it when the thing started blowing up before they involved the government. The government it will be there for you to later,
Mm.
okay, they will come in. But at least you
Yeah.
go ahead and set the thing up,
Well,
get
UFC,
the thing moving
what do you
first.
think about what do you think about Tyson Fury and Ngannou then?
No, we all know that Tyson Fury will win that fight. Let's be honest. But I want Igano to make his money, so I want Igano to make his money. Deserve that bag.
Yeah, yeah, because Fury is hard to
Yeah,
get through, innit?
because
I mean,
Nowadays.
Tyson Fury
we
is
don't have
is a big
Nigerian
boss.
UFC. That would be a because all the talent is Africa. Africa has the best talent when it comes to basically everything. When fighting,
Let
are you
me
kidding me?
let me tell
If
you
we
something.
have UFC
No,
headquartered,
no, no. Let
Lagos,
me tell you. Let me tell
Abuja,
you the. Let me tell
Onitsha.
you the large. Let me tell you the largest supplier of a UFC fighter, Brazil. You
Woo!
understand me? Yeah, Brazil. Most of the fighters in all weight division, they are Brazil. Like most of them, Brazilians. They are. That's the sport they normally involve in. They like most of the Anderson Silva, Brazilian, Amanda Nunes, Brazilian, Jose Aldo, Brazilian. So the all the weight division, Brazilian, they dominate the sport.
The guy who defeated Israel Adesanya, where is he from?
He's dressed for Nigeria, but based in New Zealand. Yeah,
No, the guy that defeated
no,
him.
that's America. It's from it's a white America.
Nah, it's America now. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. But I think he's gonna get it back though, because
Yeah, sure,
Israel
sure,
always
sure. It
struggled
will.
last
That
fight.
was just a bad night for him. He,
Yeah,
yeah, that
was
was
the
just a
fluke.
bad night. I know he will get that bet back.
Yeah, because you know what? It's true. You know
Mm.
that sport is getting popular because most
I
of my
think
boys,
they have already agreed for a rematch. You know, the
yeah,
guy
yeah,
normally, like, I heard that whenever he fights, like, UFC generate at least $100 million. So it
yes,
does.
he's bigger.
Yeah,
He's actually Israel Adesanya is actually bigger than the black.
yeah, it's a
He's
bigger,
bigger than the
it's a
black.
big,
What's her
it's a
name? What's her rock
superstar.
with
Yeah,
him?
it brings money to the company. If not, they would
He's
have.
bigger than the All Blacks. He's bigger than the All Blacks. That's the New Zealand rock with him.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Because
The way
I
the
follow
fight
rock.
ended, if not for his popularity, they would have given him rematch because currently now, this guy, ah, from what's the name of this guy?
What Pereira?
James Sterling. Yeah, Sterling. They refused to give Sterling rematch because those guys, they don't bring the pay-per-view their pay-per-view numbers is very, very low. So
Yeah. So he did not get
because
very
the
much
current
profit for his
champion
fight.
is Sean O'Malley, so Sean O'Malley is a pay-per-view star. So they would rather allow the bet to be with the guy. So it's all about money anyway.
Of course, this is all about money, man. I mean, even
So
heavyweight
what we are
boxing.
discussing here is that yes, government is good, but we need to first of all set up things first. Let the thing start rolling, and we later involve government.
Yeah,
Thank God, thank God
in
they said,
some
okay, for instance, now, Kamaru Usman set up this MMA fight now. It's normally every month now in Nigeria. It's owned by Kamaru Usman. So that's how you start up something small, small. And people are going there to watch it.
see,
The arena normally feed up whenever
he was
because I do watch it on
he,
YouTube.
he was defeated by one of my friends' cousins still, Liam
You
Edwards,
said
innit? He was defeated by one of my friend's cousin. You
who?
get me? The boy that Kamaru Usman, is it the one that fought Leon Edwards?
Oh yeah, Leon. See. Did you know that fight? Hmm?
Mm,
I was. You see, when two fighters you like they meet each other, the emotion is crazy. You understand? Because of Edward's story, so I kind of even when you win that fight, I didn't feel too bad because of the story how he came from Jamaica and all that. So I can relate with him. So I didn't feel bad. At least
yeah, but
Cameroon
them
had
man,
already make a lot of money.
yeah,
So and all that.
yeah,
So
them man in Birmingham, they different up there. You know what I mean?
yeah,
They go into a
yeah,
kind of know that anyway. Brom
yeah,
Manchester,
Cameroon have made a lot of money because the fight with what's this guy's name? Uh, Masvidal. That fight did
massive,
1.3
man.
1.2 the first fight did 1.3 million pay-per-view. So that's huge. That's
Wow,
millions of dollars.
wow.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
million. So you can do it that 1.3 million times it by I think $79. So you see
but
the amount.
was fist fighting part of Nigerian culture as well?
Ah,
Is fist fighting part of Nigerian culture?
y- y- I would say boxing
Or
and wrestling. Yeah,
Yeah, definitely
they do
wrestling. I know wrestling in the East. Yeah.
yeah,
in the north they
wrestling.
do in the north they do fist fighting.
Yeah, they do fist fight. Now they all guys, you hold one of your hands, then you use one to punch each other.
That's the one. That's the one. That's
Yeah,
tradition. Yeah.
see,
In
that
Senegal,
sport,
they have
that
wrestling.
sport
In
is a
fact,
great sport. What
in
that
Senegal,
what that
in
sport just need,
Senegal, UFC in Senegal, the biggest sport there is like one of the biggest sports is actually
is
wrestling.
wrestling.
They're doing it, yeah.
There's a Senegalese wrestling. I know. I do watch it
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's
Yeah.
you're a
Yes, I
follower
like
then.
anything combat sport. Yes, I'm game. Boxing, MMA, judo, and all the rest. I watch. Grappling also. I watch everything.
No, but
And I also watch football. Also, although my club is dead currently, so it's always hard to support club that keep on losing all the time.
yeah, but did Danconte was he gonna buy Arsenal and something went wrong?
I don't think it's ready for that because Arsenal. Well, I'm not. Well, let me not insult Arsenal because I'm not a fan anyway. So let me just relax. At least my club is not doing well, so there's no need of insulting Arsenal either.
Do you know what? If you was to, man, me and you gonna have a UFC war, bro. Because I'm a
You
good at
said
you. I say if you was to insult Arsenal, we're gonna have a war, fam.
no,
We
no,
gotta,
no. I'm a Manchester United fan, so
yeah, we're
we are
gonna
not
have a
doing
war.
we are not doing good.
Because I'm Man United. Come on, man. How
Yeah,
can you
Man
support
United. Yeah.
United, bro? How can you support Man United, man? Come on, Lord. That's not a team, bro. You keep spending money, you think money is gonna win you games. You get me? You keep buying players
Even
and
they are
all
not
them.
buying the right. They are not buying the right player.
Yeah, Man United is a
The,
laughing stock now.
yeah, I think they would have purchased this guy that Man City bought. Is it Alanda or whatever they call him?
Wait, are you guys seeing what Saudi Arabia is doing to the world football?
They
Yep,
monopolizing the whole thing.
yep,
They're paying everybody.
yep.
Yeah,
So
Because
are
you
yeah.
know what?
and
See,
then wait, one more thing. They bought those two massive teams in the UK, right? They have Newcastle and another one, right?
Yeah.
yes,
So
including
what do you guys think about that? Saudi Arabia taking over.
not just
You,
Saudi Arabia. You
do you
said the
know? Do you
Gulf,
know
the
the? Do you
Middle
know
East.
the? Do you know?
Because look at it,
Yeah.
Qatar own a Man City and a PSG. So the Middle
Listen.
Easterner, they're just buying up club and players. So it's
And they just
crazy.
had the World Cup. They just had the World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you know what? Yeah, the Saudis are not, and the Qatari, they're not just investing in football in the UK. But let me tell you one thing: the UK economy it was heavily dependent on the Middle Eastern money and the Russian money. And obviously, coming out of the Brexit, that made it even worse for them, for us in the UK in general. So the Saudis are not just in the football; they're buying into different sectors in the West as we speak because they're trying to diversify the economy and the Qatar. And if you notice in the
yeah.
UK,
Because those
the Arab people, in fact, I believe they give their citizens money, just like the Chinese, to come and buy into different companies in the West, and obviously get some of these expertise to bring back to their country. So
I
they are
think
doing different things.
I
They are
think
doing different
we
things.
are drifting from the conversation. We need to stick to business because today we are discussing about business.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I just done.
Change.
That's exactly what I just
No,
Yeah,
done.
Kai's
sports,
in the stream. If you
sports.
look at the
Yeah,
title,
change the stream title to sports in Africa. Should we invest in? Can we use this as a foreign exchange? Because if we had like the best performance, think about it. We got the talent. We just don't have the system.
yep, bingo. We have the talent. We just don't have the system or the yeah. Like we don't have the big cameras. Like you know what O'Shea's doing? The pen. If we just have that kind of camera quality, and you put some guys fighting in any random city, I mean, people will watch. You just keep pushing.
Bro. If you literally get the rules set up, the money, the pay per view, you can put it up on all these websites and Rumble. You could make bank. The problem is, like I keep saying, the African leaders in power and everything, they're not progressive. That's the issue.
No, we
They're not
don't
Yeah,
need them. We don't need them. You have two
No,
or three high schools. You go to
Hazel,
Kenya. You get
Yeah, go
some
ahead.
knuckleheads in Kenya. Some kids with some big muscles. You get in a fight on
The
TV.
problem is it's illegal, man. You
Hazel,
gotta
you
get the
don't need them.
government
For
involved.
instance, you see that
yeah,
northern that one they hold your hand up. Is it Dembe they call it? See what Dembe
yes,
just
yeah,
needed. Dembe need investor. Just need
yeah,
to polish it up, create a form of an octagon or stage where they can present, then take care of the fighters, then
yes.
put it
Yeah,
on
yes, yes, yes. What do you think about Dangote trying to spend 300 million to buy Arsenal rather than using that 300 million to set up a league in
it's
Nigeria?
not ready now. It's not ready for it's
No,
not ready to
no,
buy.
I'm saying the money. Why couldn't he use that money to set up a league like in Africa or at least in Nigeria, promote the Nigerian league or invest in the Nigerian league and develop it? I mean, I don't know what it is with our people. We just don't believe in uh, just getting things done at home. Like we don't. I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
kind of you keep saying government. Like people will say government's not doing it, but the individuals can do it. They just no one is willing. We
Thank
just don't
you.
believe in ourselves. We
Mike,
don't.
Mike,
We don't
Mike,
believe in
You
Mike.
ourselves.
cannot involve government in
Yeah,
everything.
yeah, yeah. I understand, Mike, my brother. What I was gonna
If you
say
look at
is,
see Kezo, if you understand America's system, you will know that America government is working for the private sector.
Bingo.
The government
American
don't create anything. All they do is when the institution or individuals create it, government just
in
coming to
fact,
cash out. They just come in to
in,
make rules and take
in
take their
fact,
cuts. That's all they
yeah,
do.
in fact,
You're right.
in,
The
that's what American
you're
government.
right.
Mike, Mike,
The government that
Mike.
backs off completely. They don't even tax businesses really. So yeah, you're right. The
Yeah,
government backs off. They don't
Okay,
make any
let me
rules.
say
Yeah.
when
they're run by the market. The
Buhari
market
went to
control them.
Washington D.C. to purchase aircraft, when did you know who signed those documents? They were officials from the Z Lucky Mountain, they call them. Yes, and the Nigerian government, but U.S. government leaders were there. But those are the people who signed this thing. So American government is working for their private sector.
In,
That's what they're doing.
in America, businesses don't pay taxes, but people do. I pay
Thank
more
you.
taxes than Warren Buffett. Can you believe that?
Caesar, if you
that's
think I'm
yeah.
lying, if you think I'm lying, check out the politicians. They all have stock in all these companies. Am I lying? They all have stock in all.
Most of them do. Most
So
of
they
them
But
do.
all
Kat, are you saying that fighting is illegal in Kenya? You can't start a UFC in Kenya as illegal or something?
Yeah. Yeah. See, the issue with like places like Kenya is they have really strict laws. Here's the thing, right? Africa it's an oxymoron, right? It means you can set up businesses easily. If you pay people off, you can get it done. But that's not really what we're looking for. We're looking to grow the business to be big enough that it's making change. So the problem is they'll start coming for you. You got to get this license and then that other license and that license. You got to agree so many hands, and you can't just legally just set up a business like as easily as it is in the UK or US, where you just get some safety parameters. It's here the police will come to your place, even if you got the licenses. Just be interfering with you.
If you are foreigner, you go through all those headaches. But if you are a Tomi, like in Nigeria, you won't go through those headaches. Just meet, go to the spot, this thing, sign this thing, go to those who check for drugs and all those things. You sign it's done. Set up your this thing. You are good to go. It's not that hard.
You have to grease a lot of hands. That is true. I wonder, but do you include that in startup costs though? Can you just write it off? Say these are the startup costs. You're gonna have to grease some hands, but that's just startup costs. I mean, it's not they're gonna stop you. I'm thinking if I start a league in Imo State, no one's gonna stop me. They just want to be bribed, So just know in your mind, I have to spend this much money on bribes every month until
so Caesar, hang on. So if you notice, right, the UFC fighters and all these sort of companies and everything, right? Sure, a lot of people go to the live shows and that's where they get some money. But if you notice, most of the money comes from advertising and online pay-per-views, right? Meaning it's like I keep saying, there's so many low-hanging fruits, right? Setting up like a sports, like a really good sport, maybe it's fighting, any type of fighting, whatever is popular right now, boxing, MMA, and exporting that right online, just get a nice studio set. Doesn't cost more than $2,000.
Oh, hold on.
Decent
studio. Yeah. Let me break this to you. ESPN is paying UFC $250 million yearly to stream those fights in their platform. You understand me? So even if UFC it doesn't even do any pay-per-view, UFC is good. If they don't do any pay-per-view fight, they are good. So the American market is crazy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this is perfect example of where we can just export, man, get foreign exchange all at once and build, obviously, an employment for young men, etc. Or women, depending on the sports, right? So it's one of those things.
So you didn't really explain the restrictions in Kenya, though. I'm not completely. You think you have to bribe some people?
There are two Kenyan fighters there.
I'm still confused on what the restrictions are. Okay, you have to grease some hands. Okay, grease some hands. What else? You could put it on a website like rumble.com. I mean, I don't understand how the government can really mess with you other than they say it's illegal.
Oh, right. So, okay, good question, right?
Caesar, if you want to set up anything sport activity, just go to the sport ministry in Nigeria. If it is the minister or whatever, commissioner of sport in that state or whatever, those things can be done. Normal, see, waiting with they call corruption. Now America they call lobby. So let's use the word lobby. You have to lobby. That is normal everywhere. But in Africa, we call it corruption. Yes.
Yep. It is some form of
Well, the only difference is no written contract. That's the only difference I'll say. At least you lobby. I don't know if lobbies are written though. I mean, maybe it's more documented. The bribing is scary a little bit only because, okay, you pay someone a bribe 1 month. Next month, they see how much profit you're making. Now they want a higher bribe. It's like, F off, bro. But I see what you're saying. Stop. I still want to hear what the real restrictions are, though. Yeah.
You understand how? You guys are talking about football earlier. Hey, you guys notice like in EPL or just in football, it's more about the coach now than players. Like the team is more about a coach than the players. Like you can have the best players on your team, you don't have the coach nowadays. You're not performing. It's
Yeah.
really more about the coaches now. Like if you look at EPL now, like it's really the team with the best coach that perform best. Even the team with the best players don't do shit. Look at
They
Chelsea,
don't
they're
do
not doing nothing. Like
Yeah.
Guardiola, for example, like it's like the new squad this year.
Yeah.
It's almost like Manchester City change half of the squad every year, and they still play
Yeah.
the same, they still dominate. Like
yeah,
literally,
dominate.
Guardiola style of football. The guy's like, he's the team. It's really not the players. You can't say it's the player
Yeah.
that's making Man City win. It's just Guardiola.
Yeah, it's just
And it's
Guardiola.
funny.
Because if you look at it,
It's
since
funny. You see that Guardiola.
Alex Ferguson left Man United, we have
It's
been
been
on the
over.
down. It's
Yeah. You see
crazy.
that Guardiola. Yeah. You see that Guardiola
It's
when he
like
come to
when
when he came to England. You
the
have
guy
seen. You
left.
have seen one
It's like
second, bro.
he
See when
placed a curse
Guardiola
on
came to
Man.
England. You see when he came to England. Yeah. He came here with that Spanish racist mentality. Yeah, he managed what he did first. He got rid of the Toure, Yaya Toure, and Colo. Remember that's where they was, and Vincent, and he kept
I
company.
don't believe Guardiola is racist,
Talking about
man.
Yaya
Come on, man.
Toure?
Let's stop
Are you
it,
talking
man.
about Yaya
That
Toure?
he got rid of Yaya Toure when he came, innit? He had problem with him, and some of the black players until he realized these are the guys that was there before. That actually, the fans loved these players. You know what I mean? And they started settling in slowly, but as time goes on, they settle down. But to be honest, a lot of English people don't like him because they think this guy just came over.
Let me be fair with you. Let me be frank with you. One thing
Yeah,
I learned about Guardiola, and I've read about
yeah,
him, and if you want to be successful in life, you have to have the attitude of Guardiola. You
Yeah.
understand? That's the guy. That's his principle. He stick to what he wants to do. Stick to what he knows his craft, and he goes for it. And if you stand in my way, he push you out. He does. He's not looking at faces. He doesn't trying to impress anybody or trying to please any player. That's his principle.
Yeah, but
yeah.
That's just what it is.
he needs
He's
5
very.
million
And
USD to
He's a
win.
not. He's a
He's
narcissist,
not.
Mike.
He's not like
Very narcissist.
Mourinho. He needs to have the best players in the world that can pass like Messi to win. I mean, you can't just give him a regular player and he'll just win. He needs Messi.
no,
You like, come on.
he doesn't have Messi right now. He
I know
doesn't need.
he
No,
needs
Guardiola.
that can touch like crazy. I don't know. He seems like a.
No, Guardiola is winning. That's all I care about. He's winning. He's like the best coach probably in the history of the game. He's winning. People can call all that, talk all that crap. Like he came. What's his name? What's the authorities on his racist? I'm like, you're out of your mind. When Guardiola first got to Barcelona, Guardiola don't give a shit about your talent. He knows how to
You
win
know.
games.
You,
Let me
you
tell you
know.
when the first time when Guardiola
Yeah.
first came. Wait, hold on. When he came to Barcelona,
Mm,
when he came to Barcelona, I know the first thing he did.
no.
He got rid of the best player in the world at that time, Ronaldinho. And everybody was like, what?
Oh
He
yeah.
came to Barcelona, the best player on the team was Ronaldinho. And he got rid of him. And people were like, are you kidding me? The best player on the planet. You got rid of him. People were like, what are you doing? He said, no, I know what I want to do. I don't need it. I don't look. You only bought too much. You entering the talent of Iniesta right there. We are Iniesta there, Xavi there. No, these guys are too good. He knows football in and out. He don't understand what it takes to win. It's not the
Yeah.
individual.
No,
The guy
you can't
changed
take
the yeah, he got rid of Ronaldinho. And from there, they were winning, whipping everybody's ass. And next thing, later on, he got rid of Eto. When you give him attitude, he get rid of you. He doesn't give a shit, you guys are saying it's racist. He did it to Zlatan too. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
No, I think a lot of black players don't fit his
No,
playing style. I don't think
Zlatan Ibrahimovic ate him too. Like, oh, I don't like you. I'm like, dude.
no, Mike. I think a lot of African players don't fit his playing style. The
They
only
don't have the African player don't have discipline. I've talked to a lot of guys that we just don't.
No,
We're very
the issue is
no.
discipline. I don't think the issue is this. I think it's our power passes, strength. Anyone who relies on strength.
No, one thing they always say, but I play football a lot, I play soccer a lot, and I play on the coaches. And one thing there's known the African guys are known for is the mental discipline. The mental discipline, like literally, I don't know about nature. We're just stubborn by nature. Like literally, I play in teams where it's mixed, and the black player who just have that attitude, especially where coach would design a game plan completely. Like this is it. from 90 minutes, and a black player at one point would just forget about the game plan and just do something else. I mean, it's kind of so that thing frustrates Guardiola with the African players. Like, look, yo, listen, this is it, my way, or just do what I say from the jump to jump, from the beginning to the end. Our nature, African man, we just naturally don't. Even in our society, see the way we do things. We don't follow traffic rules. We don't. It's just that nature of the black players. And most people complain about that thing. You know, I play in leagues here in America where every coach, I know even referee, say, man, you Africans, man, you just you're too stubborn. Like, why can't you just be disciplined and just follow even if you don't feel like doing what you're told, just do it, man. So I think that's the thing. That's the issue Guardiola had with the black players. Eto, Yaya Toure. Once you start arguing with me, I get rid of you. I don't have time for this shit, you know.
Yeah, he was a straight guy, and he can. I mean, he can see the guy. You know, he's not fucking about. You know, but
You know, Gabriel Jesus that just went to Arsenal. He said Guardiola literally.
So we bought him, but he's actually doing all right for us. You know,
He doesn't care.
Arsenal at the moment, we're actually doing well. I reckon we're gonna win the league still. You know, depending on what happened to Man City. You know, they're the only one that hold us back. You know, they held us back this year. But the reality is, we're gonna keep fighting for that top place until we win the league. Because you know, we haven't won the Premier League since it became the Premier League, and
Oh,
that's because
Arsenal.
of money. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm rooting for them this year. To be honest, like they're
yeah.
really.
We won
Hey,
the FA
guess
like
who?
6
Guess
times.
who? Guess who? Guess who? Raised the coaches coaching there. Ateta. It's Guardiola.
You know that, but that's
He's
his
more than
players.
taught him football. You know. So I need to go on
But,
that Guardiola, man. It's gonna teach me
but you
teach me the
see,
secret of the game.
do you know Arsenal used to be a military team? You know that the Arsenal Regiment in Highbury. You know that's where in Woolwich Barracks. That's where they came from. Arsenal originally were a South London team. That we came up to the north and bullied Tottenham up there. Yeah,
I really
so
don't know shit about England, to be honest. I'm too much.
England is a complicated place, bro. All these teams that you see, yeah, like West Ham, they're the Hammers. They
You know, I
done
always find it funny. They have about on the Premier League. They probably have about 10 teams from London.
yeah, they have bad teams in London, and right now, like teams like Luton and and um and what's his name? The other team. There's another team that's coming up, and even team like Brighton and stuff as
Mike,
well. They're
Mike,
coming up.
Mike, Mike.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah, man.
That guy went on speak just on that B1. That not be Nigeria guy.
Who?
One B1 when he talks in Africa, America.
We come earlier. I didn't really listen too much. I missed
Okay.
some.
Let the man be, man.
Yeah,
UFC,
no,
UFC,
listen,
UFC. Take the gloves off. Take the gloves off.
yes, I kind of find it strange when our people, like Nigerians, be claiming white supremacy. It's like when they use that word, it pisses me off. Come on.
And everybody's, people are being indoctrinated now. Like everybody's listening, following somebody. You know what it is? No, this is what it is. You know, like back in the days, like the old black world, we all like just look to Black America for, the leadership of the black world, black race, because they are the one being, promoted on media, on a mainstream. Because before social media was mainstream media, and if you want to learn about black world in the news or in the world global news, it's the Black America they talk about, or they are the one talking. You understand? They are the one. So, and then in entertainment as well, they are the only one. They are the only one being promoted. So everybody look to them like, oh, these special people, you know.
Yeah.
But until you come to America and meet them, you realize that these are not people you want to follow. You know. So what's going on is they're the one pushing this white supremacy going all over the social media. You know, people like Omar Johnson and all the, fuck the white man, all those shit. And then some blacks from other world that's looking to them, like they still have that mentality that I gotta follow these people. They starting to adopt that stupid mentality too. Like, hey, to hell with the white man, all that stuff,
Wait, but guys, don't you think it'd be better? It's better if we're gonna talk about a problem. Wouldn't it be better to talk about white supremacy and Arab influence versus us gang up on each other, which is what we usually do?
Well, I'd rather talk about. Listen, if I want to tackle a problem, I tackle it from inside out. You know, the like they would say in Africa, the kola nut, the ants inside of the kola nut is the one that's killing the kola nut, not the one outside. if you want to solve your problem, you start from the immediate, the one closest to you. Why would I be spending my time talking about a white man that's miles away from me when right next to me is the black man that wants to finish me, that's finishing me, like freaking, like, you know, that's the immediate danger. I got to deal with they say before you go to war with your enemy, you go to war with yourself. You
Don't you
understand?
think a lot of our
So,
leaders are influenced by these foreign actors, and some would say these foreign countries have more influence on our leaders than we do?
exactly. So you deal with your leader first. You deal with the problem, the ability for them to be able to come
Okay.
in, the
And
internal, the
it's more
internal.
complicated
Caesar,
that we think.
No,
Caesar.
what I'm saying is, first you want to do is eliminate the ability for them to use people within you. And how do you do that? You find out how those people are being able to be used, and you take care of that. You take care of
Yeah,
your environment for where you secure your environment, lock it where they can't penetrate it, and then you cannot face them. But if your environment is still wide open for them to easily penetrate, and you thought facing them, you're wasting your time.
Mike, I hear what
Caesar.
you're saying, but sometimes
Caesar,
I
if you want to hold on, Caesar, if you want to know that these people they care about their survival, look at Russia. The people they are fighting, those people they are brothers and sisters. They
who
go, they all live in one country before. Ukraine and Russia, are they not
Exactly.
brothers and sisters? They
Russia
were
sees
one
Ukraine as the
country
immediate
before.
threat. Russia is not focusing on London. You say no, Ukraine, you're too close to me. I gotta deal with your ass. I leave London alone for now. Because you are
So,
right.
so
Yeah.
how is that related to this? I don't
so what
connect the
I'm
four.
trying to say is that these people we call so-called white supremacy, they will do anything to protect themselves. They don't care if they hurt their cousin to make that happen. It's only us in Africa we want to play this moral game. I don't give a fuck.
Well, do you think
I
the
want
I don't think the white supremacy thing is a moral thing. I mean,
see see
I
see see
fit way more comfortable with people who
Caesar,
than like
Caesar. They
Africans.
are not stopping us. For instance, did they stop China? Did they stop Singapore? Did they stop Malaysia? Did they stop Vietnam? They will even see. Vietnam went to war with America, but Vietnam currently, as we speak, they're in a better position than Nigeria.
You
Tell me, who
see, you
Nigeria
see,
don't go war.
you see, does it even make sense that people this world, the way the world is one person who's gotta go be fucked up for another person who gotta get better. You understand? Like one person gotta go down for another one to come up, kind of like this, like that. So the world we live is a world of competition. Everybody
Yeah,
wanna it's
that's
like the whole world is fighting for resources. Whatever there's resources, they want to have it. Everybody's
yeah.
getting on the table negotiating. The Africans are playing this. Oh, look what you did doing to me.
Yes.
Okay, for example, Europe needs your resources to fuel their industries. They need your uranium to light up their freaking cities, and they have to get it wherever, however they can. And you are crying, pointing at them, complaining about them. Are you kidding me? How about you look inside and figure out how to scale your stuff internally so you think they're gonna stop because you're crying? They're gonna stop stealing from you because you're crying.
Two
Okay.
different things going on. Acknowledging white supremacy is different from crying about it, right? You can acknowledge a problem without crying about it. Now, here's the second thing. Do you believe African leaders believe in white supremacy? Most African leaders, do you think they believe in white supremacy?
Bro, everybody knows what's going on. You telling me the African leader doesn't know they're stealing it from them? They know.
Wait, so
Everybody knows that.
African leaders believe in white supremacy. They believe white supremacy is real. They believe it.
Bro. This real white supremacy, all that stuff is just a bunch of buzzwords, man. The real thing is a bunch of buzzwords. Every human being is the same. Dude, this white supremacy, white racism, we're all freaking the same. We're all tribalists, and all people are the same. Listen, we're blacks, we tribalists too. It's no difference between racism and tribalism. It's the same goddamn thing. There's no difference between a white American calling me a monkey and a black American calling me a monkey. It's the same goddamn thing. So you're saying somebody don't believe in white supremacy? No, the other word is just buzzword. African leader, no, white man is tribalist, looks like another African. Every human being is the same.
Mike,
The game is,
do you believe a white person can be African?
what do you mean?
Do you think a white person
You
can
can't just use the word. There's a difference. Are you saying African in terms of nationality or citizenship or race? What are you talking about? You can't just use words. I'm not fool. They just argue blindly. You can't just say, can he be African?
No. I mean, I'm not trying to get you. I'm just trying to see your perspective. What does the African mean to you? Just answer it like that. Is African a citizenship to you? Is it like a religion? Is it like a spirit? Is it a race? I mean, it's up to you. I'm not trying to get you. I just want to see what you think. Do you believe a white person can be African?
No,
What
for
it
me,
depends what
let
your
me
what you define as African.
Mike, I just
Ah,
want to see his opinion. He says it depends. Depends on
no.
what I mean.
What do you define as African? Yeah, are you saying in terms of nationality?
Uh,
Wait. Okay, let me give you an example. If a constitution of Kenya say, hey, if you cannot be a citizen of Kenya if you are not if your skin is not black, and the constitution of Nigeria say you can be a citizen of Nigeria, it doesn't matter if your skin is white or black, then you're asking me who's an African. I can't give you an answer because in one society it depends on their rules. In
okay,
one
Mike.
country,
Yeah,
say you can be a citizen, and if someone becomes a citizen of a place, then he's a member of. He's a member. Like I'm an American, right? Because I'm a citizen of the United States.
Right,
I'm
Mike.
also in Nigeria, exactly. So
Let
the
me reword
question
it.
you're
You're right.
asking,
You're right. Let me reword it. Could you see? Could you see a white person as an African?
you keep asking me the question. You got to put it in proper context. In what context?
Do you like when you see a white person says, "Yeah, I'm African. I was born and raised in Kenya." Do you believe them? Like, oh yeah, he's an African.
He's a citizen of Kenya. He's a Kenyan. But if he's saying, but now if you ask your
yeah,
question, like, is he
he's
indigene?
a Kenyan.
If you ask me, do you see him as an indigenous Kenyan person? I would say no, because he's not part of any of those ethnic groups.
Do you see him
But if
as
you
a
say if he's a citizen of Kenya by document, by Kenyan constitution, acknowledge him as a citizen of Kenya, I would say yeah, he's a Kenyan.
okay? So you consider? So you're saying if he's a so you see African as a legal thing? If someone's a citizen of any
No,
African country, they're an African,
no,
basically.
that's not. I don't see Africa in a broad sense like that. You understand?
You don't see it like that.
No, it would depend on the context which you're asking me if someone is an African. It depends. That's what I keep telling you. It depends on the
What
context.
Let's stick with
Mike is
indigenous.
We can even say, okay, for example, okay, are you saying the people from Morocco, Egypt, Libya, are they not on the continent? They're Africans, right? But when people when you say an African, but in some context, when someone say, are you saying black Africans? And I can say, yeah, that guy from Egypt, Libya, they are not black Africans, but they are still not African. So it depends on what context. Generally, when people call someone an African, they're usually talking about a black person, right? But if you're talking about in the context of just a continental the nations within the continent, then you say okay, an African can be someone from Libya, Morocco, South Africa, Nigeria. So it has to be in a context. But when I look at that's why you guys argue 24 hours and blindly in most of these Pan-African channels because you're arguing on different on the different ground. And I'd be like, yo, chill out. That's why when that guy, what's his name, Tyrone, called in like 2 weeks ago, everybody's just arguing with the guy. I'm like, yo, y'all chill out. What he's arguing, the basis of his argument is completely different from the basis of you guys' argument. So why are you guys arguing so blindly? First of all, you need to define what you're arguing against. Like you asked me a question. Do you think a white man can be an African? I don't know. I may be thinking you're asking me, do you think a white man can be a citizen? But it could be that what you're asking me is, do you think it could be an indigenous African? So I may start arguing with you from a freaking different angle. You and I just be going back and forth like we're both stupid.
By the way, I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just curious. So, okay, maybe let's use that indigenous African word that you brought up. That's a nice word. Do you think a white person could be indigenous African?
We all know all the
the
indigenous ethnic
passport?
group in
No,
sub-Saharan Africa, of course, their skin are either dark or they look Abishan. We all know that, so we know that. Okay, he is not. So if you're not born looking like that, then of course we know you're not. It's like saying, can a black person be an Caucasian or indigenous European? And we know that's not. It's not possible. So it's not a question you ask me. It's like asking me can the sky be green or something? It's not possible. You shouldn't ask me that question. It's obvious. You understand?
Let me think of
I
a
mean,
better question to ask you. But
makes
this
sense.
interesting answers, Mike. Thank you. I'm trying to think of a better way to ask this question, but thank you so far. You guys can continue. Let me think.
Yeah, but I don't believe non-indigenous African should be able to claim, being African in the continent. We've already been colonized, enough. But
See,
um,
what you have to
that,
understand is this: it's the rules that matter. If the rule is not created,
yeah,
your opinion doesn't matter. Everybody
yeah,
can have opinion. I don't think even
I,
a white person in Europe, listen, an individual white man in Europe can say, I don't believe a black person should be a European citizen. That's his opinion. Unless you have to make the
no,
rule or
that's true.
get power and make the law, and everybody can take you seriously.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, you're right. And also, I mean, nationality and citizenship should be separated. Like people that come to Europe, just because they're given passport doesn't mean they're really truly indigenous, because they can take that shit from you anytime and send it back to your homeland. So that don't mean shit. It's just a piece of paper. So your country of origin. It's that's what decides. That's what makes who you for who you are really truly. And in fact, based on just an example of what Mike is saying, for example, Liberia, you cannot have um, a Liberian passport if you don't have a black hair, African hair. Is in the actually in the law.
You see how I'll be honest with you, man. You see all these emotional conversation we have, we do all these things,
Yeah,
man. At the end of the day, what matters in this life is resources, power.
yeah,
What you can bring to the table. You can
yeah,
sit there all day and say you only want black man to be the citizen of Sierra Leone. Once you become the president of Sierra Leone today, and your job is to develop Sierra Leonean economy, like
yeah,
get things done, right? And a
yeah. Of
white
course.
man, listen, a white man,
I'm a very open-minded person. I
listen.
just want
You
the
can call
right
yourself the
people for
most.
my country.
And I'm saying this to let you know from one life experience I had
Okay.
in Texas. There was one white man, very racist. He has in his office, he has a racist KKK flag, everything there in the office.
Yeah,
And his company, he needed to employ someone to really save his company. Like he needed me. I had his everything he needed. He couldn't find that person to employ for that job. And I was the only person. And the moment I came, he took down all that shit, all that racist stuff. He took it down and started kissing my ass because he just needed me at that time. That when it comes down to your real the gritty of what you want in this life, you're gonna put aside your sentiments, your ideas, your ideology, and all this crap. And I
no,
said that to tell you, you becoming president of Sierra Leone, and you have to save your country economically. Your country is in the brink of economic collapse, and the white man shows up with the capital and the business and everything to turn everything around, and he's
yeah.
asking you. You only have one citizenship left to give out between him and a dusty black man from another country. You're gonna give it to that white man. You're gonna give it to that white man right away.
Mike, are you colorblind? Do you
I'm no. He's gonna give. He's not. See, if he comes to it, the black American guy is coming with the ADOS bullshit, the Pan African bullshit, and that white man shows up, and you're the president of Sierra Leone. You only have one citizenship left to give out. You're gonna give it to that white man who's about to save your country.
that situation is a bit different, right? So let's
No,
look.
that's life. That's what comes down to. That's what it always comes down to.
Let me just explain the difference between nationality. So let's look at Japan, for example. In Japan, if you are not 100% Japanese, you are not considered Japanese. Even if you're a citizen, socially, you are not considered Japanese. They will even tell you you're
But
not.
that's their law, and it can change. One day, Japanese people can say, "No, well, we are changing it. Let's make it."
I'm just
There was a time in America, if you're not white, you can't be citizen. So
Well,
things change.
so I'm just separating the difference between law and maybe I'm talking more of a social perspective. So legally, you could be a Japanese citizen, but if you're not 100%, if you don't look 100% Japanese, socially, you're not considered Japanese, right? This is strange, but that's how they work. So, Mike, my question for you is this: Mike, do you believe in race? Do you think race is real? Just curious. I'm not trying to.
You guys ask ridiculous question. I'm not blind. I see people's skin color. It's different. So why you ask me if it's real? I mean, would I think? Would you think I'm thinking people want to paint their skin like that? You guys. It's like you guys. You guys want to discover what's not missing. Yoruba people say.
I just want to see
You guys, you speak Yoruba now. And when I got those son, you're looking for something that's not missing. You know.
I just want to see your perspective. Calm down, buddy. I'm not. Calm down. So you believe race is real, right?
What do you think?
What do you mean? Why do you always do that? Just answer the
No,
question.
no, no. It's like me asking, do you think car is real? You can see cars every day. Cars are real.
Okay, so you do believe race is real then?
People's skin colors are different. Yeah, we see it every day. What the heck, man?
But you believe it's possible for like a white person can be African in some sense, right? That's kind of how you feel.
A white person cannot be African by race because it's impossible for him to change his race. It's not. But by nationality or by policies, yes.
Okay, so you're saying legally a white person can become African, but they can't really be African, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
dude. I don't know how else I gotta put it, man. I told you, if you say is it by skin color, by race, by melanin, you cannot unless technology comes where someone can overnight turn from one color to another color. Yeah, until then, but as far as now, you can your skin cannot change.
Okay,
I guess someone told Caesar it's not an America, so he's trying to. He's bothered by that word.
No, I'm not. That's not what's going on. I'm actually just trying to see what Mike's perspective is. Actually, that's all.
Someone told you are not an America.
No one could tell me that. Why do I care? Tell me I'm not American.
But if anyone said that to you, but the person is speaking facts, really.
No
You
one
are
has
from
ever told me,
Nigeria.
no one's actually ever told me that in my life. And even if they did, I wouldn't
You are
care.
in America by birth and maybe a document, passport or so, but by root you are not from there.
But who's okay? US, let me ask you. By roots, who's an American?
Hmm. You are right. Nobody.
No, exactly. It's the indigenous Red Indians now.
Yes, the red
It's the Red Indians exactly, and their population is only few left. And
Yeah, you
all
are
these
right.
FBA guys they will come here and be talking about. I look at Danny Sten, I just laugh at the guy. He's talking about this immigrant, this immigrant. I'm like, dude, everyone, this America is everyone is an immigrant. It's an immigrant country. It's literally an immigrant country. Like America was a country where immigrants came and conquered the owners of the land, kicked them off, and then started inviting their fellow immigrants in. And it's been like that from day one. The people that discovered the set up immigration program, that same program is on till today because they need to repopulate the land.
Mike,
And
Mike,
they opened the door, the immigration line, and it was initially it was limited to Europeans, all people bringing people from all over Europe. At one point, they had to change the policy to say, okay, we can't Europeans are no longer interested in flooding in America, so we have to go to another place. And then they started letting the Asians, the African,
the rest
the South
come in.
Americans in. So it's the same. Sometimes I even see some Nigerian kid. You know this guy
Same
named
thing
Prince Daddy.
same thing with Australia.
Yeah, yes, this guy named Prince Daddy. This is a Nigerian guy, and one man went to Moshe. That cost one man went to. He was arguing with me like he's anti-immigration, because he was born. He's an American. So I'm like, it's like when people are born in the US, they forget that they are also children of immigrants. They are immigrant technically, kind of like. And then he's anti-immigrant. I'm like, dude, everyone is America is a goddamn immigrant country, dude. Now because
Mike,
you're
Mike,
He's a
Mike,
Republican, right?
AUFC one
He's
thing.
a
yeah.
Republican. Okay.
You know
I
what? Let me
see.
tell you one thing. What we have in the UK at the moment, we have children of immigrants that's actually implementing the most right-wing policies,
Yup.
in the UK, yeah, than ever. You understand? And the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary, they're both Indians, and the law that they're pushing through against black people and Indians, even the white man cannot even do it, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Because so it doesn't the way the world works today. Yeah, people can push people, to do whatever they want to do. It's just a face. The reality is, we in Africa, like for example, us in Sierra Leone, we already gave Lebanese passport back in the days anyway. But it's about making the law to say, you can have the passport, but I tell you what, because you're not native, you cannot do certain things. You cannot, take the
No,
advantage
no,
of from
to be
yeah,
fair with you, if they
yeah,
want to make a law or policy, say they want to stop something, it's within their right to do it. But my only issue is when people come
yeah,
and start talking, complaining, acting as if you know it's one group of people that are just immigrants. You are not connected to that. That's why I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Everyone got it. If they want to stop it today, stop it. I'm not. If American government want to say, okay, we're handing immigration system, immigration program, we're opening door. Oh, fine. It's not my business. Hey, that's the thing. But the fact that the law,
but
the
what the black
policies,
Americans are complaining about is this immigrant that's coming in their country. They're coming into their communities, and obviously taking their resources away.
no,
But the
those guys,
reality
no.
is,
Let me tell you what they're doing. Let me tell you what they're doing. No, let me tell you what they're doing.
mm,
There's no time in America. I just told you from the beginning of America where new immigrants are not coming in yearly, year out. Even in your country, Sierra Leone, there's a lotto visa. They have to give people year in, year out. America has been bringing immigrants in. Now, this is what they're
yeah, I mean,
noticing. Wait.
we have a
Let me
good
tell you what Black
relationship with
Americans are
South
noticing.
Africa. Yeah.
Chill out. Let me tell you what they're noticing.
Mm.
They're noticing that some immigrants looking like they are skin color as them are now coming in, and it finally kind of strange because it's always been immigrant that doesn't look like them. Like from the beginning, it was always people from Italy, uh, Ireland, and many of them when they come to America, poor. You start off in a poor neighborhood. You understand? That's where if you immigrants are coming poor, start from poor neighborhood, and then when they start making it, they move to upper class neighborhood. It's from day one when the Irish, the Italians, all the people from European countries were coming back in the days. They come straight poor neighborhood. They usually around the blacks. That's why Italians are the one that influence Black American with those culture, black gangs and all that stuff. Because Italians usually where the poorest Europeans used to come back then. The Mexicans have been coming, the Hispanics. If you go to black neighborhoods, there's a bunch of Hispanics living there. Majority of the people always living in the African American community are Hispanics.
True.
So and the Caribbean used to come too, like back then. Now what they're noticing is the Africans are being very noticeable. Like they're being more noticeable because I don't know what it is, the past 15 years or 20 years, the American government they focusing on India, certain countries in the world, because they need what they notice is that they need to create a lot of people in the science area. So they're studying countries where the people there are very like more into these mathematics, science. Maybe students from those societies are kind of like really into science, mathematics. So what they've been doing for the past listen. What they've been doing for the past 15 years is going to those countries and extracting population from there, especially younger. So they go to countries like India, Nigeria, Ghana, and some African countries where they study their education systems, science focus, especially mathematics, So what they're noticing, they're seeing a lot of these Africans in it. So now they're feeling uncomfortable. I won't say they're really feeling uncomfortable. What's making them feel uncomfortable is they're now noticing those Africans are doing better than them. And it's just pissing them off. Like, you now coming here, you're now doing better. I'm saying, every Nigerian, you see driving a nice car, he has some money, and then it's almost like the women are chasing them. The funny thing is that, American girls are very rude. The black American girl tell a black American guy, yo, I like the Nigerian guy better than you, something like that. And that shit will piss him off, So that's what's happening. It's not really like it's anti-immigration thing,
And Mike, you said about the Irish, yeah? Do you know the Irish were the first people to be sent over there as slaves from the UK? The UK used to, in Bristol where I live right here, the Irishman, if the Irishman was £10,000, the black man was £20,000. So because the black man lasts longer than the man.
Your voice is kind of low, man. Can you increase your stuff?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Professor?
please. Be closer to your mic.
Okay, well. Yeah, better. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Sounds kind of the same. Sounds kind of the same.
Okay, let me log out. I'll log back in. All right.
Hey, Mike, to add on to what you're saying, I mostly agree with your assessment. The only thing I'll add on to that is I think it's less of, I don't really think it's, you have those FBA weirdos, but I think for the vast majority of African Americans, their biggest problem is the Mexicans. Like you correctly assessed, the Mexicans are kind of replacing them in their communities, like at extremely alarming rates. Like one funny thing I learned about is like these gangs, there used to be a lot of like African American gangs all across the West Coast and Chicago. And the Mexican gangs destroyed them. Literally, the Mexican gangs.
Yeah, it happened in LA, to be honest. It was in LA at first. Like, I remember in LA, I was around California side in the early 2000s, and they used to kill each other, man. The blacks, it was just in LA. Like, literally, the blacks and the Mexicans, they were gone. I mean, the blacks, the thing is, the blacks, we call the Mexican racist, but the black guys the one that started it,
Well, who won? Who won? Mike, who won?
The Mexicans, of course, will win now. That was the first time I see blacks being scared of somebody else. Like literally, I was arguing with a black American guy. I went to his neighborhood in Long Beach, and he was telling me, "Hey, don't look at them Mexicans, man. Don't look at them, and don't look at their women." He was telling me because he said he was scared of them.
Like numbers. They have numbers.
They have numbers, exactly. The Mexicans have numbers. No, what happened was the thing is the Mexicans they're not here to fight anybody. They don't. In fact, they don't respect the blacks. They just mind their business. They're not here for drama. But the blacks started attacking. The way they started attacking Africans now, like they would start attacking them. No.
They are tough. The Mexicans are tough people. They are just as tough as Nigerians and as Africa. Very tough people.
Actually, Mike, I would say, look, the Mexicans have an agenda that's much more serious than anything you can imagine. Not only do they have the numbers, but if you've noticed, if you go to like Miami, for example, they speak Spanish. And if you don't speak Spanish, they get mad at you. Like I was just at the African store the other day. Some Mexican came in speaking Spanish to me. I responded a little bit, but I'm like, do these people learn English? You go to their restaurants, all the signs are in Spanish. And then the waiters, they don't even speak English, despite being here for years. And it's crazy. Like
Well, they don't have to though. I mean, look at the entire American continent, like the North and South American continent. It's only the United States and Canada that's really English country. The rest of them are Spanish.
But don't you
From,
think it's crazy that they
from
come
Mexico
here?
all the way down, the continent is a Spanish continent.
But
To be
Mike,
honest,
it's crazy how they come here, and if you don't speak their language, they get mad at you. In America, if you
I never seen where Mexican get Spanish people get mad for you. Know they don't do that, man. I don't know where you see that. Maybe in Miami, I don't know.
No, the
I
first
don't.
time I experienced that was in Miami. I'm telling you, I was at the gas station. This lady don't speak any English, and then I said, "Oh, I don't speak Spanish. I'm sorry." You should have seen the anger on her face, and that happened multiple times. I'm just wondering, like,
I find that strange because I don't know where a Hispanic person expect a black person to know Spanish. I don't understand where you get that.
I'm telling you, I experienced
It
this
won't
multiple
even make any sense.
times.
But,
And it was
and second of all, it's not people talk as if it's only Hispanics that are the immigrants, a class of people here. It's actually Indians are here, Pakistani. The whole world is in America. I don't know why everybody focus on Hispanics.
Indians,
Mike,
And everybody have their, even the Asian Koreans are here.
Mike,
they are
Wait,
Cubans.
huh?
They are
Mike, no
Cubans.
Indian would expect you to speak Hindi. What the heck?
Yeah, exactly. The Indians are here. They do their own in their own community. They speak their own little language
they
going
never
on there.
expect any-
If you go to New York, if you go to Brooklyn, that area, Italians are still there. They speak Italians. I'm telling you.
No, but they go
The
into
Koreans are here everywhere, speaking
But
their
Mike-
Korean language. Chinese are here.
Mike, they don't go into your stores. There's no expectation from an Indian
Mike,
person that speaks any
Okay,
Hindi.
Mike, Mike, I want to ask one question. Why is it that minority that become what they call it Republican, they always like to pander to the white, but I don't like it. It made them seem like a sellout. For instance, Larry Eder went to Breakfast Club. Man, the way Larry Eder sang there, it was different from the way when it's on Fox News, the way it sounds. It's like two different personality. I don't understand how they are
No,
able to do
let me explain that psychology. Like in America they call the Republican the right wing, and then they call the Democrat the left, right? So
Yeah.
and the most populated race of people in the Republican side are whites, right?
Yeah.
And then the most populated, I would say kind of like the largest population of blacks are more on the left. So if you're a white person, you come into the left wing politics. The first thing you want to do is, you know, that the black people look at you suspicious. Like, okay, are you really with us? Or because most of your population are on the other side. So that white person will try to pander to them, like, I'm really with you. I begin to talk you understand? I begin to talk more anti-white just to make them know that he's really with us. So the same thing with the black, it's the same thing with the black person that goes within the Republican, especially become a politician, he wants to win votes. First thing he wants to do is to convince the white population that, listen, I'm against those blacks on the other side. I'm not one of them. You know, so that's why they tend to want to go extreme, like Candace Owens. You know, understand? They want to convince the white that, listen, I'm completely different from those blacks on the other side.
But Mike, based on the history of those two parties in America, which one of those two that you think represent the black people more?
Represent them? What do you mean? Like their interest, or just what do you mean?
Their interest in terms of investment, employment, and
without the racist stuff,
None of them. No, I would say the only thing I can say about the only thing I can say the Democrats do is they do more handouts, meaning they believe in more welfare kind of things like that.
That's no good for us. It's no good.
Exactly. That's the only thing. That's why blacks look at it. Oh, they're looking out for us. They're giving us handouts.
That's why I said I said Republican. That's aside of the racist stuff.
I think the Democrats are our secret. Yeah, the Democrats are our secret enemies. You know, I think that
when it comes to not wishing the blacks well, historically, all of them don't wish them well, man. None of them wish them well.
I would say it's both parties. None is better than the other. Because the thing about Republicans, like I kind of grew up with like a lot of even though Republican ideals help black people more, a large amount of Republicans are actually like they're white Christian nationalists. They believe America is a Christian country, and not just that, a white Christian country, right? So there's a reason why all those black Republicans, like if they had more black Republicans that were married to black people and had black families, you would see support. But notice all the black Republicans are married to what? White people, and they're all like assimilating into, white culture. That's kind of what Republican Party is. They don't really want to have another. The Republicans, unlike the Democrats, the evil Democrats, you'll see black families in the Democratic Party that as small as they might be, right? But you won't see black man married to a black woman in a Republican Party. It never happens. It's like if you want to join the Republicans, you have to join the whites a little bit. But then the Democrats are also secretly evil, as we all know. So they're both evil. Deal with it.
Yeah, and looking at what they do to the car, go back to the history. The Democrats are always the ones that come in to impose themselves on us. Libya, what's
Nope.
going on in the Sahel, and stuff like that. So
Let me be fair with
overall,
you.
I would say the Democrats is the
Let
worst
me be
part.
fair. American national interest is
Foreign
American
policy.
national interest. They're both on the same page when it comes to their national interest.
Yep.
Both
Yes.
Republican and the Democrat. They're on the
Yes,
same page.
but one is more interventionist and the other one is less. Like when
Now it
Trump
looked
came to
like it
power,
because maybe the time of the invasion it happened to be a Democrat that was in power. But
Exactly.
the invasion has been planned maybe for the past 10 years. They've been planning it. So we look at it like,
and
it was this
and
guy that did it. Maybe Donald Trump maybe was one guy that was acting kind of like, I'm not sure, but was acting like he's acting on his own in a sense.
yes,
Exactly.
he was
I can say
so,
that. But and that's why they want
so
to
that
eliminate him. But
so
as far
that's
as the
what they want.
party,
Yeah,
but as far as the
that's what
party,
they wanted. Yes.
yeah, the American national interest and all those things, they're both on the same page on that.
Yeah,
Yes,
both.
So
the
Let me
Americans
tell you something.
Americans
Both of
wanted
them
something
want to
like
invade
Trump.
the Middle East. Both of them want to invade the Middle East and take the oil. Don't get it twisted. Like literally, both of them. It's not like Republicans don't want to invade the Middle East and take oil. And Republicans will tell you that. They just give you different answers. The Republicans will tell you, look, we need to invade their oil because it's America first. The Democrats,
remember when Bush was invading Iraq and the Democrats were playing politics, including Obama. Oh, yeah, when I invade Iraq, I'm against that. Oh, they're talking all that bullshit. The moment Obama became president, they continued Iraq and went straight into Syria.
exactly.
They all do the same,
And Obama went to Libya, didn't he?
Exactly.
Up to now, Nigeria is suffering over that right now as we speak.
So it's American national interest. It's not really about the party. They don't all that party stuff together.
Yeah, so really, truly, this is why we got to be careful of these people. We obviously there, living in their countries and earning, making the money and to send back home because we have to survive. But the reality is, we know, if we go around the table and we know we all kind of got right. We kind of right on what we believe in. It's just about the vulnerability, which is lack of defense. We do not have defense, to defend ourselves, away from them. But in a way we can, because if we look at what happened in the Sahel, they have learned lesson that, Africa is not a playing ground like Afghanistan. NATO came to Sahel and they got defeated to the point even the locals don't want them anymore with all their armors and stuff like that. I believe these people cannot defeat us like the way they think they are, unless if they have to use nuclear weapon on us. So we need to stop this scary mentality thinking, the reason why we're not getting nowhere is only because of them. It's because of them, because of their proxies, but we are the one that letting it happen. So we have to hold ourselves responsible.
Exactly. You're not doing what you need to be doing for yourself, and then you're wondering why, something bad is happening to you, and you want to blame, someone. It's just, to me, I don't agree with that. See, to pick it back to, I was watching you guys earlier when Kala came in, I mean, Kala, the guy really exposed. He always exposes himself when he talks.
Kala is not here. Leave him alone.
You see, people like Kala, all those Pan-African guys, and I keep telling you guys, you're wasting your time. You see, he talks about white man, Chinese man, all that shit. If he come into Africa, he give him power just like the Chinese man, white man. He would do the same shit to the Africans. Dude. He would do it. He would do the same damn thing, probably even worse. There's no
about worse. Definitely do.
When I listen to Kala and all those guys when they talk, to me, what I was reading, what they are saying is, hey, I want all black people to come together. for me, for Black Americans to rule all of it. That's the way the guy always sound when he talks, man. I want to bring blacks together, and the Black American will rule everybody. That's how I always look at the
That's
guy
what
like this
Mike.
guy is stupid, man. This guy, I was watching him
Mike.
talk on Sachi some years ago, for now, like about a couple of years ago. He was
Mike,
talking the and
that sound like that sound like Liberia before the Liberian War a little bit.
Yep.
yeah.
When they talk about it, they're like Liberia was the #1 country in Africa before the Civil War. I said, can you show me any evidence of this? And they get angry. I don't get it.
There was a time when the guy first started coming on, I thought this guy was a different Black American guy that just want to that like Africans and want to bring everybody together. And then they were talking out, they're gonna bring blacks together, unite. And then it was like, oh, the Black Americans is a superior black. It's a superior black group. It's a superior with I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? So, and then when I listen further, I noticed like we're gonna rule over them, build them up, and I'm like, hold on, you sound stupid, man. And then we start making all these, just like you said, oh, the Africans are dusty until the Black Americans came. Who do you want? And it was time I was saying the Americans are the one that came to teach all of us in West Africa how to think. I'm like, this guy is stupid, man. Calm down, man.
But the thing is, the reality is with this Pan-African movement is they're not looking at things from the financial point of view. They're just looking at it from the emotional point of view. And by doing that, you actually are falling into the same trap, because then you're going to end up, begging the same person that you're complaining about. And, you cannot have freedom without, financial freedom in the world that we're living in today.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of Pan-Africans building. We just don't hear about them, and people don't talk about what they're doing. But just because you hear dusty ones, just like how there's dusty people in every group, there's dusty Pan-Africans, but there's Pan-Africans actually doing stuff. You just don't hear about it. And they don't call themselves Pan-Africans because they have to switch teams publicly, but privately, they're Pan-African.
No, when it comes to that, I mean, me and Caesar were more aligned in terms of the Pan-Africanism, but however, it is some, as you said, a lot of people are in the ground doing the work without talking, but there's others actually representing the movement in the wrong way because they're not putting the money where their mouth is, and all they do is go online and talk crap and also contradict themselves, as Pan-African. Because if you remember what I said to him, I said I respected you as a Pan-African, but what I heard, what you just said here, make me question it. That's when.
Wait, when you call something a movement, what is the movement? Can you define a movement?
Well, it's to enlighten the African people to love, to, like what we're talking about, about financial independence, how we can move forward. It's not about hating on other groups, or basically trying to, kill other people because of whatever happened in the past and stuff like that. Because, those days are way gone.
So the movement is to talk to Africans how to invest and how to do business. That's
that's Pan-Africanism can come in different ways. Helping the people in the continent. It's about getting the people up together and exposing the reality of what is holding us back, than actually just going out there talking about problems without having the solutions. So
yeah, I think I think what Pan-Africanism is maybe a group of people of African descent.
But for me, that's what it means. It's about enlightening our people, making people aware of what is their threat. Like widen up the IQ a little bit, because a lot of the problems that we have, people are not aware of.
But to do that is education, not Pan-Africanism. It's education.
Yeah, but it's partly.
Now, let me say this: if you pay attention, let's be honest. Most Black Americans don't know how to do business. You understand? Many of them, they are into just they are into all these jobs where they are employed and they receive salary. They are not businessmen or women. It's just
entrepreneurial mentality.
Most people are like that. I don't even want to make it a Black American thing. I think most.
Yeah, I don't think it's about African Americans agree with that.
No. Because when you look at it, most of them are the ones pushing all these Pan-Africanism. That's why people don't take them serious. Because
I think the Jamaicans.
All they do is just talk, no action. So So me, we want action. We want people who come, who are serious. See, first of all, they need to see Africa as a place to make money, not a place for charitable and kumbaya stuff. No, that's not going to work.
That's really what they want. They want money, but they want to do it in an emotional way, the easy way, the kumbaya
And it's
way.
not going
But
to
they don't
work.
understand. If you want to make, if you really want money, you gotta get into industry, business, and discuss business. Don't come and be discussing Pan Africanism with me. When I know what you really want in life is money. That's why they talk about reparation. You know, it's money.
Exactly.
It's all about everything is money. Just say you want money, dude. That you kind of like you come here and say, let's do business. Don't come here and be saying, let's be black, go black and this. Come on, get out of here, dude. Let's come
Yeah.
to me and say, let's do business. You know.
Guys, pause. I think we're being a bit too harsh. I don't, you know, their approach. I mean, Pan Africanism started in the West, right? So for us to say, oh, they're not action. I mean, the fact that we even have these ideologies is because of the West. So, like, I mean, I think
Wait. Let's correct something. Let's correct something. When people say, "Oh, you started in the West," they're talking as if it was some kind of massive. The masses of the population adopted it, and they were doing Pan Africanism as it's part of their Western, their culture in the West. It's a lie. It was just a group of individuals. They
Right.
got together and coined the idea. But the general population of the Black America don't know what the hell it was. They didn't even have Johnny on board with it.
no, you're right. And even now, it's still like a
So
minority.
why are they claiming that it's their people? Damn, and he always frustrates me. Kana does it too. We
So-
point at one individual and say, "Look, we did this, we did that." No, it's an individual that did
So,
that.
Mike, you're right. It's not them that did it. We have to say it's Western blacks that did it, right? So Africans that came over there, and Nani Zigwe, he went to America, right? All these Africans, Marcus Garvey, all these Western blacks that were in the West, they had these ideas. They collaborated with African Americans, but it's not because of Africa. It was a collaborative international approach. So it's just the Western blacks that kind of did that.
But there was never a collaboration
I mean,
for a movement or anything. Though. The so-called Aziko you're talking about, did they really put the so-called Pan-African into action or into any kind of?
I mean, Jonas, I think he's very pan-Nigerian. Yeah, definitely. Why would you say that? I think so. Yeah, why not?
Do you want me to put Aziko's speech? Aziko was Pan Igbo, man. Come on. he was. Bro, everybody would say that bullshit about Pan this thing. At the end of the day, listen. Everybody is in. They still put their interest of their ethnic group first.
Mike,
I think
Kala will put the
Mike,
interest of Black America before yours any day,
Mike,
anytime.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Mike.
Mike, you don't like Kwame Nkrumah?
Hold on. There's one Nigerian guy in the UK. He run a chain of restaurants. I think there's one YouTuber that interviewed him recently. I saw the video. I watched it. Those are the kind of people I want to see. The guy was full with confidence. He know what he's doing. He's planning to scale up, and he currently have 11 restaurants, but he's trying to expand to the United States market. Because currently, expanding to United States market. Currently, he have I think 9 in UK. Then I think 2 in Dubai. Then he's planning to head to maybe I think he said California, Atlanta, and Miami. So those are the kind of people I want to see. He's a Nigerian. You understand me? These are the kind of people I want to see. These are serious people. He didn't go to UK and cry of racism and all those things. He just have an idea and he proceed and get things done.
So look, UFC, when you have a nation, you're gonna have people who are infantry, you're gonna have archers, you're gonna have spearsmen, people with nukes. So like those kind of people that all they do is talk and cry about racism, like those people, they help influence some people to come into it. You know, the people like Dr. Umar, they get people to come into the movement, but then there are going to be people who get in because of Dr. Umar, but then they become like that guy who you're talking about. So like, I think everyone has a place in the Pan-African ecosystem. Not all fingers are equal, but I prefer building.
That guy didn't watch any.
People are coming to the continent and invest.
That guy did not watch Umar Johnson's video to decide to open restaurants
you don't know. No one knows what he did.
UFC. Let me tell you guys that I told Black American friends, I said, listen, let me tell you what's been killing your community. You guys, instead of focusing on productivity like everybody else, you guys focus much on movement.
Yeah.
Nation of Islam movement, Marcus Garvey movement, Black More movement, Pan African movement, Hebrew Israelite movement, and everybody's looking for a movement to join to rock on that. I'm like, dude, you guys are not moving anywhere with all this movement. And this movement, what are they doing? Just talking about white men, talking history, talking about slavery, talking. You know, everybody else is doing shit. You think the Chinese man and white man like each other? No, they don't. But they're
They
not sitting
don't.
around doing movements to
Mike,
trying to
Mike,
stop racism. Go
Mike, do you know
get together
that's the
and
reason?
be productive, get power.
So black
Mike,
Americans
Mike,
don't have a country. I
Mike,
think that's the
Mike,
problem.
that's the reason why. That's the reason why Brandon is falling out with most African Americans in America. You know, because they always counter Tariq Nasheed bullshit, and also they counter the African American community bullshit. Because what they're doing is killing one another. Yeah, marching on Black Lives Matter, destroying their own communities, and then they're blaming other people. So you're
No,
getting all
so
the black
the reason why
backlash.
Brandon can
But
do what he does is because of Kenya, which I love about, right? You have to have a base. So like me, like I'm
what's
I'm
that?
Nigerian. I have a base in Nigeria. That's how I'm able to do what I do. If you don't have a nation, a base, you're gonna have that kind of stuff, right? So that's why Brandon does what he does, because he has properties in Kenya. He's based in Kenya. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's true. Yeah,
If you don't have a
no, but
nation,
it's
because
true.
you don't understand Black American culture, there's times where
Yeah,
they've built towns and they just burned it down, literally. So what do you do when you live in a society that hates you? They burn down your businesses. I mean, that's why a lot of them left, right? So you
Oh,
have to
yeah,
have
it's
a
true. That's difficult. Also,
Caesar,
yeah.
see,
I can
before
see where Caesar is
no
coming from
no no no
also
no
from
no
his
no no
point
no
of view though,
no
because
no. I disagree
I
with
kind
him.
of
I
lean a little
disagree
bit.
with that. Before
Yeah,
integration, black people economically they were in a better place than what they have right now.
sure.
Because at least their wealth were concentrated in one place and they have a lot of it way back. But right now, they don't once you get into their community, it leaves immediately.
Yep, I agree.
So they were when they were segregated, they were in a better position
And UFC
because
Superfan, that whole integration
oh
thing,
yes, there
I
was.
have a lot of theories on that. Some people believe that integration was pushed by white America. Because if you notice, when Malcolm X was marching, he has all these white people around him. Well, I mean, when MLK was marching, most of his supporters, they're all white. And it's similar to what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the black part of the town was doing well, and actually the black part was richer than the white part. So what do the whites
yeah.
do? They turn down the black part. So I think Black America was getting strong, and I think a lot of white people felt uncomfortable when they said, "Look, we need to integrate these people because
Yeah, because if you
why
look
do we
at it, you're right. They were
you know
buying goods, they were trading with each other, buying things from each other. They were saving their money and all that.
so
So
now
it
that
was
it's integrated, they're able to control them. So I think that's what actually happened because you can't have two
yeah,
nations in one. White America didn't like that. Why do we have two nations in one and this other nation doesn't like us? No, let's integrate them. Boom, and it worked.
Right.
yeah, they use the
Yeah,
Democratic Party to
I
do it.
think
Yeah.
integration
Right.
is a big downfall to them. I think they
It was a
shouldn't
massive
integrate. They should
downfall.
stick to their own community. Yeah, they should stick to their own, like the Asians are doing. All the other communities that come to the West, they build their own little community hub, and just keep what they keep. Whatever you make, keep it. Don't distribute taking your money to the other man's shop.
The,
When I leave here, I go to the Somali shop.
Another thing
I
I
go to the
noticed,
Nigerian
I
man
will say
shop.
this.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me
go
say this. This may offend a lot of people, and
on.
it's and
Please don't.
yes, I think it's spread across almost all black people. Most of them are stingy. They love them. See, I said they are stingy. See, they don't plan for the next generation or two generation ahead of them. They don't. It's just make money and blow it, and let me
Yeah,
make money and consume it. They don't think of
yeah,
the next generation, what they are going to leave behind for them or set them. See, sometimes you don't even need to leave at least trust for education and all those kind of things. They don't do that.
yeah. No,
It's crazy. See,
and I
that's why
think that's a
I'm not
cultural
gonna lie.
problem.
What pisses me off the most, when I see the wealthy ones settle down with the white women, I don't like it because see, marriage is about economy. Let's be here.
facts.
You don't carry. It's about economy. You don't transfer your wealth to the people who you call oppressor. You don't do that. You have to allow. See, that's why I say they are very stingy. They allow their what their needs, their want, or their personal self, you know, cloud
That's
their
exactly
own
what
view.
that's exactly what me and Kaiser was talking about the last time about the Jamaicans that came here, the second generation that married white women and passed on their generational wealth to the
See,
white women.
there's one thing
And
I respect.
that's a
There's
bit
one
down.
thing I respect Nigerian men for. Wealthy Nigerian men go and check their wives. They don't marry because of beauty. They put character. Who can raise good children for them? They put a lot of things into consideration first before they go into anything. They might have side chick that the baddies as side chick outside, but the wife at home is someone they know, okay, can protect my wealth, or give me peace at home. These things are very, very important. Even in Nigeria, there are some family, eh, they do
Because
matchmaking. You know why?
in
Sometimes
our culture, marriage outside
it's
is a bit
based on
different.
economy.
Yep.
They give their daughter to some other wealthy family. There's a reason for that.
I 100% agree with you. The richest black man in America, Robert F. Smith, he left his black college sweetheart and married a white Playboy model and had like 5 kids with her. And I'm just thinking, like, this is the richest black man in America. And he left his black wife for a white woman, a white, like, I don't want to call her a prostitute, but and has all these kids with her. And I'm just like, is this black America? Like, not trying to shame black, but this is the elite of black America. Like, they're integrationists. The elite of Black America.
It's worse than that, Caesar. He's leaving his money to some colleges that he went to, again, white colleges. It's insane, right? So this is one reason why there isn't what we call generational wealth. When I saw that, and I'll pull up the articles in a minute, but it's embarrassing, right? Like, how are you going to be the richest black man in the country and not leave your money towards, like, even your family or anything? He's giving most of the money away, and I'm just thinking, this is insane.
It's ridiculous, that's why I'm so glad I'm Nigerian, because I'm just like, I look at this and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? But if you truly believe in America, America's an integrationist society. Hello, they already got rid of Black America, right? Because you can't have two Americas going on at the same time. So for Black Americans, I would just advise them to come to Africa. Whatever you have to do to come to Africa, just come to Africa and find a nation of your own. There you go, and then you can start building that.
Yeah, 100%. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Don't come with that dream attitude.
Caesar, the richest man in my state, Lucky Benedion, one of his daughter was married to another wealthy family in the north.
Wow, okay.
And Lucky Benedion is a Christian.
Really? No way.
Yes, but to secure the wealth, he gave his daughter to another wealthy family.
Oh wait, he gave his daughter way up in the north?
Yes. Hold on. And not to another wealthy family, not Anna.
Okay, but
even wealthy Igbo, some of them they give their children all the wealthy Nigerians, they marry each other, respective of tribes. They don't care.
I'm telling you, say what
it's the poor dumb ones that follow that tribe bullshit.
Wait, but are they giving their daughters away to the ones in the south?
When they can't find one, they give it to the one. What we're trying to say is this: the wealthy kids are marrying each other in Nigeria.
Yeah, but are they giving their daughters away to the ones in the south? That's what I want to know.
Okay. The current Olu of Wari is married to Captain Osa's daughter. Captain Osa is a wealthy man in Edo State, but it's late now. The daughter got married to the current Olu of Wari. That's how the rich do it in Nigeria. Nice. They allowed wealthy kids marry other wealthy people. That's how it is. It's a way to protect their interests.
I married the best woman. I don't care about tribe. I mean, you just married the best woman for you. Why are you trying to? Who cares about tribe and all that other nonsense? So I agree with that.
Yeah, as long as it stay within the race, just keep it there. Because we can't giving out.
Caesar, did you know that Trump daughter last born got married to a Lebanese Nigeria they are very wealthy, some of the wealthiest Lebanese in Nigeria.
Yeah, I saw the Lebanese dude. Crazy.
Okay.
I mean, I know people. They
so
say
let's
with their race.
so
UFC
let's
even
be, let's
say with their race.
let's
So
be
I
deceiving let's be deceiving ourselves. You see, that's why sometimes I get tired of this rapper. How can a wealthy rapper get married to trash? Some of these people they get married to, they have nothing. That will not happen in Nigeria. Most of the
this is
wealthy,
crazy. This guy left his black wife for a white
Yes.
prostitute. This is crazy. The richest black man in America. This is the richest black man in America.
that's my. See what I'm saying? So
Even Michael
the thing-
Jordan, I mean, it's something. I mean, there's something about in America. Yeah, once they become wealthy, they usually get around more of high class wealthy people, and then they want to marry someone of their stature and stuff. In most cases, they are more in more close proximity with whites. So you can't blame these guys. Even Michael Jordan, I mean, his wife now, she's a white lady, you know. So I mean, hey, the game is. This is what I'll say. This is what I'll say. Like in America, since you agree with me, the black women need to step up their game, dude. They gotta step up their game, dog. Like, to be honest, you can agree with me in America when you approach women, you'll likely find a very well educated white girl before you find a well educated black girl. Like, I mean, and also the educated blacks, they don't group together in one environment where you can notice them. They usually want
Like this thing, I want to agree with you, but can I be honest with you? As a black man in America, especially if you follow the law, first of all, it's like there's like 5 black men to every woman. Let's just say honestly, if you go to any college campus now, especially like a black college, it's like 80% women. It's crazy, and then that last 20%, 10% of the men are gay. So just think about those numbers. There's so many black women in America. Especially think about African women that are well-mannered and well-educated. And then there's a lot of black American women that cannot even find a mate because most black men are in jail. So if you're a black man, you can't find a black woman, you're not looking.
No, it's not matter. It's not a matter you can't find a black woman. You are a guy that's very educated, very high class. Well, you need a woman that's very high class too. You don't want a girl, a woman that's freaking acting nasty. I mean, to be honest with me, you when you try to go talk to black girls, 80% of the one you're gonna meet is gonna sound like what's that girl? Megan Thee Stallion. She's gonna present an attitude like that. I mean, you get on, you take on a date. What she be talking about, it's like just ridiculous, retarded. You know, it's like they have very less of substance. So that's why even what you would likely approach. Well, you approach a white girl. Even the worst white girl trying to brave herself, carry herself in a way where you be like, damn, okay, she's quite, elegant. Even that's one thing. That's why I say they need to step up their game. It's their game that's whack. That's why they're not getting men, dude.
Yeah, everyone should step up their game. But I'll just say, look, there's a lot of extremely smart black women, and because there's not that much black men, like if you go to any top college, you will see black women studying rocket science.
They're there. I'm saying they're there, but the mass majority are just not doing it, man.
Fair. And the reason why is another thing. Another reason why is because there's so many black men in jail. In order for black women to stay in the same social class as most black men, they have to be at that level. Because Mike, me and you are exceptional. Most black men are in jail in this country. You know that.
Most black men are not in jail. Stop saying that, man.
They're in jail. Yes, they are. They're in jail.
Whoa. 20 million black men are in jail. Is that what you're telling me?
Former convicts, or they just got out of jail. I mean, come on, this is true.
Stop this crap.
Mike,
but another thing I was out there.
But that's not even the point I was making. I mean, I'm not talking about black men. I'm talking about like the ladies, like their mentality. They're not really. They don't polish themselves. Yeah, they don't polish themselves. Like what I'm saying is, it's not even about who's not meeting who. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying the reason why a top-notch man would go for a white girl or Spanish is because those average Spanish young girl or white girl, they're reading books, they're polishing themselves, they're polishing their minds. But average black girl, which are even average black men too in America, they don't read books or trying to educate themselves or be this. They don't polish themselves. So a successful person wants to marry a polished person. A successful man or woman, when you're a successful person, if you want to find a mate, you want a polished person. You don't want one person that open their mouth and sound ridiculous.
Like, in America,
but in most cases, you run into more polished white woman than a polished
There's so many educated
Mike,
black
I
women
get
that
what
are
you're
single.
saying. Most
But
of them, they
there's
don't
so
act
many
like
black,
women.
so many
They
educated
behave
black
like
to choose
men.
from though.
They sound like men.
There are so many educated black women that are single. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, hello
Nobody's
guys.
not saying that. Nobody's
Like, if you just go around, like in DC, for example, do you know how many highly educated black women there are that are single? Like, it's
some
so
of them are educated, but they're still not polished. So people who always say degree. Wait. People always assume that degree means you are just polished. People, I know people who
But
are
Mike,
educated with
I
degrees, but
think I
they sound
disagree.
retarded.
Though,
I know people.
Yeah,
I literally know black women with masters,
yeah. One
and when I
second, Mike.
go on a date with them, they sound freaking
Yeah.
like
Claire,
you know.
allow
So,
Chris to
yeah.
speak.
Well, 1 second, Mike. There's a new panelist, Prince Daddy. But just before you go ahead, let me just correct Caesar's
okay. Check
bad
it.
information, misinformation. There were, 1,500 black prisoners for every 100,000 black adults. Right. So let's assume 50,000 is black males. So yeah, definitely most black men are not in prison. But obviously black men are overrepresented in the prison numbers. But yeah, so no, most black men are not have not been to prison.
Well, a lot of us are in jail. Let's be honest. They all in jail. These
A lot of us have gone through the system, that's
That's
true, but not a lot of us are not in jail at one time. But a lot of us have
and
been
that have
through that system.
that have
Are you saying
consequences in
us?
terms of
Are you
getting
when you say
jobs
us?
and
Are you saying all demographics of black in America in jail?
Yeah.
I don't know how many Nigerians go to jail.
Mike, we're all black now. Come on.
Are you saying most Nigerians in America go to prison?
No, but I'm not gonna do that. Let's just say black.
We don't, man. Come on, are you
Yeah,
kidding
but
me?
1 second, Mike. Let's let Prince Daddy go ahead. Prince Daddy, what did you want to add?
Yeah, is that Kaiser, right?
Yes, it's Kaiser.
All right. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I didn't mean to interject or change the
No,
change the
go ahead.
topic, but I was just trying to make a quick correction to that Prince Daddy guy on one man show, according to Mike.
Oh, you heard me. God damn, man. Yeah. I'm in trouble, man.
No, yeah,
it's coming to my
I've been
Mike.
enjoying guys show. I've been enjoying the background. Mike making some great points, but I thought I should make a quick correction though. See, as an immigrant, having immigrant family members, it's not possible for me to be. Well, I'm not going to say for me. It's impossible to say I'm anti-immigrant. But the point I was trying to make, I think that they were having a debate was that I'm against illegal immigration or undocumented immigrants. That's just commonsensical. There's nothing wrong with that because I don't care how you come from, let's say Nigeria or Ghana, it doesn't matter. If you change your name from Kofi to Joseph and you came to America, l- as long as you document it, that's what matters. Because if you commit any crime, or if you do something wrong, you can be tracked. So there's a big distinction between anti-immigrants or undocumented immigrants. There's a big distinction here. That's what I'm
But
talking
let me
about.
ask you a question, then, man. Well,
I don't think. Oh, quickly, I don't think there's any country in this world that will open its border for people to come in without being documented.
yes, America does.
Exactly. And that's a recipe for disaster, and that's a recipe for all kinds of stuff. And by the way, if you go economics, right, is listen, if you have undocumented immigrants come to a country, they are more likely to depress the wages of that country. The employers are more likely to compromise safety and not do the right thing they're supposed to do. Legal immigration is the best thing for any country. America is a country of immigrants, just like you guys know. And we always want immigrant. Trump is never anti-immigrant. Is for legal immigration. And that's the big difference. So you can't tell me people right now they have a bunch of people coming from El Salvador, Honduras, and all these countries from South America come to the borders. Even Russians and Iranians coming to the borders, and these people are undocumented for the most part. They get into the system, they commit crimes, and when they
Let me
commit crime,
let me
many.
let me Prince Daddy, let me explain something to you, right? Me personally, I agree with you that anything illegal I'm against. But what I was trying to explain to you is that the United States government, the United States immigration, uh, deliberately open doors for illegal immigrants to come in. They deliberately, purposely do that. And do you know why? They literally need a lot of productive population to come into the country, and they don't have the manpower within the immigration employment to do
Well,
the wait to do the processing of the legal immigrants. So this is what they do. They deliberately do this. They allow people to come in illegally. Sometimes they won't give you visa to come visit from another country. They know you're going to stay, you're not going to go back. And they allow you to stay in the country. Now, this is what they do. They'll watch you when you actually prove that you're a productive person, and they'll give you a path to become legal. That's a proof that they deliberately let people come in illegally. Because if that's not the case, then why would they allow you, open a path for you to walk your way to become a legal person when you came here illegally? And secondly, shit, I kind of lost my train of thoughts. Shit.
Well, to answer that
Right.
first part of your question,
yeah.
okay, to answer that first part of your question, see, there's one thing about Republican
Before I
policy.
forget, sorry, I remember what I was going to say. Secondly, do you know America has a law against knowing, like police stopping someone that's illegal and arresting him? They have a law that say you can't interfere with somebody's liberty. Literally, if I call the police that I got here, just came in here, across the border, he's right on the street and it's illegal, can you arrest him? The police is going to tell you, I can't interfere with his liberty. And if the police arrest him, all you have to do is call an immigration lawyer. An immigration lawyer, we haven't released. That's to let you know that it's deliberate. It's a deliberate thing. United States desperately need productive population. They need people. They're only less than just a little over 300 million. A country that size should be at least 800 million to a billion. With the size of economy they have, they are underpopulated. I mean, they come to the south, they still have about 10 cities that should have been built already. It's not built, and they need workers. They need them. So it's something deliberately done. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that it's not like they don't want it. People are just coming in, and the people are the problem. The government are deliberately doing it.
Well, quickly, see, okay, we have to distinguish. Sorry, we have to distinguish clearly between. We have to distinguish clearly between Democratic policies and Republican policy. See, what you're saying is correct, because right now the borders are like open door for all these illegal immigrants to come in. But do not confuse that as being a policy that is supported by the United States government. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it is. I just explained it to you, man.
No, it doesn't make any sense, because if you listen, you can get legal immigrants to come into this country by simply, for example, sending the immigration officers, let's say, to Nigeria and go document, let's say, 1 million Nigerians to come into this country. It's not that difficult. See, we don't have a problem.
They don't have the manpower.
No. By the way, the quality of these immigrants is really low. We don't want this kind of immigrants. If you want,
let me tell you what they do. Prince Daddy. This is what they do. They watch them, right? They know what
nobody's watching them. Nobody's watching that. I don't know where you get that. Who's watching it? Who's going to spend?
They know what they're doing.
No. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't see. It's easier to watch somebody that's working at a workplace where they can document their social security number and track that.
United States is very advanced, an advanced country. Trust me. Once you're up to no good, they know. Once you're a criminal, they get you. They deport you. Listen, this is how they do it. Listen, right now.
Legal immigrants in the United States of America. All these, it's not good for Africans. In America, is a democracy. One man, one vote. There's 100 million Mexicans. If they all come to America, how is that good for what Africans vote for? You see how they speak Spanish. I don't even speak Spanish. I speak English.
Well, the argument is not whether it's good for me or you. I'm just trying to tell you what's really going on. That's what I'm trying to let you guys know. Prince Daddy, chill out. Let me tell you something.
Republicans don't want these legal immigrants. Why? Because they know how they're going to vote.
Most Americans don't want it.
And
I know most American citizens don't want them, but the government.
No, the government don't want it either. That's a Democratic policy. It's not true. It's not true.
Shipping them out.
Democrats want it, not Americans.
Exactly.
No, they do. Both,
you have to make that distinction, right? They don't want it. Nobody wants it.
TV. You're watching TV. You're telling me the government does not want the people, and they see them. They know where you are. This is what they do. They don't want it. Let me say this real quick. Hold on. Prince Daddy, I agree with you. They don't want the criminals. They don't want the unproductive one, and that's why. Once they discover the unproductive one, they snap them and deport them.
But why not go to the process of document?
The productive ones, they give them path towards legalization. So it's a deliberate system.
They don't want the productive ones either. Why do I want 130 million productive Mexicans in America? So is this a United States of Mexico?
Why would they not want 100 million productive people?
I don't want
See,
100 million production.
nobody
You
wants that.
don't. You
Nobody
don't. I
wants
agree.
that,
You
Mike.
don't
No,
because you're not the
nobody.
government. I'm telling you, the government. They run the country. They know their interest.
Government doesn't. Let me tell
See,
you what the difference.
let me
These
tell
are
you, Mike.
immigrant children
Okay,
talking about.
Mike. Here's the thing, Mike. The illegal immigration thing that's going on right now. Let me tell you, the only reason why it's going on is being supported is because of election, election purposes.
Why would you
There's no
say they bring it because of
I'm
election? That
telling
doesn't
you,
even make
because there's
sense.
no value. What you're talking about, there's no value in
They
it.
are
There's no
United States.
value in it.
Okay,
See,
let me break it
United,
down. Okay, let me
okay,
explain it
no.
to you.
See, United States has for many years. If you, I know you know that United States they've had this immigration policy for what they call the migrant workers that they get from Mexico and Honduras and all those places. They come in the thousands. Those people are documented. They work in the farmlands. Okay,
Prince Daddy,
and it's so
let me explain something to you. The asset of a nation, the most valuable asset, is its human resources. A nation's productivity level determines how great and how they can compete with another nation. China right now is kicking American ass in terms of productivity. They have like literally 1 billion productive worker citizens ready to work, like perform. You have to compete with China in terms of production. You are telling me United States is going to rely on this drug epidemic American children that don't want to do shit, that are for committing going to jail and just don't want to work and sitting on
but my
welfare. You want to
United
compete with
States,
China?
no,
You
United
wait.
States
United States.
now.
Wait. I'm telling literally. I know factories in America that are looking for workers, begging.
Wait,
Like
wait.
literally, they have to produce. That's why do you think they're moving manufacturing to China? American
No,
children are
the
freaking
manufacturing to China
spoiled
is
and
been going on
lazy.
for for
The little
many
bit they need,
years.
the little bit they
It,
still need
it,
to get done.
no,
That's why
no,
they're opening the door for the Mexican
Mike,
people from third world countries to come get
Mike,
this job done.
it didn't happen. But Mike, what is say? What if you vet the people coming to a country? At least you have a documentation of their skills level. You can't just open the door and try to do what they call
They
a
are
guessing
hungry
game.
people. Hungry people means they're ready
A
to do
guess. Hold
anything.
on. You don't want to do a guessing game. So, oh, let this million people come into the country, and we're gonna watch them. Spend all the surveillance resources to watch them, and determine which ones are good and which ones are bad.
When
Then
I
we
say they
kick
are
out the
watching,
bad.
I don't literally mean they are following them up and down. That's not what I'm saying. Americans is like, the police system is intact. You know
No,
that.
no, no.
The police system is intact. The
No,
moment a
no,
crime is
no, no.
being
Say
committed somewhere, they're
no,
dead.
Mike. No, no. It's
Trust me.
convoluted. Say if you go to the border, what they call the border states or towns or counties, okay, their police department is overwhelmed. They don't have the capacity, as rich as America is, they don't have the capacity nor the manpower, okay, to manage what is going on right now in those counties. They're overwhelmed. So your argument that just any immigration is good is not true. It's not
I didn't
possible.
say it's good. That's not what I'm. Why you missing my argument? I'm saying it's being done deliberately. Is what I'm telling
No,
you. I'm not saying it's
and
good.
I'm telling you that for the reason why that you mentioned that it is being done for does not collaborate to the success of America.
Doing
Are
They're
it
you
for
doing.
kidding me?
purposes.
The
I'm
success
not
of
kidding you.
America is
I'm
not
telling you.
in the back.
The
It's
Democratic
not due
Party
to
is
the
to,
immigrant.
so
Are
guys,
you
wait,
kidding me?
the goal of the Democratic Party is to flip Texas and Florida. They want
Exactly. It's
this is
Dude,
all
you guys,
about.
absurd.
It's
I
all
can't believe
about
I'm
vote.
talking
It's
to
all
this
about
guy. You
voting
actually think this is all about
and
immigration?
politics. No, it's up. So Mike, look at it. See,
You guys are watching too much news,
The
man. You
biggest
watch
goal of the
TV.
Democratic Party is to turn Texas and Florida blue, and they believe if they let as many immigrants come in and they have this positive immigrant policy, it's going to go blue because America practices birthright citizenship. So once you're born here, you become a citizen, you can vote. Now, if you want to let these immigrants in and they have visas and they can't vote, no problem, let them work. But we don't want them to vote.
Mike, as an employer, do you prefer a trained or semi-trained worker or a worker that's untrained, that has no skill, that you have to spend resources to get trained to start working? Tell me the answer. Of course, you want a semi-trained or trained worker, so you have less time and
So
resources to
we have
spend
a
that
lot of
person.
train. We already have the trained workers, right?
No, my point is
Bro,
that
let me take.
no, hold on. Hold on.
Okay,
My
I own
point
a
is that
company. Let me explain something to you. I own a company, right? Okay, I own a business. Now, what happened is this: Mexicans are always standing around looking for opportunity. Those illegal guys, right? And they would come to me and they would say, "Hey, do you own that business? Hey, I want to come learn that thing. I want to come learn that thing.
Mike,
Can I come? Wait. This is, I'm just telling you what's
I've
going
heard
on.
that. I've heard that story before, and
Yo, let
that
me
story
learn,
said,
man. Let me learn. They will come and literally come work for free to learn the job, and then they will tell me, "Hey, I'll get it done for you for this amount, and they will get that shit done quick. Whereas the Americans, when I go on the process of employing people, right? Hey, go, Tyrone or whoever American citizen, I'm hiring the motherfucker will show up. I have to train his there while I'm paying him, right? And after I finish training him for 2 weeks, it's gonna be like, hey, I got another job, man. I don't like this job. He's gonna quit. I just wasted my goddamn resources training this motherfucker for 2 weeks. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. The illegal
well,
guys
see,
know.
as hold on, I got your point. So I heard what you said, just like you told us this story before. But here's the thing: you as an employer, what you're doing benefits you, but as a nation, America, it's a negative because
It
there you
benefit the
are.
nation. My
No, no.
productivity is what.
No, I think
My
See,
production.
remember I said, hold on. Remember I said earlier before I started my conversation that it depresses wages. It allows for poor safety measures to be implemented in workplaces. Okay, these are the reasons why. Okay,
Brother,
see,
what are you talking
Prince
about?
Daddy. Prince Daddy,
That's
hold on.
good
Let me
for the
say this.
country. Wait, Mike,
Let me.
hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, Mike, chill. Literally everything you're explaining will help America be competitive against China in the future. So, from the politician's point of view, that's good. So, what the fuck are you on about? Mike is literally telling you why they want to do it, and he's right. Everything you said is right. It helps the American industry be more competitive on the global stage. It helps them be more competitive against China, which is good for them in the future. The country is just a business, bro. What are you on about?
They think country is about.
okay. Well,
They
I don't
think a
know.
country is
I don't
about
know the
giving
person.
citizens. They think country is
The
about giving citizens
My
handout. All that.
No,
No,
so
that's what country is about.
America and the American
Mike,
people.
Mike.
Depressing wages is bad for the American people. It's not bad for America. Letting 100 million Mexicans
Exactly for the unproductive America. And Prince Daddy, let
letting
me tell you
100
something.
million Mexicans come in to vote is not good for America. So
Prince,
we have to support the economy and the political and the people and the country. There you go.
Prince, let me have
What
to
you
it.
don't
Do you know that
understand is
there
no,
was a
Mike,
time
one
where
second, Mike, 1 second, mate, 1 second. What Prince, the government is run by these markets. Yeah, we have in the UK, it's a perfect example of what Mike is and Prince is actually trying to, defend here. Is defending the indefensible is impossible. The UK, we have a government here for 13 years that came here, lied to the people about immigration. They're gonna stop immigration. It's not good for the people. Government that is pro-business. Yeah, you cannot do the same thing. It's not gonna work because the thing is, the businesses need workers, and these businesses are the one that pay more taxes, and also, when it come to certain tax, right? So they would need
Well, see,
people to
no,
come in.
see, let me
Let
jump
me
in. It will see,
let me
hold on,
let me
let me talk quickly. Hold on, please. See,
let
when people like you talk, you have very limited or myopic view of how the whole system works. Now, from your
you are
perspective, of course, it sounds good, but you don't see. There's so much cost that it takes to manage an immigrant or immigrants. So all those costs are externalized or distributed among legal citizens. Because there you are thinking that, oh
the
well, you
public
need
the
workers,
public
but
you
those
what about the
hold on,
service? The public
but those
service.
workers, they need to hold on. The workers, they need to, if they get sick, they need to go to the hospital. If they need
Public service.
social welfare, they're going to depend on the state. And those people that are
Public
going to take
service.
care of them are the people that pay the taxes, okay, on the payroll, okay, and pay their property taxes and other taxes they see fit. Okay, so talking in a linear way that, oh yeah, they need all these immigrants to come in because they don't have people to work. There's a place
What
that hold on, there's equilibrium we need to reach here. Nobody disputing that we need immigrants. This is not the point here. The point here is that we need legal immigration. But somehow, somewhere, you guys are set in your mind that it's okay to have an open border, that people to come to the country,
But nobody
and
says okay, man. No one is saying
well,
it's
that's what
okay.
you're saying.
We're
If you
telling
support
you what the
illegal
government is
immigration, that's what you're
deliberately
saying.
doing. No. I'm telling you that
Mike,
the
hold up.
government that's
Mike,
deliberately
hold up.
doing
One
it.
second. Mike, hold up.
hold on,
1 second.
hold on, guys.
Actually, when it comes to
Just
business, it's even better for them the more illegal immigrants they are because they can take advantage of them, pay them even lower than the minimum wage, so on and so forth, and increase profits. So if you're looking at it
where
from a business
where
point of view, they would even prefer illegal immigrants that can do the low skill jobs because that means whatever the minimum wage is in the state they're in. They can even pay them half of
Well,
what
that's why I said people like
and
Mike
the
will
illegal
people
immigrant
like
can't go and
Mike
compare.
will like such people. That's the point here. See,
No,
of
no, the
course you
government will like
Wait,
such
hold
people.
on.
The
See,
government will like
if
them,
you
not me,
Mike as a
not just
worker, just
me.
like if you hire a worker, you not only do those workers pay their own taxes, you as an employer also pay their payroll taxes. That's the money that goes to the government. Okay,
That's the same.
now but
No,
hold
actually,
on. So
okay,
you hired instead of paying, let's say, $15 an hour minimum wage, you get it for $10 an hour, or even less than that. Okay, and that benefits you as the employer, but to the state, to the city, to the county that need those revenue, they don't get them.
no, no.
And by the way, it's not possible that you will give such a person a medical insurance anyway, because when that person gets sick, what happens? They have to go to the public facilities or institution for their services. Somebody's paying for it. See,
Okay, let
Mike,
me.
you're right. Mike, you're right in your own way. Let's say greedy way of going about it as a business person. You're trying to, of course, cut costs. That's what all businesses do. That's the reason why Apple and all those big corporations, they took all the manufacturing to the Asian countries, especially in China, so they can reduce their expenses. You are
No,
operating as a business person, but in
okay,
the whole ecosystem of how the whole country benefits, it's a net negative. That's what I'm telling you.
okay. Let me explain why the government. Let me explain the government how the government benefit as well. Let me also explain why the government benefit. Now, you agree with me that millions of Americans are on welfare. Millions, they're on welfare. They rely on government support. Now, I
Yes.
just give an example of Americans that I will hire, right? And he literally would do the work a little bit and quit and go sit back on welfare, right? Now, how is the government funding this welfare? Isn't it through what? Taxation, taxing the businesses, right? Now,
yep.
if a business is losing revenue, right, the government will also lose revenue because if I don't make money, government don't make money, right? So the government understand that for them to make money, they need productivity. They need it. I get your part as well. Like that, it may affect the productive American. If you're productive, that your argument about, oh well, if we don't hire an American, then who's gonna do payroll? Yeah, you're making a case for a productive American. I'll be willing to work. Where, hey, if I hire him, he stays. Keep the job, and I pay him. I pay payroll taxes and stuff like that, and the government make money. But
Mike,
you can't tell me a
Mike, what
productive
you just
American.
said
Wait.
there, Mike,
If you're
what you
saying,
just okay.
wait. American economy is so robust that you can't sit here and tell me that a productive American is finding it hard to find a job. That's a lie. There's so
But
much
what you
excess of work out there. Literally, in America, you go online, just look for openings. You see millions of jobs that they're looking for somebody to hire. So a productive American, once you show up for an interview, you know you're gonna get the job. So you're not telling me that we're in the states where a lot of productive Americans are looking for jobs, they can't find them because the immigrant is taking the job. That's a lie. That's a lie.
after the problem we have in the UK right now with the economy is not being productive because we don't have enough Eastern Europeans coming over to work. So the
Yeah,
GDP
there's
have
so
shrunk
many jobs
and the
available. It's
economy is
just
not
no
the
Well,
productive
economy.
workers.
see,
Let me just
the
finish.
Eastern
The
European.
economy is not growing. The economy, UK economy, is not growing for the exact reason that Mike just described. But I understand where Prince is coming from also in terms of the America, having the Hispanic coming into their communities and also reducing their influence in terms of their political influence and also coming to the local neighborhood using their public services like doctors, the road, the
Mhm.
transportation and stuff like that. So if the government is not investing, to catch up with the numbers of immigrants coming in, local
Mhm.
population or that's native to the country, it's gonna suffer. So you can see the argument on both sides. So I don't know where to leave this, but
See,
I've seen I've
there's
But
seen the light.
a quick question to you: the Eastern European immigrants, are they documented or undocumented?
There was documented. However,
Okay.
the way you argued about the documentation and not documentation is not as simple as it is because we have what they call asylum system. Let me tell you one thing, yeah. When the
Hmm.
war happened in Sierra Leone and Liberia, most of the citizens that went to like America, because American government said to Sierra Leone and Liberian, you go to the neighboring countries, you don't need the passports, right? These people are selective how they want to do this. A lot of Sierra Leoneans just went to the embassy, they just got like a paper that printed with their name saying their name is XYZ, and they just go to show that paper to the airline. They guarantee a flight straight to America That's how they evacuated a lot of Sierra Leonean citizens, right?
And
So
that
they
is,
can
by
do
the
that.
way, that is part of documentation. Thank you. That's part of documentation also, because if you get on the airline, okay, they have your name and all information to get on the airline and wait on your destination. That's the beginning of it. Now, but to have an open border that you don't know who's coming to the country, that's a big problem. I don't care how much profit you think you're gonna be making. That I'm telling you again, it's a net negative for the community,
Uh,
for the country. We
Wait, so
we need immigrants.
how
We need immigrants. There's no doubt about it. Because
because here's the thing,
yeah, how is
I
that?
think the American
How,
state, yes, I think the American state will improve. The more immigrants, more even illegal, the American state will improve. But because we are Africans and we are black, from the African and black perspective, there's not really any pros to having all these people come in. Because here's the thing, even if you can employ them at first, these people are starting their own businesses. Even in my neighborhood, the Mexican market is just as big as Walmart, and they even sell pounded yam inside there. So when they get more money, they're going to stop going to our businesses and make their own businesses and force us to go to them. So in the long run, we have to talk about the political influence. There's no benefit to having 200 Latinos coming to America. Now, if there were 200 million Africans coming in, that would be great, illegal or illegal or legal. So we have to talk about the political influence. There's no pros to this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I agree with your point. I mean, that's a great point. And again, it's see, we need immigrants. The immigrants help build this nation. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But every immigrant that came from Italy, Ireland, and all those places back in the days, they're well documented in Ellis Island. They have documentation. If you, I mean, I've seen a documentary on those things. Go back many years how they came to this country. See,
can I?
but to have an open door. Right? Who's that?
It's me. It's Al. Can I ask you a question?
I can barely hear you, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you so concerned about the documentation and of this immigrant?
Okay. Good point. You see, just like I said earlier at the beginning of my conversation, I don't care what name that you come into the country with. The point here is that as long as you document it, there are advantages to documented immigrants, because now you are able to track these people in case they commit
Because
crime.
okay.
Eh,
So
Prince Daddy, are you saying the
have
U.S.
you been
government don't know what they're doing? Is that what you're telling us? They don't
Yeah.
know what they're doing, right?
Mike?
Yeah, yeah. Don't think.
The country's
Yeah.
so advanced, they don't know what they're doing,
Have,
right? So you just
have
want
you
to
N-
been
tell
n-
them what to do.
well,
have you been
my argument. Sorry about the train crossing.
okay, have you been personally affected by this?
Ah, your voice is low,
No,
man.
yeah, the train was crossing. That's why I muted myself. Not see, that's the thing. Not personally, not at all. See, that's the thing. When things is a higher level of seeing things, because something doesn't affect me doesn't mean that I don't have a
No, no,
voice or be able to share an opinion on this issue. Quite
I get
frankly,
it, but you're sounding like the U.S. government don't know what they're doing, so you're the one trying to show them what to do, why they're not doing it
no,
correctly.
no, no,
Advanced country, they know what they're doing. Trust me.
Mike, no, they don't know what they're doing, because
They don't
the
know what they're
argument
doing.
not on this issue, because there are many Americans also. Well, Mike, I'm assuming your disposition is more to a conservative or Republican
No, it's
disposition.
not. I'm not towards anything. I'm just telling you that I know the game. I know what these guys know
Well,
what they're
say,
doing.
no, you have to know. You think you do, but you don't. But
I've done my research. I know. Trust me. I
Exactly.
know
see,
this whole immigration thing. The immigration part, the immigration
see,
agency. I know what they're
Mike,
doing there.
if I
I
were
know
in your
people that
shoes,
work there.
also, if I were in your shoes,
Prince Daddy, Prince
I
Daddy.
would take all the advantages that comes with it. Trust me, I want to pay somebody less, also, and I would want to spend a lot of time and resources trying to train somebody for 2 weeks, and that person will be gone. Guess what? It's going to cost me a lot of money. That's why
Prince
even
Daddy,
corporations.
Prince Daddy, let me give you one information real quick. Okay. Yeah, I know people that are filing for their relative and spouses or wives to come to America, right? In From their country, which is the legal part, the legal immigration, right? It usually used to before COVID. It usually takes 6 months. Now it's taking 18 to 21 months because they're so stretched back because they're shut down kind of affected so they have so much files, so many people in line that they have to uh, 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 bring in.
I'm
So
aware. Uh-huh.
you're aware exactly. So now also when you talk to the immigration, they say, "Oh, we under manpower is less. We under what's the word, underman or something like that. They don't have enough employee workers to redo the processing." So don't you think that makes sense to see reason why all of a sudden this year they just open the door, bam, for people to rush in?
Well, see,
Don't
during
you think it
COVID,
makes sense? Don't you
no,
think
well,
that correlates?
it appears to make sense, but this problem is not something that just happened like 2 3 years ago. I hope you know that this
No, no, no. We're talking
illegal.
about this crisis that they're talking about right now. It's something that it's just recent of recent. Immigration, the illegal guys all be coming in, but they kind of they didn't wide open the door like they just did like the past year. Like people are like, whoa, this is crisis.
No, see, this is what Ra Emmanuel said. Taking advantage of crisis. See, what they're doing right now, it appears to be to the benefit of the American people, but it's not. It's all for a different purpose that doesn't really benefit you in the long run.
Exactly.
And
Me
and
and
I
that
think
agree.
no, no. Well, in the long run, it might actually affect you negatively than
How
positively.
how
Well,
how?
we say, unlike you and many people, I mean, we yet to find out. I don't have an answer to all the problems in the
Okay, so
world.
all the immigrants. Wait, Prince Daddy. All the immigrants have been coming for all these decades from the beginning of America. How's they affect America negatively?
No, let's make a distinction here. Legal immigrant, documented. Yes.
Daddy, I want to ask you a question because here's why I disagree with you on. I think I'm more on Mike's side on this one. I don't think it matters whether they're illegal or legal. I think that's the problem I have with what you're saying. Why is it okay? Let's
That
say
doesn't matter. Is it not people?
Prince Daddy, let's say 100 million legal Latino immigrants came into America. Would that be good for Africans or blacks?
Illegal. No, not at all. No. That would be unfair distribution of the immigrants coming in. Yes, I would not agree with that.
Whether they're legal or illegal. I mean, the fact that they're coming in and going to dominate is a big issue. It doesn't matter whether they're legal or legal. Or illegal.
No, it matters. Actually, it does matter. See, when you have a legal, when you have hold on a second. When you have a legal immigration or documented immigration, you have a pretty good idea on how to distribute our resources accordingly. Trust me, it's all about resource control and distribution. At the end of the day,
welfare distribution. Is that what you're telling me?
Illegally, by the way.
Are you talking about welfare distribution?
No, Mike. It's about building new schools. It's about building a hospital for those people. That's what I'm talking about legally. See, why do we do census? Why do we do census?
Prince Daddy, if 20 million of them come in legally, you won't have any control of what happens in any way. So why does it matter if they're legal or illegal? In fact, maybe illegal could be better because temporarily they can't vote. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No. Actually, you're wrong about that. See, that's an underpinning thing going on in the background that people don't pay attention to. By the way, if you live in New York as an illegal immigrant, you can vote. Not necessarily in the national election, like the presidential election, but they're working their way towards that. Right now, illegal immigrants in New York can vote.
Illegal immigrants can vote in New York City?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have to register to vote, and for you in the registration process, give your identity,
Oh,
all
wow.
that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Can I ask a question? I'm just confused.
Well, you don't know what I'm talking about, so you ask questions.
How did they register to vote?
Before the next one jump in.
No, people in
Before
the
the
comments
next
are
one jump
confirming
in.
that in New York City, illegal immigrants can vote. Now, wow, good luck in New York City.
There you go.
No, they
See,
probably heard it
Yeah.
from one Pan-African channel or some,
no,
Yo,
no, I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to those channels. But Mike is see.
not you. I'm saying you in the
see,
comment section. Not you. No.
you see, that's the thing. What you're saying is not wrong, but what I'm asking for is to take everything in totality. That's what I'm asking for. So
Okay, let me
the
put it in
point that you,
totality. Wait, let me put it in totality. One thing you need to understand is this: when American government are bringing people in, they are more interested in their children. They know that these guys are going to give birth to their children, and the children will be the real Americans, not the people that are coming in. So people from the beginning of time,
the interest in the children for 18
allow me
years.
now.
18
Allow me
years.
to talk. Wait. Allow me to talk. From the beginning of America, from the beginning of time, whenever the new ones are coming in with an accent, oh, they're the immigrant, and then their children will be born. The children will have American accent. They'll be like, oh, you're the real American. And then those ones that came in as immigrants, they will either some of them will grow old and die, and that immigrant class is gone, and then or some of them will go back to their homeland or something. But their children will be the American. They will be the next American, right? And often their children, the first generation Americans, are usually the most productive Americans, because those immigrants, they are going to raise those children to make, in most cases, not all, to push them to take advantage of what they have, because they know where they're coming from. So most productive Americans are the first generation Americans. So now those children, by the time they
Mm.
give birth to their children, and they become to be less productive. So the U.S. government, when people saying these people are coming in, oh, they're gonna, bunch of foreigners are gonna overrun the country, it's a lie. This is just the people there. They're gonna grow old and die. Their children will be the real Americans.
I don't think it's a lie, Mike. So here's
No,
the
no.
thing.
People have always said that. Even when the
Um,
Irish, wait, they go look history. When the Irish were
But
coming,
but
they're
okay.
saying the Irish are going to take over.
one second,
Wait,
one
wait,
second,
wait.
guy,
The
one
people
second,
were saying the
America.
Irish are going to take
guys,
over.
The
guys,
United
But
States
today, the children
guys,
of the Irish are the one that crying about
yo,
somebody else.
guys, one,
The
one, one
president
second,
of the
one
US is
second,
Irish
one second,
American.
yeah, one second. Good night, everyone. Kaiser, one man for fun. Caesar, my brother Prince, Mike. God bless you all. Good night.
Yeah, thanks, man. Take care.
Wait, Mike, do you think it's
Prince
All
Daddy,
right,
I'll give you an
later.
example. Prince Daddy, like your parents, for example, when they came, people were like, oh, the Nigerian, this immigrant are going to come take over. But guess what? You're their children, their first generation. You've become the American. Now you're the one talking like the Americans, like,
Mike?
oh, they're coming to take over.
Mike, I have a
That's
question for
just the
you.
way it goes,
Do
man.
you think it's good for us if 20 million legal or illegal Mexicans come to America? Do you
It's
think
not my business, man. It's not my what is mine. Well, I you know. I mean, do somebody else's life is not good. Is not doesn't
so? You
decide
don't
my
think
life.
it's any
Good for
influence on
them
your
or good for me. I'm not in control. So if I'm first of all, let's get on. Let's put things in reality. America has never wanted. There's no way people that run this country want blacks to be the majority. It's not possible. They just don't want that.
That's true.
They would never want that. So I don't know which fight we're trying to fight here. Are we trying to fight? Are we fighting for black? If Prince Daddy's fight is that, oh, why don't they bring more blacks than anybody else? Then I can join you on that. Okay, there's a battle here, but that's not really a fight that's in place. So I'm just saying, America will always want their
So you're
population.
saying it basically doesn't, whether white or Latino, who cares? What's the difference?
It's not my fight. It's not me to start fighting, making enmity with Spanish people because they're coming here. What the heck? It's not. What is that? It doesn't make sense, man. I'll be fighting Hispanics not to come to this country. Are you kidding me? It doesn't make sense, man. When I know for a fact that everyone in America
Right.
is an immigrant, everyone in America migrated from somewhere. And from the beginning of America, the immigration policy has always been there to bring population in, to bring people in from all over the world and send back the one you don't want. You keep the one you want. It's always been like that. Both the legal and illegal, it's always been in place. It's always been in place from day one. The
Well,
Irish, the
yeah. To
Italians,
your
a lot of
point,
them, the Irish, the Italians, most of them, a lot of them came legal. Some other came illegal. They all came in. America opened the door because America needs them in, and their children will become the official Americans because they will grow up in America. They won't know anywhere else, so they will just be the Americans. And then the one that actually came on the board will grow up and die, and they're gone. They didn't take over anything. So that's the way it's always been. Come on, guys.
see to your question, real quick. Say many over the years, for the past, I don't know, 20 years or so, especially in California, right? Many black neighborhoods, okay, they've been gentrified by Hispanics. Apart from the white gentrification also that goes on in different parts of the state, but eventually, if you're outnumbered by other groups, they will push you out. They'll
Prince Daddy,
naturally push you out of
Prince Daddy,
the community.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
I understand that. I understand that. But your approach, I understand that. I understand that. But your approach is that they should hand immigration. No, they're not going to hand it because the U.S. government.
Mike, I never said that. Mike,
No,
don't
no,
quote me
no.
wrong. I never
No,
said that.
no, like, no, okay, not you. Okay, I'll say the people that are complaining about, oh, the Hispanics are overpopulating the black neighborhoods. First of all, the U.S. government, do you know that there were more blacks in America than the Italians, Americans, the other, do you know white America? Most of them, they are from different part of Europe. They all, the white America, the population of white America, they first came here, they started the country. Their descendants today, they are less than probably 5% of the white Americans today, because most of the white Americans today were people, the descendants of children that came later, even including Donald Trump. Donald Trump's dad was an immigrant. Whether his dad or his grandfather, I don't know. So during that time, the black Americans were more populated than most of those European ethnicity that came later. It's always been there. And even the Cubans, the other Hispanic that came, it's gonna be that way. They always the solution. The American government will keep that immigration policy open until America gets to that point where the population is large enough where they no longer need that immigration system and they will shut it down. But they are not there yet, so they will continue to have that immigration program going on. So now the solution, if blacks want to have population and control area, kept their neighborhood, is for them to either start making bunch of babies or they start inviting blacks from other countries
Yes.
to come help them. That's the only
Okay.
way they can compete in that regard of population. But
See,
unfortunately, the blacks themselves, they don't even like the blacks that are. They're even more angry about the blacks that are coming in than they're angry about anybody else. So they themselves don't annoy. They're not helping themselves. So that's the only way. But as far as
see.
saying you want to end
Okay,
immigration, it's not happening. The
Mike,
government's not going to
what
do
you're
that.
talking about? Okay, see, the immigration from the beginning of the United States and now is quite. There's a stark difference, right? Because now, back then, when the Jews came, the Italians and all those people, even though they had their own little neighborhoods, they all believe in the core American values, whereby they were more than happy to assimilate to American culture and ideas. But in today's America, that's not the
Ah
case.
man, come on, stop it, man. Since we did the
I'm
Irish,
telling
go
you
to the
facts.
Irish pub. They
Huh?
still got the Irish flag. The Greeks, the whites are still. I'm
What?
telling you, listen. Italians, they were still connected to Italy. Even till today, there are white immigrants in America. In fact, there's this community here where I stay, where the Ukrainians are the new ones coming in right now. They're still connected to Ukraine. They're not nobody naturally just asking. Yeah, they will connect. They
That's
will
what I
love
said
America,
from. That's what I
but
said from the beginning. You have to.
it's their children that we assimilate with the American society because that's all they know. They're born and raised in America. But the ones from that country, we always remember where they come from. I'm telling you. So don't say back in the days this and that. It's a lie. Go study your history back then. All of them, the Irish,
I mean,
they were
what
all.
do you mean it's a lie that people don't want to assimilate to the American values and culture? What is the lie about that? That's what people
Nobody
come here
dumped
to
their
do.
culture. Majority of people don't dump their culture where they were. Listen,
No, no. See, no,
you're
no,
not
no,
born
no,
and
no,
raised in
no.
a
Okay,
culture and dumping
maybe
and
see,
assimilate another.
being assimilating to a culture doesn't mean you defenestrate your culture where you came from. That's not the point here. But it means that you share in the same common value in to your host country. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that you forget about your culture. Not at all. Okay.
Wait. No. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. When people come to a place where they find in favor, of course they're gonna like the place. They want to be law abiding and things like that. But you can tell me there's somebody from Italy or a part of Europe where the way it was raised. Um, Maybe let me give an American culture that's part of American culture. Okay, for example, Americans are very liberal in the sense of they have sexual expression. You understand what I'm saying? Like that Hollywood showing your breast. They're very sexually active, expressive in a sense. You're not going to tell me that someone that comes from part of Europe, especially particularly Eastern Europe, they are very more conservative. They will come here and say, "Oh, I want to assimilate to American culture. Now I'll start flashing my breast and things like that." They don't do that. Their children are the one going to do that. So don't tell me back in the days, those Europeans that came, the part of American culture, they didn't really, uh, they didn't find very this
Well,
thing. They didn't say, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to assimilate."
I'm not talking about the popular culture, but what I'm talking about is that's not the entire assimilation of American culture to be flashing your breast. There's more to that. There's way more to that.
Are
Okay.
you saying the positive side?
Of course, I'm talking about the
Why
positive
would anybody
side.
want to assimilate with anything positive? Yes, the positivity of American culture is not something peculiar to America. It's a universal thing. Positivity is a universal thing.
Mike,
I
can
don't
I
know what
ask a
people are saying
question, please?
assimilating.
Can I ask a
Is
question?
there
Can I
really
ask
an
a question,
American
Mike?
culture, by the way? Is there really an American culture,
Am
Prince
I
Daddy?
am I edible? It seems like
Of
this
course
guy's
there
on
is. Of course there
What is
is.
the American culture that's different from everybody else? Tell me.
this guy's on here, man.
Of course there's plenty of American culture. See, American culture is just like it's really a conglomeration of different cultures around the world
Now
that
you
are,
man,
are-
happy.
that came to this country. Yeah, so I mean, if you look at American culture, there's the Jewish part of it. There's the British, of course. I mean, there's Italian. There's so many stuff that makes American culture.
So
I
what are
mean,
you saying about somebody coming to assimilate if they already have it in them?
no, they come here, and what became American culture eventually is that has been, I don't know, acculturized to fit American. It's something. It's been tailored to the American way of life. That's what I mean. You're not
Okay,
going to
what
get
is
like
the American way of life that some people are coming, they're not willing to assimilate? Well, what is it? What is that? Tell me. There is no such thing.
Oh,
There's no such thing.
there are plenty. There are plenty. Every society has their own way of doing things. You can't say that. We do so in Nigeria and everywhere else. They do. They
No,
do. I
no,
mean, because you don't recognize it doesn't
no.
mean it doesn't
Yes,
exist.
yes. In no, no. In Nigeria, in other society, indigenous society, they have an indigenous way of doing things, indigenous norms, right? But America does not have one. We don't. America is just a population of people where everybody from all over the world brought their own, just like you said, different culture, different things. So there's no one
No,
American way.
see,
There is no one
for
American way.
example, Thanksgiving, for example, your work ethics, the
The
way you
work
approach
ethics.
work. Yes, it's part of it. The way you work, the way you believe in, let's say, in paying taxes. Where you come from, they don't want to pay taxes.
That's the American
But
culture. Are you
yes,
kidding me?
see, you can dispute it, but that is fine.
So
See,
they were not paying taxes where they came from. Come on now. Come on,
Can
change.
I? Can
No,
I?
the
Can
paying
I,
see,
taxes is not a
it's
culture, man. Stop it,
can
man.
I ask a
it's
question?
it's not the culture, it's the
I
way
want
of
to
life,
ask
what they believe in.
Prince
Sorry,
Daddy a
go ahead.
question.
Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
nobody want to pay tax. Even
Prince
Americans want to
Daddy,
pay tax. The
Oh, wait,
government
Mike,
make you
let's
pay
let
tax.
Kifaro
Okay,
go
keep
ahead.
out. Go ahead.
Mike, please wait. I came in sure. I don't know. I've been missing something here. Prince Daddy, are you African American?
I'm not.
He's a Nigerian American now. He's a Nigerian American.
Wow.
The Yoruba American, in fact.
That's okay. So I'm just going to ask you another question. You in America, how do you identify yourself as an African, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to ask you a question. If let's say 100 Yoruba people, hungry people from the village, are trying to immigrate to the United States illegally to better out your family, and you are in that position to stop them, you will stop them, right, from getting to America. Will you do that?
Okay, of course, in the hypothetical question, would I do that? Well, if they're gonna come that far from Nigeria, okay, they would be documented one way or another.
No,
So I
no, no,
don't get it.
no. I said illegal. I don't. I said
Okay,
illegal. They're
like how,
coming in
like how?
America illegally. Maybe they're coming. I don't know, from Brazil, the desert, Mexico, to the border, are coming to America. But like 1,000 people from Yoruba villages. Will you
Uh-huh.
stop them? You, like, not American government. Will you stop them if you had the power? Will you do that?
If I have the yeah, okay, if I have the power, I will make sure they document it. Well, I mean, see,
No,
that's this.
let's not twist it.
It's not twisting.
Illegal immigrants at the border from Nigeria, will you stop them from coming to America? Yoruba, will you? Yes or no? That's
I
simple.
will let them in and be documented. It's not that
Okay,
difficult. I just
So
keep
that's the
telling
same
you.
thing the
okay,
government is doing with the Mexicans.
okay. So what's your argument now? What's your argument about illegal immigrants?
No, well, see, that is you not understanding that not everybody that crosses the border is documented. Yes, you're making that assumption, which is erroneous to its core. Not
Okay,
everybody that comes to the southern border of the whole contiguous United States with Mexico come
mm-hmm.
in documented. They are not.
We're not
No,
talking
no,
about
that's not what they
documented.
ask you. Chris
I
Daddy,
think
stop it, man.
you're trying to
I already
twist it
answered
now.
this.
You're
I already
just
answered this
no,
question
no.
now.
No, he didn't
People,
answer it.
you did not. You're just trying to play over it as if you don't understand. You understand very well what I'm trying to say. People come illegally at the border, and for some reason, they get them into America and they try to give them a legal status. That's completely different question. That's what you're trying to say. But there are
Yes.
so
Uh-huh.
many people at the border that gets into America legally. Let's take, for example, the case scenario that these Nigerians from Yoruba, they get into America legally. Maybe they found a way to go under the ground, some tunnel, and found themselves in Texas. And
Mm-hmm.
these people were caught. Will you deport them, all of them, back to Nigeria? Let's say it that way.
I don't work for immigration services, so I wouldn't know that.
Come on, man.
Whatever.
Come on, stop
Okay,
it,
that's good.
man.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's just
The one you've been saying all day, you don't work for immigration.
why would you
You're able
deport
to say,
them?
but you don't work for immigration. You didn't say you don't work for immigration services for you to have your opinion on that. But when it comes to the one, the critical one you're giving you right now, you don't work for immigration.
First,
Well,
just say
no,
no.
because the question is asking is like almost it's almost a non-question,
Okay,
if I
let me
can
ask
say
you
that.
this. Okay, those ones that are in the border right now, those Hispanics, do you want them in or not?
Yeah, they can come. Well, they can come in. They can come in legally. They can come in documented very
No.
much.
Illegally.
No, the
Okay,
answer is no.
okay. The answer is no. You answer that one. So now what he's asking is if it's a bunch of Nigerians, Yorubas, on that border right now, and they want to come in, they say illegally, same way. Would you let them in?
I just told you I don't work for immigration services. I mean,
wait. So you don't have to work for immigration service to answer no for the Mexicans, but you have to work for immigration service to answer no for the Nigerians.
I think you're trying to say
You sound like this is racism going on here.
I think
Come on, man. So are we
because you,
saying so your whole
because
argument? So
you're trying
you just
you're trying to
racist.
trap me, Mike. You're trying to trap.
No, now I get it now. So you just racist towards Hispanics. That's what it is. This is all. That's
Actually,
what this
not at all.
argument
No, actually, not at all. I have Hispanic in my family. Actually, you don't even know that. Not
But
at all.
come on,
Not at all.
man.
But
You said no to
I'm
the
more concerned.
Hispanics, but you
I'm
couldn't
more
say no to the
concerned about.
Nigerians.
No, I'm more concerned about really saying.
Come on, Prince Daddy. Come on, man. Come on. You can't deny your racism, man. Come on, stop it.
No, I cannot
If
be
it was a
racist.
white person
It's
that
not
said what you just
possible.
said right now, you'd be shouting your racism all day.
what's
No,
wrong
no,
with you?
I don't do that. I don't play that race card. Not at all. You don't.
You
Not at
just
all.
did, man.
What's wrong with
No.
You deny the Hispanics, but you don't know how to do it. Like
Well,
you don't want to deny
no,
the Nigerians.
because for what it takes to have that many Yoruba people, Nigerians to get to the border, literally it's just like you open the door to your room and get into the other room. That's the way the southern border is to many of these people. They come in the millions. Okay, but the point here is that they come in the millions, and if you know the cost, what it takes to
The
take care of
problem
these
you have
people.
with them is they
Guys,
don't look like you. That's
Here's
the problem you have with them.
Mike, wait. Okay, here's the thing. I actually thought deeply about what Mike said, right? And here's my next thing. Here's my problem. So as an immigrant perspective, I actually don't care if Mexicans come in, right? Who cares, right? From a solely immigrant perspective, I think I agree with you. However, from a black perspective, maybe I don't know if you guys view yourself as black Americans. I was born and raised in America. I view myself as a black American. Yes, I'm Nigerian, but I'm also a black American. Sorry. I don't think when I see Mexicans replacing blacks in the neighborhoods, which is true, like in every black county, it's becoming Latino county. It's crazy. The schools are becoming Latino. They're literally replacing black Americans. I don't think that's positive for black America. So I'm gonna have
You have an argument. Yeah,
Well, I said that in regards to California, exactly to your point, and that's what I said earlier. But me, actually, I was actually looking at it from more like an economic perspective. Quite frankly, I was even looking at it to that point. Because eventually, the gentrification, what you're talking about, is going on for even the white people. They gentrify.
Exactly. Even the white people replace the black Americans.
Even the Russians or the Eastern Europeans somehow are doing it. So I'm not really concerned about that. But my argument with Mike is that look, not all immigration is positive. That's my point I'm trying to make.
Here's the thing, Mike.
I don't care my argument is not whether it's positive or negative. It's not my argument.
Positive economically. That's what I mean. Economically, it's not positive.
But if the government is deliberately, it's the
Mike,
government deliberate program. That's what I'm trying to let you know. So what if it's a government? Wait. If it's a government deliberate program, so why are you crying about it?
I don't think Mike is wrong when it comes to economics. Look, having low wage labor is good for the American state. I mean, we can't debate this. For the American taxpayer, maybe it's not great, but we're talking about the American state, not the American taxpayer. These are two separate individuals, right? So you can't debate that. It's good to have low wage labor. It's good. The American
hold on. Okay, please. I'll need you to explain. I didn't mean to cut you off. How is it good or positive when the overall wages will be depressed? Okay, and normal Americans.
No, you won't.
Mike, this is one of the. It's a simple economic.
There's a law in place. There's a minimum wage law in place. So the wages cannot drop.
Okay, Mike. You just argue against your own point. Of course, there's a minimum wage out there, but if you can pay, there are people willing to work for way less than the minimum wage. Why do you want to go pay the prevailing wage? What are you talking about?
So are you arguing that employment will cut? There will be a cut in employment for the citizens? Is that what you're saying?
There will be.
Of course. That's a natural progression. Wage depression, on higher unemployment for the citizens, the natural born citizens or the people
are
that
you saying
are
America is suffering an unemployment problem?
You guys have
that's not the point. Say these workers are not technical workers. Mike, hold on. I know what you're talking. This when it comes to maybe white collar jobs or technical jobs, we may be deficient one way or another in the country, but it doesn't mean that we should allow for the people at the bottom rung of the American society to have to compete with illegal immigration, okay, in so doing, push them further into poverty and the welfare state.
No,
It's
no,
going to happen,
no,
Mike.
no,
It's a
no,
natural
no. If
progression.
Prince Daddy, if you can prove to me that the people in the bottom of America are suffering from employment issue, they are compete, they are having to compete and they can't find a job, then you have an argument. You can show me that, but that's not the case.
It definitely drops
That's
wages.
not the case. There are millions of,
Mike,
in
okay,
fact,
say now you want to put me
American
back to
economy is
school.
so
I have
robust
to
that
go do a lot of research. I have to go do a lot of research, Mike, and present it to you because you're trying to send me back to school. What I'm talking about is just not is not just I'm just throwing things, pulling things from the thin air. It's just the reality of economic what you want to call it
Yeah, that's
variables.
economic
It,
fact.
it,
Yeah.
that's what happens. See,
No,
you
no,
can't tell me that the wages would not be depressed.
it
It will be
cannot. It
depressed.
cannot because the government already set the ceiling. They
Demand.
already set the minimum wage. They already set it.
Let's just do supply and demand, right? It will drop, but that's good for America. It's not
Oh,
good for
minimum wage will drop.
people. You need to separate the people and the state. That's the problem I see with this argument. The state will improve. The American taxpayer will not improve. You have to separate the two. There you go.
You see what Prince Daddy doesn't know is
How
this.
does the state improve?
Prince Daddy. What
Wait,
you
hang on,
understand
guys,
is
guys.
this.
Let me ask a question, Mike. Let me ask you guys a question. Also, let me just read out this super chat from Shuku Igwe. Shout out to you for the $5. Open borders are incompatible with the welfare state. I'm against my taxes increase to pay for illegals. Illegal migration only. Okay, there's a question here though, right? America might be the one of the few Western states that survives because they're actually allowing people to come in. Because what about the lower birth rates that Europe is actually facing? Is America not being the high IQ one by allowing it to happen? But
Yeah. You got
Say
it.
you can always replenish it. Say you can always replenish your low birth rate or your employment sector lacking technical workers by, of course, legally allowing for immigrants to come in, lowering your immigration standard. This is not a big problem. So it might make it sound like, for example, we can get like 1 million Nigerians to come to America like tomorrow. Of course we can. Say we can get like 2 million Indians from India to come to America. There are plenty of people wanting to come to America. That is not a problem. That will never be the problem.
No.
And
You
and
let
the
me tell you
issue.
something. You can't get 1 million Nigerians to come tomorrow because there's not enough flights. There's not. First of all,
Well, Mike, I didn't mean that literally. I
let me
didn't mean that
explain something
literally.
to
I
you.
didn't mean that literally. You know what I
Let,
mean?
yeah, no,
We
I'm
can
just saying. Like
easily.
I'm saying, I'm trying to explain to you why they really open that border in the south. Why Mexican and the South American, Central American take advantage? Because America needs certain amounts per year of people to come in. They need it. They know their quota. They need it. Now the deal is the process, the legal process. It's a long, rigorous process where, first of all, the people they have to come in. They have to come up with the money to pay for the visa process, the money for the plane tickets, the airline industry. So they know that, oh, we can meet these quotas yearly. So guess what? Let's just open an avenue for the illegal ones to come in, and then we'll let them do the process while they're already here. And then the ones among them that we know that they are lazy or unproductive, we just arrest them and
Say,
deport them because they're going to do
say,
something stupid. Wait,
Mike, you know, hold on. Say, simply the fact that you cross the border, American border, to come in itself, it's illegal. I hope you know that.
it's, a,
Hold on.
it's
That's
technically
why
illegal.
that's why
I
we
get
get
it,
our
but
hold on. That's why we get our visa and all the our passport or whatever from Nigeria and around from Kenya and around the world before we come in there because we've been approved
exactly.
already. Okay, so crossing the border, it's illegal. That's
We
that's
know.
the whole point.
Wait, Mike is
Listen,
an interesting argument. Mike, so this is an interesting argument. Are you basically saying, look, we know that certain Western countries need to accept a certain amount of immigrants to survive. Everyone knows this. Germany needs a certain amount. I don't know how much the U.S. needs. You're basically making the argument that in order for the U.S. to survive due to low birth rates, they need to accept X amount of immigrants every year. But because the legal process is too short, is too long, and probably it's too complex to change, that's why they open the border. So basically, letting these people in is keeping America alive because
Caesar,
Now,
let me even say this that will shock Prince Daddy. Do you know that crossing that border is technically not illegal? You know that?
I don't know.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
For asylum,
Let me give you the definition of.
hold on, Mike. For a legal asylum, you're right.
No,
Okay,
no,
but
no,
don't
no, no,
tell me
no.
that.
Just
Don't say
wait,
that
wait, wait,
everyone that crosses the border is coming to seek political asylum. I don't think so.
wait,
I
wait.
don't
No,
think
no,
so.
no, I didn't mention asylum. You're not trying to move me. You're doing strong argument. What I'm trying to tell you is this: globally, I mean, for most countries, especially particularly America, the definition of illegal means punishable offense. Do you know that no country, well, maybe some, but let's say America, does not have a law that says anyone that cross American border will go to jail or will be tried in a courtroom for a crime. Do you know that? So technically, it's not illegal. The only thing is they can say you are undocumented.
Okay.
The word is undocumented, and non-undocumented means you're not recognized by the Constitution as a member of this society. So that way we can move you away from there. You understand? That's what it means. But there's no crime, there's no law in the book that says you cross this border, you've committed a crime that's punishable in a court of law. So you need to understand all these things, man. You need to get it.
No, no, no. You know, so
And
you're not an
in fact,
immigration.
American
Hold on,
law.
hold on,
Do you
hold
know
on.
that American
You're not an
law?
immigration lawyer.
Okay.
So hold on. So then why? Where did the term alien or more like illegal come from? If that been the case, why do they bother to stop anybody at the border? Why are they doing anything there? Why do they have ICE and all this immigration people at the border? If it's not illegal, why don't they let
No,
the people
no,
come in?
no. What the law permits you to do. In fact, in fact, American law even says when you on the street of America, no one
Yeah,
can
Mike,
violate your
can I
liberty.
can
But
I
wait, wait,
come?
wait. What the law, what they can do legally is if you're not recognized in the Constitution, they'll take you back to where you're citizen. They'll take you to a country where you're a citizen of, deport you, move you back to your country of citizenship. That's what the law allows you to do. But the law doesn't say you commit a crime for being here. The law only
Right.
says we have the right to remove you. That's what the law says. And that's why America opened the door like, okay, come in, come in. And then those of you who don't need, we'll just remove you. The one we need,
No,
we'll
no,
give
but
you a
Mike,
path to become legal.
I think I think you're making actually quite an interesting point here, right? Because I'm thinking about it from different angles. So let me just add to the and then everyone can discuss it. If you look at like I mentioned earlier, European countries like Sweden, Switzerland, well, not Switzerland, but Sweden and all these European countries and Germany, they actually need around 400,000 people every year immigrating there just to keep the pension system active. They don't have that much people. So much bureaucracies in selecting people. Even the people applying don't know about it from, let's say, the countries where they need the specific skills from. And also in terms of economy, America has a lot of industries, for example, picking fruits, vegetables, and all that stuff. If you only allow, let's say, skilled labor force to come in, you're already limiting the non-skilled labor shortage. And also not just that, there's also the workers. Again, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm just saying this helps the American economy. But you don't want to legitimize everything because then these people will not really be doing what you need them to do. In a way, America wants these people to work hard for many years. Their kids might become, legal, but they, that first generation is going to put in at least like 50% more productivity than the actual American citizen. Also, if you look at it from the whole latency argument, right? Like latency, meaning the time it takes for something to take effect. This might be more effective than the European model of hoping you'll just sort the problem out later on. But yeah, BT, I want you to go first.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Priest Daddy, and everybody.
Hey,
I
yeah.
actually came up because I don't know what Mike is talking about. Mike said that it's illegal air entry is called a felony. Section 8118868 it's a felony to, and he said no country will do anything. Well, go to North Korea and try and then
No, I didn't say no country. I said America. I didn't say no country.
They shoot you aside in North Korea if you try to leave. They kill you. So imagine trying to get in. So no, it is a felony. Yeah, now am I lying?
The guy who tried to get in, the Mzungu guy, I think he was sentenced to like 5 years hard labor or something.
Jesus Christ. But I think like
remember I didn't say every country though. I didn't say that.
But this is the point. the American politician is not willing to have that difficult conversation with their own citizens about the need and importance of immigrants. Because they have all this retirement plan, you have all these benefits. Somebody has to work to pay for them. And if you're not willing to have more kids, you're having 2 kids, you're just pretty much keeping up with you need more people to come in. And they're not willing to change the immigration process or to at least update some part of it to bring people in. You see how they're anti-skilled workers coming in, even though you don't have enough skilled worker like in tech and medicine, for instance. So their politicians are not willing to have that uncomfortable conversations. Democrats think if we do this, we get to, we're doing it for votes down the road. And Republicans is thinking we want to preserve the culture. So it's like a cultural battle going on. So until they are willing to tell their people the truth, they should know that already by now, the importance of immigration. Is that you relax the laws or you have more kids?
That's why they're trying to come up. Please remember the baby boomer time now. The baby boomer, remember they're trying to come with the idea of encouraging Americans to have sex, and they were promoting. That's when they had the sex revolution. I think it was after World War II now. When they started, that's when most people don't even know all this word we used to like dating. It came later when they started encouraging Americans, the high school children, to date and have sex so they can make a lot of babies. And then they end up creating the baby boomer generation.
But the Hispanics are having a lot of children. So are the African Americans too. Apart from the abortion,
yeah, it became a disaster, man. The baby boomer time became a disaster because they ended up having a bunch of bastard children everywhere in America. Most of them grew up becoming drug addicts, and it was a disaster. They just went back to the immigration system. Man.
Can we just go to the point here? When I say have more babies, I'm actually discussing the white people. That's what actually I was trying to say. Because they are the ones that still having that cultural battle. Because the liberal whites and the conservative whites are still having that battle amongst themselves. So when I say have more babies, I was not even discussing the minorities. I'm discussing white people.
Well, that's why now abortion in America, so they could
right. But when the society is now promoting feminism, laws against men, divorce, where even look at the account in terms of sexual mating in America, it's gone down. You have men going 2-3 years without having sex. That is terrible for any society. People are not effing like they're supposed to.
That's the crazy thing about America. In Nigeria, I mean, are there incels in Nigeria? Like, I don't even think that's a thing. In America,
no, there's no incels in Africa, Caesar.
But you can't say that without actually telling us what the problem is. I issue with pornography because the society is so promiscuous.
Hold on, let me tell you the reason why. I said the brief, but let me tell you the reason why. Mating went down, of course. Pornography is part of it, stuff like that. But society itself is not encouraging marriages anymore.
Wait, you say pornography make mating go down? Are you kidding me?
The what now? No.
Go ahead.
For a man, I mean, there is enough studies for you to read about. When you are too obsessed with pornography, your drive to go pursue a woman comes down because you can satisfy that urge by just jerking off. So, but that is part of the issue. I get that, but I'm saying that society itself, as a system, if you want people to get married and have more kids, you provide an environment and system that encourages that. The American system now discourages people having kids in a system of marriage. They promote this single motherhood of single babies, and they have all the system that is not geared towards the marriage structure anymore. So even if you're single, you're probably gonna have 1 or 2 kids, and that's it, right?
But the West quality over quantity. My grandmother's time, they said have as many kids as possible. One of them will be rich and pay for the rest of them.
But hold on. In that time, the government was providing incentives for your grandparents that had all those kids, right? But if you're a single mother and you have only 1 kid, you get more benefits sometimes than actually married.
That's true.
There's a problem that the system itself is not promoting that. Now, if the society is not promoting that, you in that society cannot complain that people are not coming in to help you make up for, because somebody has to pay for Medicare and Medicaid. Somebody has to pay for all these benefits. And it's high-skilled workers. Somebody has to work in your farm. I remember when I was in Texas, and they had all these farms complaining that they couldn't find they should only hire Americans. They were paying them that at the time about $12 an hour. It was good money at the time. That's why they hiring all these Mexicans. Why they hiring all these foreigners, bro? They hired Black Americans to come to and work in that farm. My guy, they couldn't last 2 weeks before they quit. Oh, there's no smoke break. I need my smoke break on a farm. Like, because they're spoiled brat now, all this, it's a farm business. So, but if you bring in like somebody from Mexico that is used to working 10 to 11 hours straight, you can't compare to an American now that cannot even last on the farm.
But you know that they have a legal a program for farm workers. It's actually part of the United States tax code. If you want to put it that way.
I know that.
They encourage that.
Listen,
So they will go to the border to go and be recruiting IRA.
Wait, for residency, I was in El Paso for about 2 to 3 years. If you know a place called Juarez, Mexico, most people that live in Juarez, Mexico, by El Paso, most of them actually work in El Paso, but they live in Mexico. So in the morning, you see a huge traffic in the border coming to America to work in the morning, and in the evening they leave. So they actually have programs like that. That you don't have to be citizens, you just live in different city, then you work in America.
Exactly. And some of them don't really want to come to this country and stay. They just want to come and earn the dollars and go back.
Why? If I'm making American money, but I'm spending it in Mexico, it's more money for me.
Of course.
I'm in Mexico than living in America. So I'll come here and work and make money. You remember, El Paso and Juarez, they used to be the same country back in the day, but they were divided by because you know what happened with this of that state, right? So they are still cousins and families anyway, just like a different country.
Wait, so guys, here's the thing. I think if we're arguing from the perspective of America, yeah, immigrants are great. It doesn't matter what race. I think if we're arguing from the perspective of Black people, Black Africans, Black Americans, there's not really a way you can justify all these immigrants coming in here, whether they're legal or illegal. I don't see the point in distinguishing.
You are, bro, Caesar, you are only wait.
If there's a birth problem, right?
Hold on.
We can have enough as Nigerians, as Blacks. We can have enough children if that's what they need to replace society. Black people, we can accomplish that. But there's no way you can really justify.
Hold on. Let's do one thing real quick. When Black people talk in America, sometimes they need to put this in perspective. You are only 11% of the population. When you are discussing things like this, you must put that in mind when you are discussing immigration or healthcare, whatever. You are about 11 of the whole population. So there are other people in that country that have interest as well.
So I have to argue for my own interest and try to assert my interest.
But where's the leverage for that so-called interest? You don't have any.
Well, so wait, why would I argue on behalf of white people? Let me argue on behalf of my own people, and then let's discuss how we can accomplish it. Why would I argue on their own interest? I mean, come on, I have to argue on my own interest.
No. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying in general, because you asked about why do people come in the first place.
I know why they come, but we can't justify it. There's no justification for them to come.
Okay, but by proximity, you're going to get more Latinos come to America than Black people, just by geography, like based on where America is. The chances of having coming is higher than you coming in.
Supporting a very strict border so they don't come in, and we should be fighting, because that's what Vivek Ramaswamy is doing, the Indian. He says, end birthright citizenship, and he said, if you have a degree, we want you in America. He's trying to get more Indians in America. We should be doing the same thing for Nigerians.
No. Do you know the history of America, California, Texas, and all those?
I understand that.
Hold on.
Well, since that Black Americans say they're Indians, though. I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh, come on, don't talk about that.
Just bullshit, man. any state in America that has a sun in it used to be Mexico.
That's true. You know that. But we should be arguing like the Indians. The Indians are trying to ban the Latinos and get more Indians. We should be doing the same for Africans.
Where are they?
Vivek Ramaswamy, he wants to end birthright citizenship. That's going to directly impact Mexicans, because most of us, we come legally. Most of us, or at least we get a visa and overstay our visa. We don't just jump the border, right? So like what Vivek Ramaswamy is fighting for actually benefits Africans. We want strict border policy because most Nigerians don't come here through crossing the border. I mean,
why did the UK?
That is correct, Caesar. Yeah, to the point.
Why did the UK reverse that?
Means that you. I know you're racist, man.
Hey,
Man,
Just want my
I'm not racist though. Don't say that. I'm not.
This argument is not because you care. It's just because
you can't,
you don't like
Mike, do you know why?
I cannot be racist. What are you talking about? How is that
Mike, do
possible?
you know?
It's not about being racist. I just want my own people to win. In
You cannot. No, guys, listen.
Georgia County, you had a Nigerian running for senator.
Hold
That's a
on.
win for me. That's a win for me.
Hold on, Caesar. That case will not fly at the Supreme Court. You got to think ahead. There's no way on God's side in America you're going to end.
You know how many of the Republicans
It's not
support
going to fly. I'm telling you for a
it?
fact. It's not
People are
going to work.
foaming at the mouth to get it passed. They don't want 20 million Mexicans coming in. And with the Supreme Court's all right wingers, this is what they want badly. Do you really believe white America wants 30 million Mexicans to come to America and change the demographics of this country that they built? Do you really think that?
The government don't care.
They will have to
Separate the government, Mike.
See that.
Branches.
Hold on. I can tell you one thing. Compared to black people, they still prefer Latino. I can tell you that much.
That's true. That's true. But they still don't want them in.
But they see, to be honest with you, like they really don't. If they have their way, they'll make it all white. But they can't have their way. You remember when they had their way, they used to only allow Europeans to come in.
Yep.
But right now, you can't say you need immigrants. You not go to Europe. How many Europeans say, "Oh yeah, we're coming"? They're doing well over there. They're not interested
There's
anymore.
not enough of them.
So now it's either now that Europeans we're no longer interested in coming in. So now you have a choice: either you stop your entire immigration program, or you have to go somewhere else and bring people of other colors.
No,
So they look at their pocket, they look at their interests and like, wow,
What the
we stop
Republicans
it and go broke. We no longer become the #1 country in the world.
No,
Or-
what the Republicans want to do is increase the birth count. They don't want to let more Latinos in. They want to make. That's why they overturned abortion. They don't want to let
They
Latinos.
don't want to have more babies. That's just the. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. So they will. This is what white. Okay, let's do what white supremacy is going to now. But this is what they do. Remember, one time in America, if you were Irish or Italian, you were not really white, right? But they changed that, right? They moved the goalpost.
Right.
And they became, if you're Irish and
you have an accent. You
white.
have an accent, you know.
So trust me, bro. If he has to go against black people, they will make. Remember, by the way, Latinos went to court in the 70s, claiming that they were white. If you remember,
Yeah.
that was the head. So if push comes to shove, they will make them white. End of story. That's it. And they continue.
So why the Cubans? The Cubans.
Being white is kind of fluid. I've seen an Egyptian that's kind of dark skinned, I would say, as I am, and it's said is categorized as white in America.
But do they treat him as white?
Honestly, I don't think
I don't
white
know.
people are still doing this whole white superiority anymore.
No,
They've
they
come to realize that back then when they were doing this, it came from propaganda and brainwash that their race is superior. But now their eyes have opened. They know that there's nothing special about their race.
Still
So
doing it.
the only people they really find threatening is just blacks, because it's like this black man will take our women. But they don't see Asians and Hispanics as these threatening people. So they don't have problem with the Asians and Hispanics in their country.
That's my point. Caesar, do you remember
It's
what
only
happened?
the blacks that they may have issue with. Like,
Remember what happened
Let me teach you guys about white society.
last month.
Even
Hold
in
on.
the Democratic Party, you think white people are passing? No, they just got smarter. So even when they elect blacks into power, it's like Obama. He was raised by white people. I mean, give me a break. Then look at Kamala Harris. Who is she married to? She's married to a white dude. Whenever they elect black people into power, they have to be blacks that everyone in their close circle is white. They don't just. So if you think that white people have moved past black because they elected Obama, a man that was raised.
No, I'm not saying they moved past black. That's not what I'm saying. You didn't listen to me.
Obama
they moved past seeing themselves as this superior race of people.
Mike, why you say that? Why you say that, Mike? Based on what? Based on what, Mike?
No, wait. Whereby they used to reject Asians or Hispanics, all those kind of people. Because back then, if you're not blue-eyed, blonde-haired, they think you're less of it. They just, in their brain, they were brainwashed to believe that. But now they know there is no reality that there's anything. Don't misunderstand me now. I'm not saying they are not loyal to their race anymore. It's the difference between saying you're loyal to your race and believing that you are this chosen race people and these other people are just less human than you. There's a difference between that. Back then, the way they saw other race of people that are not blue-eyed, blonde hair, they saw them as less of humans. That's the way they saw people back then. There was a time blacks were considered 1/5 of a human. But now, which white person actually believe that today? They don't. But I'm not saying that
has stopped them from being loyal to their race. That's not what I'm saying. So today,
Mike, do you agree? There's black superiority also. Do you think that's a thing?
no, everybody have this ethnic superiority in the sense that, oh, my ethnic group is better, or I call it
Uh
loyalty.
huh.
People are loyal to their ethnic group, but it's a different argument when people actually believe that they are. It's like a brainwashing that the other people are just almost an animal. Like you just complete human being. Someone else is like almost close to an animal. So now for you to go make that person sleep with that person, something like that, it's like you've done something terrible, like you slept with an
No,
animal.
it's
That's how people were thinking 100 years ago. I'm telling you.
Mike,
Go read their books.
a white guy in the comments right now saying that we need more tall Scandinavians, not 5 feet brown people from Latin America. So I think it's hilarious. So we have a white dude in the comments that's saying, no, that's not true. We still
But Prince,
don't
there's no human being today. There's no one human being today that's still believe that crap. Other people are less of a human.
right
They
now.
today they just loyal to their race. That's it. But they don't believe that someone else is.
Now his name's Tom Likas. Do you see it? He just said it. We need more tall Scandinavians, not 5 feet brown people from Latin America. I don't think America is that race.
You mean Tom Likens, the Red Pill guy?
Yeah.
Oh, back in the early 2000s, I used to listen to him. Bullshit.
I mean, he just said it just now. I don't think America is.
I'll be honest with you. Back then, it was more of this European loyalty mentality that was going on between white people back then, because a lot of people that migrated, the immigrant back then were white, so it was this European loyalty thing. But this third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh generation of white Americans, they're not really into Europe like that. They're not seeing Europe as his homeland or things. They're just Americans.
Well, Mike, yes, you're right. Just like today, even the Jewish people, they're very close to Israel and their roots. Now, young Jewish people nowadays, they're not as close to Israel as their older generations were. Okay, so that is bound to happen over time. That's not.
Yeah, over time, people just see themselves as Americans. Most kids today just see themselves as most white kids today. They're just Americans. Many of them grew up in neighborhoods with other race of people. Like,
can I ask a question to Mike and Prince and you guys? Did you guys pay attention to the court case a few months ago in regards to the reversal of affirmative action?
Woo!
People that were, you see, when black people don't pay attention to important things, it bothers me. That should have bothered you more than everything talking about immigration. That to me is more problematic than immigration for now, because they pretty much just yanked the roof. Did you guys even watch that case at all? Did you guys follow that case at all?
Yes, but see, I mean, it's been going on for quite a while, and I think I know the core, so to speak, of that issue. And are you saying it's a bad thing? Is that your argument or your point?
No, I'm saying that affirmative actions, as it was designed, it wasn't so much that you were getting it because of your race. It was just that you still had the qualifications. Like, let's say I'm the only black person that applies for let's say 10 spots, and you have 100 applicants, and I'm the only black person that applies, and I have the requirements. What they're saying is that the odds of me getting in is slim to none. So it doesn't mean that I still don't have the requirements. Okay.
No. There's the problem. Affirmative action, the implementation, especially by the Democrats or by the liberals, is the problem.
That was the problem. They were not replacing your requirement. They were not replacing that with your race. But what happens now is that if you take that out, it gives schools and all those institutions excuses to just not take you and just say, well, you didn't meet the requirement.
No, I think at the end of the day, the judgment was supposed to be allowed. It's supposed to be about merit. See, this is the problem with affirmative action, actually, and it's a big problem for black people, because guess what? There's no need to try to force a less qualified black person in the midst of Asians and white people, for example.
Stop. See, right there, you just did what I just said exactly. You just did it right now. They have stigmatized affirmative action as being that people that are getting with quota system are coming in because they were not qualified. That is not what it was meant for. It's my point of view.
Well, that's what it was meant for.
That is true. That is true. But initially, maybe not so. But eventually, that's what it turned into. That's what it turned into.
let me explain to you. Like I said before, you still have to meet the requirements in education. For instance, like for medicine, for medical schools, for instance, you still have to get to 3.4, 3.5. But like I agree with you, they made it where you were getting 2.9, and they were still pushing you to get in. That was the problem.
Exactly. That's the problem. That's what the Asians were
But the
complaining of.
original, but the original purpose was like you met the requirements.
Exactly. I agree with you, Baba T. See,
But
that's what. See, this. I'm sorry. This is the tracking of institution. This happens a lot. See, if you know an institution to do certain things, okay, and over time, if that institution is not monitored or tracked or audited, it's going to end up being exactly what happened eventually. You can't put the Asian student is getting almost 4.0 GPA with a 2.3 black person because of affirmative action. It's a disadvantage to that black person in the first place. So in so doing, it makes black people look incompetent, and which is not true. Because if you go out there and if you go out there and get black people that actually qualify to be in the same classroom or institution as these other people, it's going to be a fair game, and you're going to see the brilliance of the black people along with the rest of the other candidates. I agree with that.
You know, it was so funny. They will say because blacks are minority and Asians are also minorities. You know, so it's just
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Let me Mike.
Even more blacks than Asians.
Mike, hold on. Let me get to my main point when it comes to affirmative actions. Now, between blacks and African Americans. So, like Prince is saying now, he doesn't have any issues with that. He does he thinks like we can compete. As a black person, I'm smart enough to compete. The issue that when it comes to the African American folk, they don't believe, not them, but their politicians don't believe that if left open, those spots might be taken away by so-called Caribbeans and Africans that academically are shown to be more brilliant in terms of those test scores. So that's the reason why they were like, oh, no, you must get it because you're black. And we're like, wait a minute. The original design of it was, I'm brilliant, but I'm black. So that was where so when you mentioned this immigration issue, I'm thinking that because black people coming to America, for instance, we have kind of we've kind of dislodged the democratic belief system in terms of qualifications. So if you say, oh, somebody is black and they couldn't get into school because somebody was being racist towards them, then Prince Daddy and Mike shows up from Africa and they are just doing it amazingly well. They're like, wait a minute. I thought they said that they hated black people. How come these guys from Africa are like just texting high and getting out of school? What is going on with your people? So when you remove the affirmative action, it's just there's no clear distinction between, okay, I'm removing it now, but we don't revert back to what it was before, where people like Mike can now say, okay, I text high. Why didn't I get in? Okay, because you're black. But how do we know it's not racism? No, because there's no protection anymore. You just remove that. So I'm saying instead of removing the law entirely, you should have just kind of tweak a little bit where you can clarify to, okay, it's meant for brilliant black people, but you just give them a quota system to get in. Doesn't mean they still don't meet the minimum requirement. You don't remove the whole thing entirely.
I absolutely agree with that.
That is just
that one definitely makes sense, you know.
Yeah, so
yeah.
That's the reason why I don't get into this African American versus black debate online, because it's gotten to it's just it's oh, you are the Nigerian, oh, you steal my spot. How did I steal your spot in school? I just
But see, the other part of it is that another angle is that, look, it is true that many times they give advantage to Africans or non-African American blacks.
Where
in employment, in schools, yeah, they do. They do. I believe that they do.
No, how did they do that?
Well, because just like Mike said earlier in his employment, it's easier to deal with a non-immigrant, okay, than to deal with an American black that's more likely to complain and whine about and quit on
To a
you.
non-immigrant, what do you mean? I don't get it. You mean immigrant? I don't get it. What did you say?
I say to you, it's easier to deal with an immigrant, rather, an immigrant, okay, than to deal with an American that is black.
I didn't say that, man. When did I say that?
Well, you are making a point that if you train somebody for, I don't know, 2 weeks or whatever on a job, and that happens to be an American, right? They're more likely to quit because they have another job or for whatever reason than an immigrant. An immigrant is more likely
Then
to settle.
let me repeat what I said. I said the illegal Mexican guy, he'll come to me because he's illegal. He's looking for something. And they would tell me, hey, I don't need you to pay me. I just want to learn that work. And after I learn, and then you pay me. That's what I said. Whereas, and I'm a person
Wait,
that's legal, whether it's American or an immigrant or illegal immigrant
yeah,
has options.
but guys,
He would
let
not
me
do
ask.
that. That's what I say. I didn't say black American or American
Well,
illegal. I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
you're right. You say American, but I'm just putting black in there because
It
they
could be,
have more.
even in Nigerian, because even in Nigerian, that's an American. He will do the same
Yeah,
thing as
I have a
options.
question for you guys, right? So, for example, if you look at this article from the Atlantic, it's basically said that there's a lot of tension between African American, so African immigrants and Black American kids, right? So even with the all affirmative action, is supposed to technically help poor Black American kids, specifically coming from single parent households and all that stuff. So there is tension, saying, for example, the Ghanaians coming in there with with all the benefits of so-called white people, 2-parent household, the education background, all of that stuff. They're getting into all the good schools, and this article goes on to show that African immigrants are overrepresented in these Ivy League schools, right? For example, here, let's see, it says, right, like, okay, in 2000, a study covered by Washington Post found that a quarter of Black students admitted to elite colleges were African immigrants, though they only represent 13% of the America's college Black population. So imagine that they're only 13% of the Black college population, yet they're 25% of all the elite schools. And if you
Can I
look at those numbers, yeah.
can,
So
can,
go ahead.
before you continue, let me just clarify something. This is what I was saying earlier between foreign blacks and American blacks. When they say you take their spot in school, they never mention the disparity in test scores and GPAs. So, like I said earlier, it's meant for brilliant blacks. Then you get the quota system to get in. They still want to get the same privilege with low test scores. That is the problem. That is the problem. That's the reason
Some
why
of them don't even, those people that are complaining, they don't even take any text. They don't take
Mike,
any test. They don't even apply.
Mike,
They don't do any of it. They don't believe in even
Mike,
going to
Mike,
school. But they will come and
Philly,
tell you that you're taking something from them. You're taking sports.
Philly,
When you ask them, have you even applied? Did you even take any test? Test? No. These people. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
sorry. In Philadelphia, about 12 years ago, a whole fire department was sued by black people. They were recruiting people. You can go look it up. Black people sued a fire department that they didn't take any black people for like 3 years straight because they said the test was too high. It was too hard for black people to pass. And the court agreed with the black people, and they had to change the test to make it easier for black people to pass. In America, go look it up. They sued the fire department.
But they're trying to take, many schools are taking out math from arithmetics from schools because it's not good for the black kids. It makes them less smart.
No, but that's my point. But when you come
I agree with your point.
When you come in, you disprove all these ridiculous beliefs about black people.
Why
do you guys care if they make it easier for Black Americans to get jobs? Like, what's the big deal? Why do you care?
Easier, the quality of service, Caesar.
So you want to?
Do you want to get, do you want your doctor to be a guy that went to school with 2.5 GPA? Will you be comfortable with that kind of empty?
No. You're a different doctor. Let the black doctor work with white people then. Why do you care?
Really?
Yeah.
So, people like Caesar is the reason why the black community will continue to be.
So you want your surgeon to be Mike, Caesar. Oh no. So you're comfortable with your surgeon being a guy that barely passed.
So look, you don't see the right perspective. Look, if they hire a black surgeon that isn't qualified, I don't go to him. I don't care if he works on other people.
How would you know that? How would you know?
Maybe I'll go to one with good reviews. Easy as that.
See what I'm saying?
I'll go to a surgeon.
These guys, it's like Dundee United, man.
You don't really understand.
Yeah, you're thinking backwards, man. Caesar, come on.
The more black surgeons there are, the more money there is for black people. If the black surgeon isn't qualified, I won't go to them. But I don't care if other people go to them.
How would you know it's not
But
qualified?
Caesar, it's not about you specifically, right? It's about what would be the perception of black people in general. Of course, you are unique in that sense, but not even black people would not patronize such a doctor. You know that.
Well,
Everyone wants
how
to
do you
go to
think
a
the
competent
reputation?
pilot, a competent doctor. They're not going to go to a quack doctor or one that's incompetent. Nobody's going to do that.
Here's the thing. So,
Caesar, do you even care about reputation of blacks? I mean, like, come
okay,
on.
so now you're arguing for the reputation of blacks. Okay, well, look, if the doctor's not good, maybe they should spend more resources training them. But if they give it to someone who's unqualified, I don't care if they spend.
I don't think that's the original argument there.
Yeah,
Right?
this is the point. We said how? No, Caesar, hold on. We said how did he get in the first place? Not the training. How did he even
Caesar,
get
how
there?
about this, right? You're conflating skills versus intellectual capacity, right? So someone can, get through the medical course and get all the skills, but they're not operating at the level that you want them to for, let's say, diagnostic purposes. So, there is a point of having these tests to get in is to kind of project, okay, can this doctor learn at the highest level? Or do you want, Caesar, to kind of change the system whereby some doctors can just be more of a practitioner, but then they're not going to allow them to go to the highest level of diagnostics? Because not all doctors will, you get my point, right? You can get some doctors who can practice basic stuff, but some doctors do need to be really high IQ to be able to do everything at the highest level. So don't you think that these tests help at least keep out some potential people who got the skills but then don't have the intellectual?
The reason thing about all
ability.
the tests, people who don't know anything about the test or haven't taken them, when they hear these things, they think, oh, wow, they're making it easier. No, if you've actually taken the test, you know that a lot of these questions are bullshit. Like, I remember when I took the SAT, they ask you questions that require cultural knowledge of a white American.
So it's racist now.
Questions are bullshit.
Now,
Let's say you're taking an SAT test about mathematics, right? Well, I'm Nigerian American. I know everything about math, but I'm Nigerian American. Then the question asks me something about cards. And I have to have implicit knowledge about how card games work. But guess what? I didn't grow up playing card games. It's a bullshit question that requires me to have implicit knowledge of American culture and white American culture. So
that is true. That's the cultural competency. Yeah.
You've never taken it before. You think like that, but I've taken the test. I know what I'm talking about. They're bullshit questions. There you go.
Okay. So
I'm not talking about the sociology part of the test. I'm talking about the actual practical part of the test. That's because you can't use the social study part of the exam. We're talking about the mathematics, the actual.
No, what they do is they embed it inside. Let's say it's an algebra question, but then they make it such that you need to have some kind of implicit knowledge. Like I remember saying, I don't know how many spades. I don't know how cards work. I don't know how many spades.
Can I be honest with you? Do you know why I'm very particular with medicine when discussing this topic?
Caesar sounded Oyinbo. Okay, I'm Oyinbo.
Do you know the hardest part of medical school? Do you know the hardest part of medical school?
What's the hardest part?
Getting into medical school.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep.
So if you now relax that, because in medical school they find every way to make sure you pass. They're really good because they want you to do well.
Bingo.
But if from the beginning you're already coming in with a low score already, and you're having
that's a good point.
What do you think will happen when you get in there?
Yeah. Actually, Caesar,
that's my issue. That's
medical school is much. Caesar.
What?
Medical school is much easier than engineering school, but you want your medical practitioners to be intellectually sharp, because you're dealing with human beings' life. With engineering, obviously, there's math, so you can check everything out before it gets to build the building, right? There's a lot more code checks and all that stuff. So in general, I'm not against having the medical test to be hard, right? Because if you lower the entry requirements, like I said, if you just study really hard, you can pass these exams in university. But I would rather have like a fairly difficult entry requirement, so at least the people that are getting there, most of them have at least either the sharpness or they're really hardworking.
You don't understand how they make things hard. They don't make it like you think everything's just neutral. Oh, it's a math question, 2 + 2. Why are they complaining? They know how they make the questions. And first of all, when it comes to medicine, I know
you're saying they're targeting blacks. Is that what you're saying?
Well, first of all, what people don't realize, like citizenship test, right? Do you know the citizenship test? all these tests, like when they make tests for vote, do you know why they started that? To stop black people from voting. So a lot of people don't know the history. They just look at the
Oh
president.
no, come on,
They
Caesar.
think-
You
No,
didn't go there.
I know history. Sorry, I know history. You guys,
Come on,
they
Caesar.
made this.
So the firefighters were grading tests to target black people to kill
No,
them.
you guys see if
So
you
the one that the one that
know the history, you will understand.
wait,
But you don't know the history. And
hold on,
this is
hold on. So
African Americans complain that Africans don't want to learn history, and you guys don't know history.
Hold on. So the black people that sued the fire department that said that the test was racist. Tell me how a fire department test was
Wait,
racist.
fire department was
Go
racist.
through the
How?
question.
Yeah.
You have to go through the question because I remember taking it.
No,
How can it be racist? Oh, your law, what is this? Now, come on.
Yeah, Caesar. You see, when you make this
You've
point,
never
you have to-
participated. That's why you guys have this perspective.
No, Caesar.
Caesar, do you believe?
Hang on. Yeah, the onus is on you, Caesar. You have to go and find out and tell us exactly what part of the test was racist, because I can't imagine how.
Of course, you guys don't believe your own people. Let me tell you something. I
Okay,
remember.
Caesar, let me ask you a question. Or
What's
is it like racist the way it's sexist because women are small and they can't pick up?
So
a
no, so
300-pound man?
very often what they know how to do, what I've noticed when taking these standardized tests, right? By the way, I do very well on standardized tests. That's how whatever. The point is, it's culturally biased. They know what they're doing. Like I specifically remember when they asked this question about cards. I think in cards there's something called spades or something, and it required you to understand how card games work and how the breakdown is, something I had no familiarity with. And then all of a sudden that means I don't know math because I don't understand this implicit knowledge. This is how they give tests. So unless the test is if black people are saying, look, this test is culturally biased, it's culturally biased. And then you guys who have never taken the test can easily say, oh, they're complaining. There you go.
But see, I've taken some standardized tests. I've never seen these maybe UK is different from America. I've never seen these cultural questions like that, right?
And here's another thing. What you don't
Hold on,
understand.
Cesar, you're full of crap. Man. We all know that they allow you to ask the professor or the test to explain that question. You're allowed to do that. You know
And
that,
here's
right?
the thing about America, what people don't realize, many of these tests, if you look at the history, they specifically
come on.
They'll go in history. They did this to us.
Well, to Caesar's point, I mean, those cultural competency or nuances, it's real. It's real. But the question is, what percentage of that test comprises of such questions?
And
Okay.
that's our duty, as these are our people, to actually analyze and say what's going on here. Like with voting laws, for example, the reason why they made tests to see if you can vote is because they didn't want black people to vote. That's literally why they made the law. But you guys don't understand the history.
That is
Come
not
in and
why.
say, oh, these
Caesar.
people are complaining. You have to know history, guys.
No. Go back in history. You remember the people that are voting, if you must have a business or a property to vote. So they were like, that means you must have some kind of investment.
No, the reason why they did that is because black people didn't have property. So they say, okay, you guys want to be citizens, fine. But if
women need have property either. So what are you?
Is that whenever you guys are saying you need to go back to history, basically what you're telling me is, hey, go and look in the history. They did it to us back then. But we're talking about to convince me that they're doing it to you now. Come on now.
The one good thing about white people is they're smart. They're not going to just tell you, oh, we're not going to give it to you because you're black. They're going to say, okay, look, if you speak in Africa.
First of all, no one is giving you anything, man. You have to earn things. Stop this mentality that they have to give you. They're giving you something. That's a lie.
My life. So
I gave one example earlier, right? Where one white man that owned a company. It was very racist. In his office, he has a KKK flag and all that stuff, right? But he needed me. He needed my skills. He's looking for someone, literally, to save his company right there. And when he found me, I'm a black man. He doesn't like me. But guess what? He had to, because of me, he had to take down his flag, take down all the KKK stuff. Because he needed me. He needed my skills.
Okay. So what does that mean?
What it means is, in life, no one is giving you something. No, someone needs you. It's a mutual. They need you when they need you. It's when they hire you. Not because they want to help you or they're giving you something.
Well, Mike,
change that mentality.
that's a great story. That's a great story, and a lot of white people they do when they get into interaction or get familiar with other people, be black or whatever. Yeah, they put down they lower the barrier, so to speak, right? But it doesn't apply, of course, to everyone. When some people are racist, it doesn't matter. I mean, after all, keep in mind, those slaves that were working on the cotton farms were producing for the slave master. Did the slave master say, "Okay, today you guys are great. I'm gonna let you guys go"? Because no, it didn't happen. They were racist, and But to your point is well taken, and I know some people that it does. I mean, they will see differently.
They enslaved people because slavery was legal. That's why,
That
not because it was legal. If they make if today they say, hey, to enslave a white person in
Yeah,
America, it's legal. If you
it
can,
was legal.
what's your name, Prince Daddy? You're probably going to be enslaving a white guy today. So come on, man.
Slavery was just slavery. It wasn't racist, right? You know,
It was the law that allows people to do it. If you create a law that allows people to do that,
In
listen, they create
antebellum
laws that allow
South, in
people
the
to do
antebellum
it.
South,
They kill
when
people right
slavery
now.
was over, when it became illegal, come on, the Southerners still pursue blacks to enslave them to work for them. So they
By
didn't say
force?
yes. They
Really?
abolished when slavery was abolished. Yes, it was
Yeah,
abolished.
they were committing crime then.
Of course they were. They didn't look at those black people and say, okay, you guys are good workers, you guys are equal with us. No, no. They saw them as less of a human being, and they still wanted to
Listen,
enslave them.
they find them in a position to be able to do it. That's why they did it. If anywhere in the world, if another man find opportunity to enslave another man, he will do it. That's just in Africa today. So some people that are slaves right now. I'm telling you, you go to some
Yeah,
places.
with that, Mike, I agree with you on that.
I have a
It's
question
a human being, man. It's not race
Caesar.
thing. It's a
Caesar,
human.
I have a
Let's enslave Kaido then. That's the person that I want to enslave this time. I want to enslave Kaido.
another thing they do that's quite often with pattern recognition. See, the good thing is I grew up.
Wait, Caesar, you want to come for pattern recognition?
No.
That's the most
Here's the
important
thing.
part of this test. But go
If
ahead.
you look at the LSAT, for example, right? I have a lot of friends that are in the law school.
Okay.
They took the LSAT. Like
Yeah.
you have to know the answer that they want you to give, which I'm good at doing. But it's like
Okay.
if you don't recognize the pattern that they want you to recognize, you're wrong. It's like, what if I just see the world differently? Like they don't understand that it's culturally biased. If you're not able to switch your mind, you can't do it. But you guys, you haven't taken the test, so you don't know what I'm saying. It's culturally
Wait,
biased. It's
But
very
Caesar, I know the pattern recognition. That's more like where you find out the IQ really, because yes, you're right. Sometimes there's multiple answers that like are close enough to the answers that they want. I've done these IQ tests, so I know that. But there's some basic ones to the point whereby it does actually help, because there's some people who cannot see patterns at all. So you don't want those people to be like at the highest level as a Supreme Court judge or justice, because they're just not going to be able to comprehend the nuances. And also, you mentioned about cultural fairness. Let's be honest, Caesar. Where are you going to get jobs is in America, right? White American companies, for the most part. I'm just playing a devil's advocate here. Don't you think it's relevant that you understand the cultural nuances of white America?
So this is
To
why
be
I'm
able to
talking
work at the highest level in white American corporations.
This is what people don't understand about America. So you're right. Yes, if you want to understand white America, you need to think like a white American. And this is what Africans are very good at doing. We come over here, look at the way I speak. I speak like a white American. I understand white America, right? However, let's say you're a black American, right? And you don't want to assimilate into white America. You want to. That's why black Americans sometimes say, "Oh, I'm a black American." Oh, this is black America. They don't want to assimilate into a white America. They want to make their own thing. In which case, you're going to fight against these things. There you go. So either you assimilate or you fight against what you believe in. So there you go.
What I'm kind of thinking here, because let me just play that devil's advocate, right, Caesar? Like, for example, do you think it's sexist to have the rules to join, let's say, the fire department, where you have to be a certain weight, you have to be able to lift or bench press a certain weight? Can't you say, well, that's sexist against women because they're smaller? And well, is that the same argument you're making here in terms of black people, Caesar? Do you think it's racist the same way?
I don't.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you want to reduce, right, for women to be allowed into let's not use the army, let's just use the fire department. Do you want to reduce the requirement for them to join the fire department?
No.
So I don't like the example. Let me give you an example I do like, right? So growing up, I don't know if it's because of my diet or because I'm African. I'm not really sure why. But the BMI never worked for me. It always said there was something wrong with me, right? Even though I looked completely fine, when I was my certain weight, it said, "Oh, you're starving." And then it said, "Oh, you're completely overweight." No, I'm just black and my body's built differently, right? So they probably need to change the rule. Now, the BMI is not forced. It's not, but in the army it is. But I mean, I think in the army you have to weigh a certain weight, but no one's telling you can't walk into a place if your BMI is a certain number. But because I'm black, my BMI is gonna look different than an average white guy because I'm more muscular. Sorry. So they're saying you're this height, you're this weight, you're overweight. No, I'm black. I'm actually in pretty good shape. So that's why I mean they need to change some of these things so they're not culturally biased or maybe racially biased. I don't know what word to use, but that's a good example. Not the woman.
I'm not even discussing. I'm discussing. My thing has always been the above the shoulder argument between the heirs. The physical thing, I don't really. That one you can. But my thing is, black people, we are good enough to pass tests. We're good enough to do better. Everything is not racism. Are there racism in some of these things? Yes, I agree in some sense. But everything that is, if you feel that something like a test or whatever doesn't mean because that thing is racist towards you. Perhaps you need to open your mind and learn and try to figure out what's going on. That's all my own bone of contention is.
So, Babati, no excuses. That's what you're saying. No excuses for whatever. You just
like
gotta
my
do it.
African parents, we always say. I'm sure you've heard it before, Prince Daddy. They will say somebody passed the test. You say yes. Did that person have two heads? You say no. So you have no excuse.
So you're 100% correct. So here's the difference, BT. I agree with you. You passed the test. I mean, what do I look like complaining? I didn't get into mother. I didn't get into medical school because it's racist. Am I a fool, right? But when I get in and I have the power to change things, I don't forget what I had to go through, and I believe in changing the rules to help the other ones. But to pretend like it's not true all because I went through, come on, that doesn't make any rational sense.
No. Just trust me. I'm not saying that you shouldn't make it better. I had the opportunity of meeting one of the alumni when I went in, and his job was to make it better for Nigerians coming because he's a very respected doctor at the school at the time. And but that didn't mean I didn't meet the requirements. You see what I'm saying? You make it easier for people coming in, but your people still have to meet the requirement to get into those programs. You just show them the way. Like you make it easier for them in terms of residency, access to funds, coursework, and stuff like that. You just make it easier for them. But I can't say, oh, because I went through it, oh, my brother, you got a 2.9 or 3.0, black power, get in. No.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how these other groups play games. There's something called a CPA exam. Someone in my family had to take it for being an accountant. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that exam, right? Now, look, as black people, we take the exam, we work very hard, right? See how we're trying to do this whole moral thing? Make sure your brother can pass the test the right way. Do you know what Indians are doing? This is going on in Maryland, by the way. I don't care if I snitch because fuck them, right? They somehow have the test. I don't understand how it works. And they pass it to each other. This is somehow going on. So somehow, I don't know.
Allegedly, brother. You gotta say allegedly. Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly, right? I know someone very close to me that released this information. Because I know someone who kept failing the exam. They're Nigerian. They kept failing the exam, and this Indian tutor was helping them. And basically, they're passing around the answers to this. So these other groups are cheating like crazy. You have no idea. But we want to play this moral thing of, oh, make sure your brother can pass it the right way. I agree. Our brothers need to have the knowledge. But once you get through, you need to help the other people come through as fast as possible.
So help them. So
what they're doing. That's what the other team is doing.
Condemn what the other people did. Don't excuse it or try to.
No, we should be doing it too because that's how it's group. It's a war, bro. It's a group war. You have to accept it. You either fight by yourself or you fight with your tribe. Pick one.
I'm just not comfortable with you telling me you can't pass a firefighter test. I can't see the racism in that one. I'm sorry.
You see how you just dismissed the whole thing. Like you don't understand any of the cultural. You don't understand any of the arguments.
No.
You don't understand. You should look up culturally biased tests so you see what I'm talking about. Because
I put the link up though. By the way, Caesar, you can look it up. I think it was in New York actually. It wasn't Philly. It was in New York.
There's a whole bunch of nuance when you say you can't pass the test. There's a whole bunch of nuance there. And because it's your brothers that are complaining about it, you should look into it.
Okay, but Caesar, so let me play devil's advocate again. Okay, so fine. You talk about BMI. I agree with you. BMI is BS. It doesn't work well for different types of body types, right? Obviously, that's correct. But, for a firefighter, BMI is not really that important. It's usually your weight and how fast you can run, given a certain distance, and then also like how much you can lift, so weight. how much you can bench basically and lift, right? So in those kinds of tests, like as I mentioned earlier, right? Do you want to reduce the requirements for women to get in? Do you think that
reduce it for blacks? Don't reduce it for women. Reduce it for blacks. If she's a black woman, reduce it for her. That's my answer.
That's crazy, Caesar.
Oh, tough luck. Oh, tough luck. You don't want to help this, but you're okay with. Do you see what other groups are doing?
You know, Caesar. Do you know the difference between you and I guess the rest of the panelists? Is you're obviously high IQ. The other panelists are also high IQ, but I think they're not really feelers. So I think they're just more like, just work hard, pass the test. I think you are caring about the dusties.
No. What you don't understand is it's a group game. You don't go to war by yourself. So they think, oh, I passed. I passed every test I wanted to take in my life. I don't have any issues. But it's not all about me.
Can I ask a question? Let's have that real conversation between right now. So tell us, for you to have a group, you must have something, right? It's called collective intelligence.
Yes.
Right. So tell me how the black people's you tell me, why don't we have? Why is our own very low? Because for you to be able to teach on for your group and get better with behind the scenes, like you're saying, you must have that collective intelligence, not individual brilliance. By the way, we are individual brilliance.
Of course.
Why do you guys have low collective intelligence?
Do we have low collective intelligence?
Yeah. Have you seen?
It's very low
in America right now?
Yeah, it's very low because now you're talking about group politics. Now we don't play very well. If I make it now, it's new, right?
Caesar, have you not seen the new reading? The reading of black students. Apparently, like high school blacks are now reading at grade school level.
You know what? That was the biggest culture shock growing up. I thought, yeah, you're right. A lot of black Americans can't read very well.
The hypocrisy. Now you are doing that now. Oh yeah, I did. I passed. I did. See, you're doing the same thing right now, Caesar.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, yes, you're right. There are some people that are smarter than other people. We passed. They didn't pass, right? Look, now that I passed, if you put me in Congress to help change some laws, I'll say, look, if someone can't read very well, we need to invest billions in teaching them how to read. Now, others will say, no, if they can't read, they're stupid, leave them behind. But guess what? It's my own group. So I need to think of a solution that works for my group because that's what everyone is doing.
I agree with you. Help them read, not lower the test scores to help them pass. It's completely two different things.
Yeah, because that's a good point. It has to be a long-term
help
solution.
them read, help them get better, not excuse their absorb their inability to read.
So look, we're just reading the headlines. You guys are really stuck on this firefighter thing. I don't know what the questions were that they threw out. So we have to
no. They have look at the article. You will see they actually have some of the questions there. It's ridiculous.
Let's look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
Nobody give more excuse than a black man. A black man is even blaming the question for why he fails. God damn, man.
Look at the question. Let me look at the question.
The reason why I fail is because the question was racist. Come on, man. Come on, Caesar.
Like, I'm talking generally, okay? Look, I don't know if this specific case fits the bill, but generally, I know what I've seen because I've thought about it. Because I remember thinking,
Caesar, you failed an exam. Your dad should have flogged you.
I've never failed an exam. Let me be very clear. I've never failed the exam.
Hold on. Because they use mayday instead of urgent. So that is racist. Or walkie-talkie. Just look it up. You will see they have example in the article now. It is ridiculous. And they still won.
I have to look at the questions first before I can judge. But I know what I'm talking about because I've seen it. I'm like, how am I supposed to know this? Am I a white boy? Okay, let me just reframe my mind.
Wait, Caesar, is it the same question that the Asians, the Indians?
Yeah. One second. Let me just read this. Right, this is from the Washington Post, and it came out, I believe, this year. It says outcomes for black students were even more heavily skewed to the left. There's a bell curve, right? Reading at an advanced level, only 1%. That's crazy. Proficient, just good enough, only 14%. And look at this, 39% at basic, and nearly half.
Well, because the schools are.
Hang on, wait. 47% were reading at a basic level. Now let's compare that to the average of the nation, right, and the other ethnicities. You can clearly see that the black population, half of the black population cannot read at even the basic level. That is insane.
It's because the schools are trash. If you've been to these schools,
for the whole, if you take all the race into account, only 15% can read or reads below standard, but almost 50% of blacks read at that level. This is crazy. So clearly, there is a competence issue. This is not just the tests are racist, because one thing you're doing here, Caesar, is you're focusing on the highest level of, let's say, getting to Ivy schools, which won't really change anyone's life. What matters is the average black population, what they can read at, and what they're actually good enough to produce. So if we keep focusing on this, culturally fair test, we don't focus on solving the actual systemic problem, which is niggas can't read. We're just
the problem is it's a systematic problem. If you go to any Black American public school, you'll see the issue immediately. The schools are horrible. They're underfunded. The teachers don't care. I remember a teacher telling me that I literally don't care. So
because you didn't, this teacher saw that the kids didn't care. So he felt like, okay, you don't care. I don't care too. Come on, man.
You've been to the schools, you know what I'm talking about.
I hear these excuses. The books are hold.
I know.
So because the book is hold, now you can't read it. Come on now.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
What's up?
That incompetent black teacher in that.
No, wrong. That's why you're wrong.
No. Let me finish. I know where I'm going with this. Why do you think that, even though that teacher is horrible, is not teaching them well, why do you think that person is not fired?
Because teachers union
of their labor unions.
Yeah, exactly.
Black people.
Well, so I don't know if black people are the reason why we have labor unions. It's more of a white, it's a Democrat thing.
Sorry. Failing schools with failing teachers are not fired because they have this labor union that prevent them from being fired, and you have all these Democrats, mostly Democrats, they are failing anyways. That guy, nobody wants to do the right thing. So look at your own black people themselves. Look at yourself in the mirror. So this is anything. You guys don't even want to fire your own. That sucks.
You guys, are you not among us? Who do you mean by you guys?
I don't subscribe to that kind of form of education where somebody's and they still keep their job.
Well, bro, you're an American. You live in America, right? So it's not you guys. You're a part of it, by the way.
Caesar.
I homeschooling for mine, anyways. I kind of mix it up. So
one second. Let's address the super chat. It's addressed to Caesar. Shout out to Chuku Igwe for $10. He's a half, Igbo, half Black American. Says Caesar, a group is no stronger than its individuals. When a group is no stronger than its individuals, social responsibility begins in individual responsibility. So what he's trying to say is, why not saying that the solution comes at the homes, right? We clearly know that a lot of these homes are broken. There's no father in the background. There's no strength. Because if you think about it, right, success, IQ is really small portion of success, right? It's a really small portion, maybe 25%. The rest is, hard work, working smart, networking, and having that mentality to just go out there and do stuff, right? Reading is not because these guys don't have IQ to read. It's because they're not reading. Like when they go back home, right? I remember when I was young, my mom used to buy us books. Every week I had to write an essay about the book that I read, right? And of course, that obviously helps you in so many ways, language, literature, otherwise. So really, a lot of these issues here is a home problem. What's your thoughts on that, Caesar?
Obviously, you're correct. It is a massive home problem. Definitely. So there's multiple approaches to solving this issue. One, when we go to the courts, if we can get more black firefighters, more black doctors, fine, get it any way you how, right? Get it anyhow. If you're applying to be a firefighter, I'm probably guessing that you can read, right? I'm assuming you can read. I'm assuming you're part of the 14% that got ahead in public schools or whatever, right? Now, when dealing with the schools, obviously the schools are a massive issue, but I mean, who am I telling to be personally responsible? The 14-year-old? Like, I don't know who am I. The parents?
Get rid of the unions, Caesar. Get rid of these damn unions.
So yeah,
problem.
So there's two issues in Black American schools. One, the schools, all the teachers are white. Like most of the teachers are white. It's crazy. So that's what happened after integration. Most of the black teachers ended up being kicked out, and you have mostly white teachers in these black schools that don't give a fuck. They don't give two fucks.
Wait, Caesar. You think race is important in?
Definitely, Kaiser. I'm telling you, race. Yes. I went to a public middle school that was about 70% black, and I didn't even have a white teacher until I was in college. Like, it's crazy. And I had one black professor. That's crazy. So how do you go to a school that's 70% black and then 30% Hispanic and everybody's white. The administration's white. They had a vice principal that was black, but everybody was
On
white.
that one, you know what? Oh, sorry, Mike. On
They
that one,
really didn't give a fuck. I'm telling you, they didn't give a fuck, and they told us.
We have enough studies talking about the damage done to the black boy psyche when at that 4 to 7 year that age range, where what he sees is the white female teacher. So they were speaking to the black boy's masculinity when he's exposed to a feminine environment, when he does not see a lot of strong black male figure. On that part, I get what you're saying, but if you're going to fix that problem in that system, then encourage masculinity, encourage black males to come into teaching, make it great again. Don't encourage this feminine energy where black boys are exposed to all these things at the very tender age. It's discouraged. So you must really go down, like Kay was saying, the family system has to be addressed all over again. But when you have a system that is geared towards this feminism, and you have, I mean, there's enough documentaries that you can watch about the damaging impact of the psyche, and you see them by 15, 16 in the prison systems when they are doing all these interviews and they talk about how they were raised from the school system. You can see the correlation between that. So if a young black person, boy, for instance, you need that strong black male presence in schools.
Yeah.
But what
now,
today is mostly females, and maybe they're white.
Yeah, let me use this school as an example, right? This is I like to use this a lot because it's a perfect case study. So the school is called Michaela Academy. As you can see, majority of the students are blacks. This is in the UK. It's in London. It's in a relatively poor borough in London. Now, if you notice, right, the lady who started this, I believe she's half Indian, half black, and she's also part of this conversation. She's more of a Republican type. Now, she went there. She had to fight to get the school open. I believe it's similar to what you guys call charter schools. It's an academy, so it has a more independence on how they structure their learning system. Right? Guess what? This is one of the highest performing schools in the whole country. It's not some overly funded group or anything. The lady who started it, she just focused on basics, strictness. Right? That's why he even says, "Is Michaela too strict for me?" They're just strict, right? They make sure that the kids come in. They do give them free breakfast, right? But they make sure that the students come in. If they don't do their homework, basically strictness, right? They teach the students basic rudimentary educational frameworks. Now, the teachers, sure, there is some black teachers, but a lot of them are actually white teachers. And guess what? They all come from relatively good schools. The kids are learning, right? And we're talking about these are blacks, right? And other types of people there. So the reality is, right? I just think, listen, we're complicating stuff, right? We're using all these like meta pedagogy studies, which just doesn't work for us. Black boys just need strictness, right? They need fathers, right? They need that male, that patriarchal, sort of structure. That's it. Everything else, I think.
Guys, you want me to be honest with you? The real problem in the Black American is the culture. It's not whether mom is at home or your teacher.
But isn't that the same thing? When you don't have a father at home,
no. Even in among the kids, if you're smart, they say you're acting white. If you're literally doing well academically, you're acting white. You're supposed what is respected is more of the backwardness, bad behavior. Like it's like within the cultures, like the negativity is what's more celebrated. Within the African American culture, if you say you come home, you go tell your friends that you score straight A's, they're gonna look at you like, what the heck, But among the Asians, whites, or all the other kids, even the Africans in Africa, in other cultures, like you score A, everybody respect you. Like, wow, that's what they respect more about you. They respect you more for scoring A than having two girlfriends, or wearing Jordans or wearing nice shirts.
No, you're right. Even the prefect in Africa, that's actually a prized
exactly
rank. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Everybody, because I know we went to school in African in America too. But among them, they look at you. It's almost like you're a punk, you're pussy, you're weak for being smart or being, academia. They don't respect those kind of things. So it's the culture. If they begin to respect those kind of things or promote those kind of things or celebrate those kind of things, all the kids will be serious because they all want to be respected. It's human nature. You do things that people will celebrate. People will celebrate you for or respect you for. So that's what it is. If they can promote that among themselves, like, hey, whoever is doing best among us is who we all should respect most. Like among the kids, it's the kids that get like sleeping with the most girls that they respect most, not the one that's scoring the highest scores, scoring the making
Yeah,
the
but
best grades.
Mike, isn't this then the issue? Then basically, Africans should stay away from identifying as black when they are in countries like America, because what that means is you get caught up in the culture. Because if you notice, right, most of us, we come from African homes, right? If we're to compare, let's say, Nigerian home to the average Chinese or Indian home, it's very similar. So we don't actually have the trauma that a lot of Black Americans have. So why is it that when we go to these countries, we start to identifying with a group of people that is so far from our cultures?
You're saying we identify with who?
I'm saying, right, when a lot of us go into these countries, we start identifying with the native black populations there, right? Either Black Americans or Caribbeans. And then we get caught up in a culture that's got nothing to do with us, because a lot of us come from homes that are more similarly run to an Indian home or a Chinese home. So why is it that when we go to, let's say, America, we start identifying as, with the black culture?
No, it's the kids. I mean, the young people want to, of course, want to assimilate with whatever is the popular things around them. Kids gonna, that is natural. Even in Kenya, if you move from Nairobi to, as a kid, if you move from Nairobi to another part of Kenya, it's a matter of time before your accent begin to change from Nairobi accent to the other part of the place accent and things like that. Kids just soaking whatever is in the environment and just follow it, adopt whatever they see around them. So that's kids. It's natural for children to be like that. But adults don't do that. You can't tell me that your parents or your, an adult, someone that's already like 20 something, gets to another country, all of a sudden you want to start adopting new culture. They don't do that. It's natural for kids to do that. That's why kids pick up language. If you take a child from one country, just go spend 6 months in another country, within that 6 months, it's going to pick up the language. That's the way children are.
Facts. I want to add on to that. Like, here's the thing. You can participate. I think Black American culture, I think everyone knows there needs to be a massive change. Everything that Mike said is kind of correct. And I think Africans, they do have a more similar culture to Indians and Chinese. I don't think there's anything wrong with, you can shift a culture. You see what I'm saying? You can participate in a culture and shift it. If you look at Caribbean Americans, and even Colin said this, historically, when Caribbean Americans came to Black America, they were the intelligentsia, while Black Americans tend to be doing the other jobs, right? Because Caribbeans tend to be more educated. And when Africans come to America, I mean, we tend to focus more on higher techie jobs, right? There's nothing wrong with being the intelligentsia. I'm too smart to kind of get caught up in all this other nonsense, right? But Mike is right. There is a culture issue. But you can identify with, there's 40 million Black Americans, right? There's nothing wrong with shifting the culture. That's 40 million Africans right there. So there you go.
Okay, interesting.
Also, here's the thing. Do you know how antagonistic, like in America, you have to assimilate into a culture? I mean, a lot of immigrants want to make their own culture, Africans, but we don't really have the numbers, right? So you kind of have to participate with
the Chinese. Wait, that's a bad argument. There's more Africans than Chinese in America, isn't there?
I don't know about that, but I don't even know if that's true. Actually, we have to look into that. If there's more Africans.
Okay, let me find out. Total
Chinese African or Chinese. But here's the thing: Chinese don't. They have, like, if you look at the West Coast, they do dominate certain areas. I don't really know how they do it. They do dominate certain areas. They all move to the West Coast. They're all in California, and if you go to like any University of California school, it's all Asian. I don't know how the fuck they do that. But yeah, it's crazy. All the UCs are like all Asian, boba teas everywhere. If you go to San Francisco, it's a majority. It's like a large Asian.
Okay, so actually, there's the same amount of around roughly the same amount of Black immigrants to Chinese immigrants, around 5 million each.
So you think Africans should kind of make their own society outside of Black America?
I've mentioned this before, right? Why am I not seeing like a proper African towns and cities where it's just African culture?
So because what if Igbos moved to Kikuyu land and decide that they want to make their own society in Kikuyu land? What do you think will happen?
No. See that. Chinese people did it, right? There's Chinatowns all over the place. Indians get housings in the same neighborhoods. Why can't Africans do the same thing? Because as I mentioned earlier, The moment you start, look, let me give you an example, right? Nigerians have like 0.5 divorce rate in Nigeria. When they come to the UK, the divorce rate of Nigerians is high, right? It's high
Let
like
me answer that, Kaiser. You see,
mhm.
Africans in Africa, we, their colonial mentality. Many of Africans want to become their colonial masters, right? So we are already in the process of becoming English, French. That's all the things we are all aspiring to become. But many of us don't see value in our ethnic cultures and ethnic ways, even though we practice it, but we still look up to the colonial culture. Like we think in our mind that in France it's better, their way is better, their culture because they're advanced technologically. So we assume that because they're advanced technologically, that means our way of life must be inferior to their way of life. So we already coming to their society with a mind to adopt their whatever magical thing they have that's making them advance.
True.
You understand? Whereas the Chinese and Indians are not seeing it like that. They're not seeing them as this magical special culture that's making them advance. They just see it as okay. It's just their scientists that's doing research that's making that's they just say like that. But we just think because they're technological advance, they bring all these good things to us. So that means everything about them is better. Even though sometimes it stares at us, obviously like, oh, this thing is destructive, but sometimes we tend to ignore it. Like when they generate things to our media in Africa, we just accept it because Oyinbo that's bringing it. So whatever Oyinbo say is good, you know. So that's why when we come, you don't see us trying to set up our own culture. And also, we already accept that our culture is inferior. So we tend to be timid to want to set up our cultural stuff around their society. When we do it more privately because we are shy. We are shy of our African way. But now, lately, our self-esteem is beginning to grow. They begin to be more comfortable in our skin, being more comfortable within our culture, accepting that, okay, our culture is actually beautiful. The African culture is beautiful. It was even taking Black Americans to be telling Africans that, listen, your culture is beautiful. Don't be ashamed of your goddamn culture. I'm telling you, you know?
So okay, so that's a good point. So basically, you're saying that the issue actually starts with us when we come and integrate into these communities. I remember in the UK, a lot of Africans were being bullied by Jamaicans, so they even pretended that they were not Africans. Right? People started changing accents. So there is an element of okay, Africans, maybe because of media, it doesn't really matter. We begin to lose our culture. So by the second generation, right, the kids that we have in these other countries, they're already integrating into, let's say, Black American culture. It's the closest one because, well, they look like us and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Because, yeah. Okay, interesting point, Mike. Definitely interesting point. What do the rest of you guys think about that point? I know Caesar will booty clap for Blacks forever, but
Nah, look, it's a very, very interesting point. I think it's delicate. I think it's new. Look, Kaiser, you're asking the right questions. I think most African immigrants came after 2001, believe it or not. Some of you are probably wondering, wait, what? Yes, most African immigrants in America came after 2001. So, like, this identity is still being formed. But I think you're kind of right. But whatever, and I think people are already doing this kind of, like, not Africans in America or the Americas are doing it. So I think it's very interesting. I agree with you. I think you're right. That should be done. But it can't be antagonistic towards African American. I think that's really stupid. Like if you're gonna do this whole, oh, we're not black, someone said that. Oh, I'm not black. I'm Igbo. I'm like, bro, are you serious? Let's not do that. Come on. Like, that's crazy, man.
What the hell did you just say, man?
I'm not black. I'm Kenyan. Like, you don't understand what I'm trying to say?
Okay, what's wrong with that?
I don't think I don't want to make an if I'm going to do that, I don't want to make an antagonist relationship with African Americans. There are 40 million of them. It's like, I'm not doing that. And there's also the whole slavery thing.
But in Africa, people don't, there's no black identity. You're more of an ethnic identity.
Mike, there's also the whole